Hey guys, welcome to Fanfic Fanatics. So in today's video we are gonna see, what if Deku joined Black Bulls and had Harem? Part 1. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe if you are interested in MHA fanfictions. This story is The Green Demon Izuku by WhatIfMainCharacter. Now without wasting any more time, let's dive in. One for all. 20%. Izuku Midoriya called out as green electricity flew around him. Izuku was currently fighting off the League of Villains. They had launched an attack on UA during their joint training with Class 1A and Class 1B. The students were forced into combat. The leader of the League of Villains, Shigaraki Tamura and Kurogiri, attacked Izuku. Izuku knew they had some form of plan, so he prepared himself. "I will destroy everything," Shigaraki stated before crumbling everything around him. Izuku began to stumble on the ground he was on. "Kurogiri, now," Shigaraki ordered. A portal appeared right under Izuku and he immediately fell in. Izuku fell for a very long time before the portal finally sent him out. As soon as he fell out, he saw clouds right next to him. Izuku quickly realized something. He was very high up, and he was starting to fall. "Ah!" Izuku let out a cry as he began to fall. He activated One for All throughout his body to prepare for the unavoidable landing. He landed with a loud thud and lost consciousness. Couple hours later, Izuku woke up and noticed he was in a bed. He realized someone must have brought him here. His clothes had been taken off, and he was covered in bandages. He looked around and saw his hero costume laying to the side. He got up and quickly put it on. Someone must have fixed his costume, as the fall would have torn apart his costume. Then Izuku heard some voices outside the room. He decided to leave and thank whoever had healed him. He opened the door and his eyes quickly widened. In the distance sat a giant skull of something with 3 eyes. Izuku knew of no animal with a head that large. "One day, I'll become the Wizard King and make you happy. So, please marry me," Izuku heard a loud voice yell out. Izuku turned and looked at the boy who had yelled. The boy looked to be the same age as him and had short ash blonde hair. He was rather short as well, but his body was very well built. The boy was talking to a young nun who looked to be in her 20s. She had black hair and a rather slender build. "I'm sorry, Asta. I'm a nun, so," the nun says. The boy named Asta falls to the ground but rapidly standing up. "I'm not done yet," Asta yells out. I'm sorry, but," the nun says. "I'm not giving up yet," Asta yells out. I'm really sorry," the nun says. "Not yet. Not done yet," Asta yells out. Izuku could only sweat drop at this rather comedic scene. He noticed the nun suddenly grabbed out a book. Izuku saw her flip through a couple of pages. "Stop pestering me," the nun says as a giant water fist crushes into Asta. "Water creation magic. Holy fist of love." The nun looks like she regretted hitting Asta. "I'm sorry, Asta. I used my grimoire's magic without thinking," she apologized. Izuku looked at the scene in total confusion. A grimoire? Magic? Wizard King? It was an thought at the back of his head, but considering the circumstances, Izuku didn't think he was in his own world. Asta suddenly rose up from the ground. The nun let out a cute scream. "Not yet," Asta yells out. Izuku decided to let his presence be known. Excuse." Izuku was interrupted by some form of wind magic throwing Asta into the air. "Asta, are you causing trouble for the sister again?" a young girl asked. "Shut up, brats." Asta then turned towards a tall black-haired boy who stood between the two kids. "And you, why are you getting in the way?" Asta yells at the black-haired boy named Yuno. "Why?" Yuno asks as he himself is surprised to hear Asta ask that. "You're noisy, short, restless and immature. Basically you have no qualities that would appeal to women," Yuno states in a bland tone. "Hey, how could you say that to someone you grew up with for the last 15 years, you cold and handsome jerk?" Asta yelled out. "I'll help you, sister," Yuno said as he helped the nun wash clothes with magic. "Thank you, Yuno," the nun said. "Stop ignoring me," Asta called out. Excuse me," Izuku yelled out. The nun, Asta, and Yuno all turned towards Izuku. "Hi, I wanted to thank you guys for healing me," Izuku said as he scratched the back of his head. Do you guys know where I am?" Izuku asked rather nervously. Yuno looked at Izuku in confusion. Who are you? Yuno asked. The nun ran over to Yuno and whispered into his ear. He's the boy Asta found. His bones were broken so I healed him. The nun whispered before turning to Izuku. Hi, you are in Hage village. The nun said to Izuku. Izuku looked at the three in confusion. Hage? He hadn't heard of that name. Hage, what country am I in? Izuku asked. Asta looked at Izuku in disbelief. You don't know which country you're in. You're in the Clover Kingdom. Asta said. Izuku's eyes widened. He hadn't heard Hage or the Clover Kingdom. Which means he was most likely in a different world. Asta walked up to Izuku. Man, you really don't know where you are? Asta asked in disbelief. Why yeah, I think I lost my memory. Izuku lied. The nun came up to Izuku. Do you know your name? The nun asked. Yeah, my name is Izuku Midoriya but you can call me Deku. Izuku stated. Yuno nodded at him. Asta suddenly turned towards Yuno. Yuno, fight me, Asta yelled out. No, Yuno blandly answered. Why not? Asked rather loudly. Izuku's ears starting to hurt. We have the Magic Knight's entrance exam in the next 2 months, you idiot, Yuno shouted at Asta. The Magic Knight's entrance exam? Izuku asked. Yeah, the Magic Knights are skilled magic users who protect the Clover Kingdom. Asta answered. Yeah, if only you had magic, Asta. Yuno said with a slight smirk. A tick appeared on Asta's head. So what, I don't have magic? I'm still gonna pass the test and become the Wizard King. Asta yelled out. You don't have magic? Izuku asked in surprise. Yeah, but I do have a grimoire. Asta stated. You don't have magic but you still want to be Magic Knight. That's some serious cool dedication. Izuku said with a slight smile. Asta smiled at Izuku's words. Magic Knights. Izuku compared them to heroes. They seemed to do almost the same thing after all. Izuku wasn't really sure what to do in this world, so it would be a good start for him. Let me take the exam as well, Izuku said to Asta and Yuno. Both Asta and Yuno looked at Izuku in shock. Do you even have magic? Yuno asked. I don't think so, but I do have a way to fight. Izuku said. But why do you want to be a Magic Knight? Asta asked. Izuku looked at Asta before saying what first popped up into his head. It's been my dream ever since I was little to save people, to help people. The Magic Knights seem just like those kind of people who help others. Izuku stated. That's your dream. That's so cool. Asta then turned to Yuno. Come on Yuno, let's have him come too. Asta said. Yuno sighed. I guess we can take him with us. Yuno said. But know this Deku. I will be the one who becomes Wizard King. Yuno states. Asta immediately turned to Yuno. No, I'll be the one who'll be the Wizard King. Asta yelled out. Izuku let out a small sigh as Asta and Yuno began to banter. They were a lively bunch and were quite energetic, but they were good people. Though they did make his ears hurt. The next 2 months Izuku, Asta, and Yuno trained and the three create a bond with each other, especially Izuku and Asta they create an amazing bond with each other and trained together. Then 2 months passed by and then the trio left Hage village waving bye to everyone. Izuku, Asta, and Yuno eventually arrived at the Magic Knight's exam venue. A young man sighed. Phew, I'm getting nervous, the man said as a bird landed on his head. A horde of black birds began pecking at a different man. OWWW. What the heck is going on with these birds? Random person 1 said. They're the famous anti-birds of the exam venue. The less magic power you have, the more they peck at you. Random person 2 said. Hey, look at him. Random person 3 said. Yuno stood by himself while no birds dared to approach him. Not a single bird is going near him. A man said in amazement. Oh wait, it's him. A man said in realization. The one from the boonies, who was chosen by the 4-leaf clover grimoire. Random person 1 said. Wow. A young girl blushed at Yuno. Yuno stood still with his ever-present stoic face. Ha ha ha. A guy with spiky grayish hair laugh. One of us is going to become the Wizard King. Our legend starts here, Yuno. A loud voice roared out from behind Yuno. What? Random person 4 said. Become Wizard King. Random person 2 said. I'll show you the results of my 6 months of trio www. Asta was interrupted as several birds began pecking him and surrounding him. Asta screamed out, "What's up with these freaking birds?" Asta yelled out as he attempted to run away, but the birds chased after him. Izuku sat on the ground behind Asta, also surrounded by birds. One bird in particular had made a nest in his green hair. He had a notebook out, and was writing at incredible speed. Then he began to mumble. The birds can sense magic power, which means they are some of fantasy creature who could mean they use magic themselves as normal. Izuku mumbles. Everyone in the venue stared at Asta and Izuku and began to laugh. As expected from people from the boonies, Asta continued running before bumping into someone. The birds instantly ran away from Asta. Asta sheepishly apologized. "Oh, sorry for bumping into you," Asta said. The suddenly turned around. "You wanna die, runt." The man who had devilish look on his face. Asta's face immediately lost all color. What the heck? Asta thought to himself. Who is this guy? He has crazy eyes. The eyes of a murderer. His neck is thick. There's no way he's a mage. Asta could only tremble before the presence. He's got a hell of a presence. Asta thought to himself. Is he really the same age as the rest of us? Izuku heard some commotion and turned to see Asta talking to a massive black-haired man. Just be friendly, Asta told himself. Asta started waving his hand. Whoa, you look really old for a kid. You must have gone through such hardship, Asta said. The man then suddenly grabbed Asta's head. Looks like you're ready to die, the man said. Gah, he's just as he seems, Asta cried out. Izuku stood up to help Asta before someone ran towards the man. Ah, there you are. Mr. Yami, what are you doing down here? Sheesh, a guy with blonde hair said. The man named Yami looked towards the blonde individual. I'm about to wring his neck, Yami stated. Please don't, Izuku called out to him. Yami looked at the green-haired boy. Who are you, pipsqueak? Yami said. Mr. Yami, a Magic Knight's leader shouldn't be killing the examinees. The blonde man said. Besides, why are you here down with them? I went to take a shit, and got lost. Yami says. Hey, isn't that? A man said, pointing at the blonde man. Final Rulacase, a rare spatial magic user. Famous for hitting on women so much that it's a hindrance on his duties. The man said. The man looked at Yami. Then he must be the Lord of Destruction, Yami Sukahiro, the captain of the Black Bulls. The man says. The Black Bulls. The cost of damage they cause exceeds their military exploits. That group is full of scoundrels. I hear there's not a decent one among them. That's the one Magic Knight squad I wouldn't want to be in. The man says. Izuku noticed how much everyone here seemed to gossip. He would be soon to find out. Magic users love to gossip. Thanks for waiting, invited examinees. Several individuals appeared above the venue. Hoa! Everyone shouted. All of the captains of the Magic Knights together. Wow! Random person 1 said. That's the captain of the Silver Eagles and the Crimson Lion Kings. Random person 2 said. Izuku looked towards them. The captain of the Crimson Lion Kings looked strong. All of the captains looked strong. A man stared at the captains in amazement. Each captain is as strong as 100 mages, and one of them becomes the Wizard King. One of the captains suddenly spoke up. I'm going to be in charge of exams this time, a man with a mask said. Everyone stared at the captain in amazement. It's the captain of strongest Magic Knights squad, the Golden Dawn. William Vengeance. Random person 4 said. He's the top candidate to be Wizard King. Random person 3 said. William suddenly grabbed out his grimoire. Magic tree. Descend. A huge tree suddenly appeared in the middle of the venue. Its branches stretched out to all the examines, giving everyone a magic broom. William then smirked at everyone. We shall now begin the Magic Knight's entrance exam. William says. We are going to have you go through multiple tests. The 9 captains will be judging your progress. We shall then select the candidates we want in our squads. William said. Those who are not chosen by any captains are judged to lack the talents needed to join the Magic Knights. William says. Izuku stared at his hand. This is what I need to do. I need to be chosen. Izuku thought to himself. The first test is to fly using those broomsticks. William said. Izuku held the broomstick and was lost in thought. I have no grimoire, which means I basically have no magic. Izuku thought to himself as the bird on his head began to yawn. Any mage who can control their magic powers can do this instinctively. William stated. A few of the examinees were barely able to fly. This year, Yuno was able to fly on the broom while standing up. We have some good candidates. One of the captains said. Meanwhile, Asta couldn't get off the ground a single inch. What going on? A captain asked William. Even with very little magic power, one should be able to float a little. What the heck, man? Random person 2 says. He's totally not making the cut. Random person 4 says. Hey, why is he even here? Random person 1 said. Meanwhile, Izuku stood not even attempting to get on the broom. What's with that guy? Is he not even gonna attempt to do it? The captains thought to themselves. Izuku noticed a shady-looking guy talking to Asta. He knew Asta could probably take care of himself, but he was still a little worried. The next test started, Asta failing at all of them, Izuku not even attempting them, and Yuno breaking records. Those 3 had the most eyes on them. Next is the final test. William. You will engage in actual combat. You will pair up with someone and fight each other. You may use your grimoire. I'm sure you've mastered 1 or 2 attacks, right? Willem said with a smirk on his face. Izuku looked around. Who should I pair up with? The green-haired boy thought. Hey peasant, pair up with me. A man with blonde hair stated. Izuku took notice of the grimoire in his hand. It had a decent amount of pages. Sure, Izuku said. Meanwhile, Asta was fighting against a man named Sek. Now begin, William declared. I'm not going to hold back. Now come and get me, Asta, har har. Sek yelled out to him. Bronze creation magic. Sek magnum cannon ball. A barrier surrounded Sek. Sek smirked at Asta. Don't hold back. I'm ready for Yahar. Sek said to Asta. Got it. Here I go. Asta stepped towards Sek. In an instant he was right by Sek. His black grimoire appeared above his head. He grabbed a sword from it. He's fast. William thought to himself. Is he using movement magic? No, Yami said. It's just that. His physical ability is just that good. Asta swung down his sword, instantly crushing Seki's barrier and knocking Sek into the ground. Silence enveloped the venue. What the hell? Random person 1 said. I'm not here to join the Magic Knights and have a blast without putting in any effort. Asta stated. I'm here to become the Wizard King. Asta declared. Izuku smiled. Asta was really cool. Izuku thought. It was soon Izuku's turn. His enemy was an arrogant flamboyant type magic user. Izuku had no idea how strong this guy was, so he better be careful. Begin, William yelled out. Izuku immediately activated full cowl at 15%. Green electricity surrounded his body as the power of One for All enhanced his body. Plants erupted from the arrogant man's grimoire at a high speed. But Izuku was faster. Izuku ran past all the plants and was immediately in front of his opponent. Izuku swung his leg with incredible force at 15%. Street Lewis smash. Izuku called out as he smashed his leg into his opponent. The crowd gasped as the man was launched out of the venue from the incredible force. Silence enveloped the venue. What was that? William asked in confusion. It was magic, but at the same time it wasn't. Izuku wins, William announced. Yami looked at Izuku. He didn't try during all of his other tests, but he was able to one-shot a decent magic user. Not only that, he used a power that was magic but wasn't at the same time. Izuku and Asta began to happy dance in a circle. We did it, they said together. A black bird landed on Izuku's head. What are you, Izuku? Yami questioned. Street Lewis smash. Izuku smashed his leg into his opponent, knocking him out instantly. Izuku gave a small smile as William announced him as the winner. He made sure to hold back a bit. What is up with those two? Random person 1 said. Are those two seriously from the boonies? Random person 2 says. Next it was Yuno's turn. Begin, William said. Yuno stepped forward with stoic expression. His opponent looked like a cocky noble. I'm going to show you the difference between a boona like you and me. Wind magic. Towering tornado. Yuno sent a gust of wind at his opponent, instantly beating him. Silence covered the venue. He won in a few seconds. Random Person 3 said. Izuku looked at Yuno in amazement. Whoa, I knew Yuno was strong, but to think his magic capabilities were that strong. Izuku muttered to himself. William gave a slight smile at Yuno. And that ends the examination. William said. Now, each examine will come forward when their number is called. The squad captains will raise their hands if they wish to have you join their team. William stated. And like mentioned before, if no hands are raised, the examinee will not be able to join the Magic Knights. William stated again. Examine number 1. Please step forward. Number 32, the Purple Orcus. Number 78, the Crimson Lion Kings. Number 116, no offers. Next, Yuno then stepped forward. Number 164. All of the captains' hands went up. All of the captains raised their hands. Someone asked in bewilderment. Asta's mouth dropped to the floor. Izuku's respect for Yuno went up even more. Please allow me to join the Golden Dawn, Yuno said as he stared at William. William smirked at Yuno. Yami let out some smoke from his cigarette. Damn, they took a good one, Yami said with a slight sigh. Oh, right, next up is him. Asta stepped forward. No hands were raised. Asta looked down in disappointment. I'm not surprised. Yami suddenly spoke up. No matter how high your combat abilities are, if your powers are suspicious, no one will want you, after all. The most important thing about a Magic Knight is his or her magical powers, Yami said. Izuku looked annoyed. None of the captains wanted Asta, even with his impressive combat abilities. It seemed even in this world full of magic, inequality was still a major thing. No one wants you because you have no magic, Yami stated. This is the harsh reality, Yami stated. Asta looked down. Even so, even without any magic, I'm not going to give up. Asta yelled out as loud as he could. Even if I fail today, no matter how times it takes, I will become the Wizard King, Asta stated. Yami gave a slight smirk. Bwahaha, Yami started laughing. You are definitely interesting. Join the Black Bulls. Yami then turned towards Izuku. You as well, Broccoli Boy. Join the Black Bulls. His face then darkened. By the way, you don't have the right to refuse, he said with a devilish smile. Huh, Izuku asked in confusion. He really was just put in a Magic Knight squad by force. Though if he had to guess, the other captains wouldn't have raised their hands for him. I'll give you two such a horrible time in the Black Bulls, that you'll be ripped in pieces. Prepare for it, Yami said with dark smile. Izuku and Asta nodded at him. Yeah, soon after the exam ended. Whoa, it's pretty crazy that we got on the same squad, Izuku, Asta said before suddenly running away. Now that it's over, I can finally let it loose, Asta yelled out as he ran into the bathrooms. Izuku went over to Yami and Finral. He noticed out of the corner of his eye Yuno leaving the venue. For some reason, all of the black birds had flew away except one who had decided to rest in Izuku's hair. For whatever reason, it decided Izuku's curly hair was its new bed. Izuku hoped it didn't view his hair as a bathroom as well. Yami turned to Izuku. You've got some nerve making me wait, Yami said before noticing Asta running towards them. You too, how much of a crap did you take? Yami asked. It was seriously epic. It was about this big and it. Yami then grabbed Asta's head. Who asked you to describe your shit, you idiot? Yami says. Yami then grabbed Izuku's head. Finral, let's go, Yami said. Yes sir, the blonde Magic Knight answered. Spatial magic. Fallen Angel Gate. A portal-like mist appeared in front of him. Hey, what is de? Izuku wasn't able to finish his question as Yami threw him and Asta through the portal-like mist. They fell onto ground that felt like dirt. They looked in front of them and noticed a huge building. So this is the Black Bulls, Izuku said to himself. Boom. The door to the building suddenly blew up. Izuku and Asta mouths both dropped to the ground. Okay, now I'm pissed. You ready to get your butt kicked? A man with shades asked. I'm not ready for that, but bring it on, a blonde boy said with an innocent smile. Izuku and Asta then noticed a woman in only her bra and underwear. Izuku gave a small blush. I drank too much. Major headache, she said while scratching her head. Welcome, Yami said from behind Izuku and Asta with a big smile. To the absolute worst Magic Knights squad, the Black Bulls, Yami said with a smile. Izuku could only stare in disbelief at the scene in front of him. A blonde man had a nosebleed. You're cute as ever, my little sister. Izuku got a bad feeling about him. A young black-haired girl was munching on food. The man with the shades was using a bat to hit a ball made of magic. This entire scene was intense. Though starting today, I'm a Black Bull too. Izuku thought to himself. I need to introduce myself. Izuku thought. Hi, my name is Izuku and I'm from Hage Village. It's great to meet all of you. Izuku said with a bow. Only for all of the Black Bulls to completely ignore him. An explosion happened right by Yami. That's for my pudding. Stop. My head's killing me. Shut up, you boozing hussy. What was that, you virgin delinquent? I'm not a virgin. In the name of my little sister, who I worship, I will kill you all. Would you people quit breaking stuff? Yami yelled out as he broke a wall behind him. Way to set an example. Izuku thought to himself. Everyone stopped what they were doing. Mr. Yami, sir, welcome back. Did anybody get in your face? I'll smash them. Captain, fight me today. Leave these little brats alone and come grab a drink with me. Captain, have a bite off this. I'm sorry, I can't take it anymore. Can I go see my sister? I see, you guys like me that much. Yami said with an innocent smile. But you're annoying. Shut up, Yami said with his usual dark expression. Yami then pointed to Izuku and Asta. These shrimps are the other two new members. Don't haze them so much that they die. Yami stated. Izuku questioned to himself. Asta stepped forward. I'm Asta from Hage Village, nice to meet ya. Asta yelled out. Izuku then stepped forward. I'm Izuku, or you can call me Deku, also I'm from Hage Village. Izuku said while bowing. 2 boonies. Wow, that's something. We've got other members both there on missions right now, try to get along with them. Yami said. Izuku nodded. Right, we'll get along with them. Izuku exclaimed. We'll break the records with how along we get with them. Asta yelled out. Hey, you're from the boonies, right? The woman who was scantily clad asked Izuku. She then bent over to make her assets right in front of Deku's face. You're from the boonies and you made it into the Magic Knights. You must have worked hard, kid. How about I reward you with a special treat? Izuku's face went entirely red. Izuku couldn't make complete sentences. The woman's face suddenly turned green. Izuku moved to the left as the woman puked all over the ground. Izuku could only grab his head in disbelief. This place was crazy, though it had this atmosphere that made him want to stay. Becoming a Magic Knight was his first step to returning home. This world he had come to was different yet similar to his world. Somehow Kurogiri was able to teleport him to another world. How was he able to do that? His quirk only allowed him to create portals to specific location. Did he know the coordinates of this other world? Would everyone be okay with him gone? Would a world without a user of One for All be safe? Those feelings had been constantly eating away at Izuku since he had gotten here. He hadn't thought about it too much, but now that he's able to think to himself, he realized how lost he really was. Was there even a way for him to return him? And even if there was, how would he figure out how? So many unknown variables. For the meantime, Izuku would have to be a hero in this world without any. Where that would take him, Izuku had no idea. Hey, Izuku heard someone call out to Asta. It was the man wearing shades. His hair was striped with the middle being black while the rest was yellow. A wussy little runt from the back end of nowhere. I dunno how you sucked up to Mr. Yami. But if you want to wear our robe, you gotta earn some respect from me, Mr. Yami's top 1 underling, man among men, Magna Swing. The now named Magna stated. Izuku noticed the black robe around Magna's neck. So that was a Magic Knight's robe. It did look pretty cool. This one even had the face of a bull on it. Gimme, please, Asta pleaded to Magna. Magna smirked at Asta. I see, I get it. You want it that badly, huh? A dark smile appeared on Magna's face. You joined the Black Bulls, so, come get baptized. Magna then turned towards Deku. You too, Broccoli Head. The Black Bulls all went outside. Izuku looked around nervously, he had no idea what Magna was planning. Magna and Asta stood away from everyone else. I'm about to launch attack magic at you. Block it or avoid it, any way you want. Magna said as he dangled a spare robe in front of Asta. Do that and you're an official Black Bull. Magna stated with a smirk. And I'll give you this robe. A young girl yawned. He's making baptizing ceremonies again. The energetic blonde boy gave an innocent smile. Hey, it's fine. This is fun. Here I come. Ready your grimoire, ya snot-nosed brat. A grimoire appeared before Magna. Asta grabbed his large black sword from his grimoire. Fire suddenly appeared in Magna's hand. It formed into a small ball. Flame magic. Exploding fireball. Magna threw the ball of fire. Die. Magna screamed out. Die. Deku asked himself. I have heard that line before. The fireball barreled towards Asta like a high-speed baseball. Asta then swung his sword like a baseball bat at the fireball and sent the fireball straight back at Magna. Boom. It was a direct hit. Izuku's eyes widened. His sword seemed to be able to cut through magic and the flat side of his sword can repel it. He was an anti-magic magic knight. You little runt, Magna suddenly said as his body was covered in smoke. I was this close to getting offed by my own magic. You. Asta looked at him in shock. A bright smile suddenly appeared on his face. You, completely rocked. Huh? Asta asked. Magna gave him a slap on the back. You didn't just block it, you sent it right back. I like you, short Santa. It's Asta. Izuku couldn't help but smile at him. In the small time he had known Asta, he had noticed it wasn't often Asta got praised. It made him happy to see Asta getting praised. Here, Magna then handed Asta the Black Bull's robe. This is yours. Hey, now it's my turn. The energetic blonde boy said with an innocent smile. Magna turned towards him. Oh, right, Luck, you wanna test the other guy, right? Magna said to the blonde boy now named Luck. Yeah. Luck turned and gave Izuku an innocent smile. Let's fight to the death. Izuku's face immediately paled. Fight to the death? Izuku asked in shock. Magna sighed. No, not to the death. Luck just wants to see your combat abilities. Magna then turned to Luck. You better hold back, Luck. Luck just waved his hand at Magna. The Black Bulls turned to Izuku. They did want to see Izuku's fighting capabilities, they didn't feel any magic from him either. Izuku walked towards Luck. Well, if that is what it takes. Izuku then activated full cowl at 5%. Lighting surrounded Luck as he sticked his tongue out. He suddenly disappeared. Izuku ducked to dodge a strike from behind. He instantly twisted his body and slammed his right fist at Luck's face. Luck was able to dodge it, however. He's faster than me at 5%. Izuku thought to himself. I gotta go up a bit more then. Green electricity surrounded his body more intensely. One for all. 10%. Whoa, you can use lighting too? Luck asked in a childlike voice. Lighting surrounded Luck's arm. His right arm turned into a blue claw made of lighting. He disappeared again. However, this time Izuku was able to keep track of him. Izuku jumped into the air. He activated one for all at 20% in one arm and punched the air. The force behind the punch propelled, making him dodge a lighting strike. Thanks to the extra movement, Izuku was right next to Luck. Detroit Smash. Izuku attempted to punch Luck, but Luck suddenly disappeared again, this time at an even higher speed. What? He can go even faster than me at 10%. Izuku thought in disbelief. Lighting surrounded Luck even more intensely. Deku activate one for all at 20%. Stop. Magna suddenly interrupted. Izuku and Luck both stopped. Aw, come on, we were just getting to the good part. Luck pouted. Izuku let out a sigh of relief. That was intense. Luck was at least as fast as him at 20%, which was crazy to think about. Good job, Broccoli Head, Magna said as he handed Izuku a Black Bull robe. It's Izuku or Deku. You two are now officially members of the Black Bulls, Magna said to the both of them with a smile on his face. Izuku and Asta both smiled a proud smile. I'm now one step closer to becoming Wizard King. Asta thought to himself. I'm closer to figuring out a way home. Izuku thought to himself. The bird resting on his head suddenly pecked him on the head. Ow! The black bulls started laughing. So those are the other two new members. A silver-haired girl said on top of the black bull's building. What a bunch of insects, she said with a slight scoff. This is the dining hall, Magna said as he showed Izuku and Asta around the black bull's base. Right after Izuku and Asta had been brought into the black bulls, Magna had wanted to show them around. The building was surprisingly large. The dining hall could fit a large amount of people, the bathroom was comfortably big, though it wasn't very private. They even had a small dungeon room where Yami kept monsters, which confirmed Izuku's suspicions of fantasy-like monsters in this world. And then, Magna suddenly stopped. Izuku and Asta stopped as well. Right in front of them was silver-haired girl. She was taller than Asta and about the same height as Izuku. So this is where you were. Magna spoke up. Hey you two, meet the other new member, Magna said as he pointed at the silver-haired girl. Izuku took a good look at her. Her silver hair gave Izuku fantasy vibes. She looked to be around 16 years old, around his own age. She stared at Izuku and Asta with her purple eyes. Her expression seemed stoic or even like she was looking down on them, though that wasn't something Izuku wasn't used to. However, there was something about her that told Izuku that she was a good person. Izuku stepped forward, and took a deep breath. It would be better to be confident in this situation. Izuku stepped towards her. Hi, my name is Izuku, or you can call me Deku. I came from Hage Village. I look forward to being teammates with you, Izuku said as he stretched his hand towards her. A handshake was common for those who view each other as equals. He didn't want her to think he was looking down on her after all. She suddenly slapped his hand away. Don't address me so casually, she said as she looked down on Izuku. Little insect with your paltry magic. I am Noel Silva, a member of this country's royal family. Izuku and Asta's jaw dropped to the ground. Royalty, they thought in shock. Asta got out of his shocked state. Who's a little insect? Asta screamed out at Noel. Don't make fun of Izuku. As knights we are on the same level, royalty has got nothing to do with it, Asta yelled out. Izuku nodded. He agreed with Asta. Everyone here was a knight. Royalty had nothing to do with it. That's right, Asta, you tell her, Izuku and Magna said at the same time. Noel scoffed at them. It has everything to do with it, Noel said before sighing. I see that it will take more than words to make you foolish peasants understand. A blue aura wrapped itself around Noel's fingers. I'll have to let the differences in our magic powers convince you, she said as she pointed her magic at Asta. Only for it to curve and hit Izuku. It drenched him in cold water. Izuku blinked a couple of times. Man, what was that for? Izuku asked in confusion. He could have swore she was aiming for Asta, and well, not him. It's your fault for just standing there. Who gave you permission to be there? She said, trying to taunt Izuku. Izuku let out a small sigh, before activating one for all at 10% throughout his body. He then ran away from them, running down a hallway. The other three blinked in confusion. They suddenly heard Izuku running back towards them, with his clothes all dry. Magna turned towards Noel. What the hell was that for? Magna said. I'm royalty. I don't need to answer your question, Noel stated. I don't care if you're royalty or the little sister of the captain of the Silver Eagles, Magna yelled out at her. Izuku looked at them in confusion. Silver Eagles. That was one of the Magic Knight squads. Izuku questioned to himself. Mr. Yam's the only guy who would take on a shrew like you, Magna yelled out. Show some gratitude, moron. That was a bit harsh, Izuku thought to himself. She scoffed before walking away. I wouldn't be in this group if you paid me, Noel said as she walked away. Izuku looked at her back as she walked away. Something was troubling her, that much Izuku knew for sure. To Izuku, it seemed like she was putting on a persona, though who knew if Izuku was right about that. Magna then turned towards Izuku and Asta. He coughed into his hand. Anyways, I'll show y'all to your rooms, Magna said as he led them further down the hallway. Whoa, my own room, Asta said as tears fell down his face. Magna then led Izuku to his own room. And here's your room, Magna said as he opened the door. It was a small room, big enough for one person, which is all Izuku needed. Magna waved at Izuku. Well, I gotta go make sure Luck isn't doing anything. Don't stay up too late, Broccoli Head. Magna said as he shut the door and ran down the hallway. Izuku couldn't sleep. It had been a long day and he still had plenty to think about. He had taken Magic Night exams, passed it, and had meet the Black Bulls all in one day. To say the least, it was very eventful. Sitting in this small home, however, made Izuku realize he was homesick. He missed being able to talk to all his friends in his class, and now he might never see them again. Izuku suddenly sat up. No, I can't think like that. I just gotta find a way, Izuku said to himself. He looked outside and noticed it was starting to get dark. I still got time for some extra training, Izuku thought to himself. He opened his window and jumped out. As soon as he landed, he heard some loud noises. Izuku decided to go investigate. He turned a corner and saw Noelle. She was surrounded by potholes that they most likely had created, but straight in front of her was a target. It was as though she was attempting to hit it, but she couldn't hit it. Why? Izuku heard Noelle say in despair. Why won't it go where I want it to? Noelle asked in desperation. I couldn't have made a failure like you. Noelle remembered her family's words to her. She can't even control her magic, wretched thing. Look at that thin grimoire. Are you sure you're royalty? You're an embarrassment to our family. You're not needed for the Silver Eagles. You good for nothing. Noelle clenched her fists in frustration. I will definitely make them acknowledge me, Noelle thought to herself. She attempted to fire her magic at the target, but missed. And missed. And missed. Why? Why? Noelle said as frustration as she suddenly shot out as much magic as she could. Izuku's eyes widened as water engulfed Noelle and was shooting out huge spirals of water, destroying the ground. Noelle sat in the middle of the hurricane, struggling to breath. Izuku's hero instincts immediately went off. Green electricity surrounded his body as he activated full cowl at 10%. The other Black Bulls noticed what was going on and ran outside. Izuku knew he wasn't strong enough to destroy that water at his current level. In that case, green electricity surrounded two of his fingers at an even higher intensity. I gotta save her, Deku thought to himself as he jumped above the wave hurricane. Delaware. Smash. Izuku called out as he used one for all at 100% to send a huge wind blast at the water hurricane. Boom. The water hurricane was immediately destroyed, freeing Noelle. She then began falling to the ground. Crap. I gotta save her. Izuku was in mid-air. Getting to her in this position would be nearly impossible. But he did have something he could use to save her. Izuku closed his eyes and stretched his hand that had no broken fingers out. Black energy suddenly erupted from Izuku's arm. Black whips. Izuku used black whips to grab Noelle before she could fall, but now Izuku was falling. Crap. Izuku prepared for the worst, only to see a portal appear right below him. He and Noelle both fell through. Spatial magic. Fallen Angel Gate. Funeral made Izuku and Noelle land right on the ground. Izuku let out a deep breath. I'm alive. Izuku then turned to Funeral. Thank you for saving me. Izuku then turned towards Noelle. Hey, Izuku called out to her. Noelle twitched in response. They're gonna make fun of me again, Noelle thought to herself in disappointment. Are you okay? Izuku asked in a sincere tone. You've got some awesome magic, water magic, right? Noelle looked at Izuku in surprise and nodded. You could probably make a water dragon or Venwater Armorandu Sate. Yami then grabbed Izuku's head. Shut up, Yami said in annoyance. If you can train until you master your magic, you'll be unstoppable, Izuku said with a smile. If you'd like, I can help you. I know what it's like to have power you can't control, Izuku offered. Noelle let out a tiny blush. Magna walked over to Noelle. What? You couldn't control your magic? That's it. You should have told us sooner, you royal failure. We're the Black Bulls, a whole group of failures. That little flaw of yours ain't a big deal, idiot, Magna said with a slight smirk. Noelle felt tears at the end of her eyes. Here, Izuku offered his hand to her. She grabbed it and Izuku helped her up. Noelle lieutenant out a small smile. Thank you very much, Noelle said. The next morning after the incident with Noelle, Izuku awoke as he felt sharp pain from his arms. He bolted up and let out a small grunt of pain. Is this pain, because I used black whips? Izuku questioned to himself. It made no sense. He made sure to hold back where he grabbed Noelle, so where was this pain coming from? The pain started to get worse. Izuku could barely handle it. Black smoke suddenly erupted from his wrists. What the hell? Izuku questioned as black smoke blasted out of his wrist. Suddenly the pain stopped. Izuku felt something in his hand. He swiped away the black smoke and took a good look at what was touching his hand. On his hand was a book. Izuku blinked in surprise. The book was green and black going across the cover. It was a thick book, yet Izuku could feel power coming from it. Is this a grimoire, but why does it have 6 leaf? Izuku asked himself in shock. He reached forward and touched the grimoire. It glowed before suddenly disappearing. It disappeared. Izuku questioned to himself. Then is it possible for me to call it or make it disappear? But how does that work? Or is it something I just need to think about? Izuku had so many questions and not many answers. However, before he could figure anything out, he heard a knock on his door. Hey Izuku. Izuku heard Asta call his name out. Food is ready. Come on, let's go eat. We can even race there. Izuku gave a slight sigh. We don't have to race, but I'll be right there. Izuku opened the door and Asta began running down the hallway towards the dining hall. Izuku's sweat dropped at that. He supposed Asta wouldn't take no for an answer. Izuku ran after him. Izuku ran into the dining room and noticed Asta had already started eating. So, Asta said to Magna, what do magic knights actually do? Asta questioned. Izuku had a similar question. He wondered if it was like being a hero where they go on patrols and catch criminals. Magna glared at Asta in response. Are you seriously asking that? You little. Magna stood and began to shake Asta comedically. We protect the country. Guard stuff. It's the manliest job in the world, you moron. Magna said as he continued to shake Asta. Why'd you wanna join in the first place, huh? Izuku brought a finger to his chin. So it was like being a hero. The scantily clad girl suddenly spoke up. It's sort of like, you know, protecting the peace, she drunkenly said. She then smiled. I might meet a wonderful gentleman on bodyguard duty. Izuku wasn't able to not be nervous around her. Her name is Vanessa Enoteka. She is a booze-loving witch who was expelled from a distinguished family, at least that's what Finral had told him. Luck suddenly started shaking back and forth. It's a fun job that lets you fight all the enemies you want. Luck said with an innocent smile. If they are criminals you can beat them up as much as you want and not get in trouble. He was Luck Volta, a boy who smiles innocently as he duels people to the death. Definitely not someone Izuku wanted to make enemies of. It's a wonderful occupation that my little sister respects more than anything, a blonde-haired man said as his nose bleed. I can use the wages to buy her things she likes too. Izuku had learned his name was Gauche Adley, and he was someone Izuku could not feel comfortable around. He had heard he is a former prisoner and well, he can see why. Suddenly a petite black-haired girl suddenly jumped on the dinner table. You get to eat lots of food too. Her name was Charmy. That was all Deku knew about her, and that she loved food. Suddenly next to Asta was Asta. There were 2 Astas. The fake Asta put his hand on Asta's shoulder. Well, long story short, it's a good job. We'll go on missions together soon. Looking forward to it, fake Asta said to Asta. The fake Asta's name was Gray, and he was a master of transformation magic. There. Weirdos. Izuku, Asta, and Noelle all thought together. And, so, I'm going to give you guys. Magna said talking to Izuku, Asta, and Noelle. Your first mission. Izuku smiled in anticipation. Here he could do some real hero work. He wondered what kind of cool mission he would be doing. You're going to the village of Saucy. Magna interrupted. To hunt boar. Izuku, Asta, and Noelle stared at him with a deadpan look. What a stupid mission. Asta yelled out. What's stupid about it? Magna asked in anger. Shouldn't there be animal helpers we could ask for this? Izuku quietly asked. I can take out a boar with my bare hands. Asta yelled out. Don't you go underestimating boars. Magna yelled back at him. Yami suddenly walked up from behind Magna. The two of us lost a bet the other day. We promised this one old guy a favor for him, whatever he asked. Yami said with an unusual smile. He was looking to get rich quick so he could make his poor village wealthy. That geezer was quite a guy. Yami said while chuckling. Humans are strong when they've got responsibilities. But that means it's not our problem. Asta yelled out while violently shaking his hands in the air. He's right, Noelle said while also shaking her hands, but less violently. Yami then gave them a stone-cold stare. Go or die, what's it gonna be? We'll go, Izuku, Asta, and Noelle said at the same time. Remember to go past your limits, Yami said as he let out a small huff of smoke. Plus ultra, Izuku quietly said. What was that? Yami asked in a threatening tone. Nothing sir, Izuku answered. Asta started jumping up and down. Still, it's our first mission, I'm getting psyched. Asta yelled out. Izuku nodded. It is pretty exciting to start our real first Magic Night mission, Izuku said as he began to put on his hero costume with his black bull rope. Me, go to a grimy village for some grimy old man. To get rid of a grimy boar, Noelle said with a stoic expression. Say what? Magna turned and stared at Noelle. Got a problem, kid? Noelle huffed. Nobody's complaining. Noelle then looked to the left with a small blush. Since I can't control my magic, I wondered if it was really all right for me to go. Magna then scowled at her. Moron, if you go on lots of missions the control will take care of itself. Besides I'm your elder, I'll cover your butt for you. Magna yelled at her. Izuku walked over to her. I have trouble controlling my power as well. Izuku then made a fist. Experience is everything. Noelle gave a slight nod. Well, if you insist I'll go with you. Mr. Magna, you're the man. Asta yelled out to Magna. Cut it out, Dork Santa. I'm blushing over here, Magna said in a joking manner. By the way, Finral doesn't know where this village is so we can't use his spatial magic to get there. We'll have to use magic brooms, Magna said with a smirk. I can't fly on a broom, Asta said with an stoic expression. Neither can I, Noelle said in the same tone. I am unable to as well, Izuku said. Magna then face-palmed before grabbing Asta and shaking him violently. Are you guys kidding me? That's like the easiest thing ever. Why can't you do it, you idiots? I have no magic, Asta said while puffing his chest out. Why are you so proud of that? Magna said. I can't control my magic, so obviously I couldn't do it. How dumb of you. Noelle said in an snobby tone. Why are you so snobby? Magna says. I can fly Ashleven natural magicus wasborn quirklasoitis lykel wasborn magicless like stosold and have the belit. Izuku muttered out loud. How can you talk so fast, broccoli head? Magna said. Magna then sighed. Well, guess there's no helping it. Magna said before smirking. I'll have to take you on my sweet ride. A broom with the skull of a bull with shades on suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Her name is Crazy Cyclone, Magna stated. That is so cool. Asta yelled out. It is pretty cool, Izuku said with a slight smile. With the whole outfit, it reminded Izuku of his childhood where he would dress up as All Might. Tacky, Noelle yelled at the broom. What? Magna yelled out at Noelle. Girls just can't see the artistic structural beauty here. Tacky, Noelle said again. Everyone hopped on to the broom. They could barely fit on it. It wasn't meant for 4 people, so everyone had to squeeze together very tight. All right, here we go, Magna said as he began to sweat. Are you sure you're okay? Noelle asked with a deadpan expression. A man never goes back on his word, Magna yelled out as the broom lifted off the ground and carried them into the air. Shortly after, Magna landed right near the village. However, something was off. Magna was heavily sweating. What the hell is this? Magna asked in confusion. The village, it's covered in mist. The village was covered in mist. It was almost impossible to see anything. The mist was so thick that Deku doubted it was just weather. This place sure has lousy weather, Asta said. Don't be stupid, Noelle interrupted. It's magic. Even if we go in there, I doubt we'll be able to reach our destination, Noelle admitted. Magna turned towards Asta. Hey, Asta, cut this mist with that sword of yours, Magna said. Huh, Asta then comedically waved his hand at Magna. Don't be silly, swords can't cut mist. Asta said. You, the idiot. Your sword can cut any magic. Magna yelled out. Right. Asta grabbed his black sword from his grimoire. He rapidly slashed at the mist. The mist began to clear. There, the mist's clearing, Izuku said. They took a good look into the village and saw several villagers tied up in the middle of the village. Above them were several icicles. Commence execution. The icicles then rained down on the villagers. Izuku immediately jumped forward. Magna jumped above Izuku. Flame magic. Explosive scattershot. Magna's flames was split into several beams that destroyed all of the icicles. Izuku was surprised. Magna was able to get there and protect the villagers faster than him. His respect for Magna just drastically went up. The villagers looked in awe at the Black Bulls. It's the Magic Knights, did they come to save us? The villagers cried. What going on here? Magna asked nervously. Izuku looked at the situation. Was it a hostage situation? Unlikely, as whoever used that magic had the intent to kill the villagers. A little boy began to cry. Gee, Grandpa, your prayer was answered. Magna turned and recognized the man the boy was talking to. The man was on the ground unmoving. Dude, hey old man, hang on. Magna took a look at him and realized he was dead. Magna's face darkened. Izuku clenched his fists. Magna turned around. Was this you? Magna asked in anger at a man sitting on cement. The man held a pocket watch in his hand. He was a tall, lanky, older-looking man with a long scar going across his face. How dare you throw off the schedule? The man asked with a deep voice. In 3 seconds everyone dies. The man said. A grimoire appeared in front of him. A large ice boulder that was the size of at least 2 large boulders was hurled at Magna. Crap, I don't have enough magic to. Magna thought to himself before seeing Izuku and Asta run towards the ice boulder. Izuku was faster, however. Green electricity surrounded Izuku's body. One for all. 20%. Izuku called out as he caught the boulder head-on. He stopped it in its path. Asta. Izuku called out as Asta ran towards him with his black sword in hand. Izuku moved out of the way, as Asta sliced the boulder in half. You're going down, Izuku and Asta said to the ice user. The ice user was still sitting on cement away from Izuku and Asta. Why the heck would you do something so terrible? Asta asked. Izuku stepped forward. He took note of the situation. Along with the ice user there were multiple people wearing robes that concealed their faces. It wouldn't turn out well if they all attacked. Who the heck are you people? Asta yelled out as he pointed his sword at them. The ice user just sighed in response. One of the concealed wizards stepped forward. We hadn't heard that members of the Magic Knights would be coming. Are they on an unofficial mission of some sort? One of them questioned. And how did they break through the mist barrier and enter the village? The ice user looked at his pocket watch. 5 minutes. The worthless villagers didn't know anything. We'll finish them off quickly. The ice user said before a dark expression appeared on his face. And hunt for what we seek. Asta leapt forward towards the ice user. Don't you ignore me, Asta yelled out. Asta, wait, Izuku called out. One of the concealed wizards held out one of their hands. Mist magic. Whirlpool of illusory mist. Mist surrounded Asta. Don't think you can approach Lord Heath so easy. Izuku rammed his fist into the concealed wizard's stomach before he could finish his sentence. The wizard was instantly knocked out. Asta then slashed at the mist around him and cut it in half. The ice user now named Heath narrowed his eyes at Asta. He cut my ice magic earlier, so his sword can negate magic. Heath thought to himself. In that case, I can't let him get close. Heath then looked at Izuku. I don't know what kind of magic the green-haired brat has, but it's strong enough to knock out someone with magic armor. Heath thought to himself. I asked you why you tried to massacre the villagers. Asta yelled out. Izuku looked at Heath. He almost seems to have no empathy. In that case the only thing Izuku needed to do was save everyone and kick these guys' butt. Heath looked at Asta with an stoic expression. This village is in Forsaken Realm, where the commoners dwell. Health stated. Most inhabitants of the Forsaken Realm are an inferior breed. The only magic they can use is petty, everyday magic. They're like animals who are unable to use their tools. Heath said as he narrowed his eyes at Asta. These dumb beasts could rob me of my time. I was simply trying to clear them away beforehand. You have enough magic to join the Magic Knights, don't you? You're simply trying to save them because it is your mission. Don't they look like pathetic animals, even to you? Izuku clenched his fists, and activated One for All. He had heard enough. He was going to take this guy down. Those people who you call animals, Izuku said as he took one step forward. Those people are the ones I will protect, Izuku and Asta said as they charged towards Heath. I see, Heath said as his face darkened. So you value this filthy beasts. 3 of the concealed wizards suddenly stretched their hands forward. Mist formed out of their hands. Health then stretched his hand forward as ice shot out of his hand. Ice and mist compound magic. Endless ice cage. Hundreds of icicles formed around the villagers. Then can you protect this herd of animals like this? Heath then sent the icicles flying down on them. Asta swung and deflecting some of the ice back at Heath. Black energy erupted from Izuku's wrists as he called black whips. He swung at the icicles with his whips to knock them away. You can't defeat me like that, Heath said as he dissolved the ice that Asta sent back at him. I can make ice shards forever. The amount of ice increased even more. Go ahead. Try to protect them. Izuku grunted in frustration. There was so many ice shards that all he could do was defend. 2 of his fingers still hadn't healed from the incident with Noelle. He was stuck here. Magna blew up a bunch of shards that were about to hit some villagers. Asta, Izuku, and I have our hands full defending the villagers, Magna thought to himself as he blew up more ice. Plus, I'm running low on magic. Magna then looked towards the concealed wizards. The other guys have 3 magic users at Magic Knight level. He then looked at Heath. And he hasn't even shown his full strength. Magna gave a slight smirk. What a great first mission. This is really bad news. But even so, Magna blew up even more ice shards. Real men don't cut and run. It just so happens I'm a commoner as well. I will protect you guys. Magna yelled out at the villagers. Splash. Noelle attempted to hit Heath with her magic but missed. Health gave a small smirk at her. I see one of you can't even control her magic. The Black Bulls must really be hunting for members. Weak beasts who can't even protect themselves. Heath sighed. If you abandon them, you'll survive Magic Knights. Noelle's face darkened. I'm a royal. I have the strongest magic. Noelle thought to herself. And yet, I'm just holding them back. Noelle, Izuku shouted out to her. With power that is too powerful for you to control, you just need to condense it, lower the voltage. Izuku yelled out as he swung his black whips to destroy even more ice. Condense. How would I even lower the power? Retreat. Lady Noelle. Magna yelled out. There's no point to my even being here. Noelle thought to herself. That's right, I'm a royal. I mustn't die in a village like this, I should run. Suddenly Noelle felt a tug on her arm. A little villager girl no older than 8 had tears in her eyes. Miss Magic Knight, please save us. Noelle looked at the girl before stepping forward. Her grimoire suddenly opened up and words suddenly appeared. As the user grows, new magics carved into the grimoire. That's right, Noelle thought to herself. This little girl is asking for help. I can't possible. Suddenly magic erupted from Noelle. Run away. The magic turned into water and the water gave shape into a dragon. Water creation magic. Sea Dragon's lair. The water dragon went into the air and destroyed all of the ice shards. Izuku recognized the water. It was the same as when she lost control, but she has somehow learned how to control that. I am royalty, and a black bull. Noelle yelled out. I will protect the people of this country. Magna then smirked. I knew it. See, you can do it when you try. Izuku looked at the water dragon in amazement. She only needed an emotional push to be this strong. Izuku then looked at Noelle. Noelle, you're amazing. What is this magic? Heath asked in shock. Asta suddenly launched himself forward and cut down the 3 concealed wizards. Heath grabbed out his grimoire but suddenly a black whip grabbed his hand. The black whip pulled him towards Izuku. He tried to create ice magic but Noelle's water just instantly shattered it all. Detroit. Izuku called as he brought Heath towards him. Green electricity surrounded his right fist as he used One for All at 15%. Smash. Izuku called out as he smashed his fist into Heath's face, knocking him into the ground. Izuku felt pain from his fist. Gah! Izuku let out a gasp of pain. He looked at his right fist. It was frozen. He froze my fist as I hit him. Izuku thought. You may be strong, Heath said from the ground. But your body is still just a normal human. Ice formed around Heath. Ice magic. Heavenly Fang. An ice pillar stabbed into Izuku, sending him flying. Izuku fell onto the ground with a big thud. Sleep there. For eternity. Asta jumped towards Heath. You bastard. Asta yelled out only to suddenly stop. His legs were frozen. He quickly slashed at the ice before suddenly an ice pillar sent him flying into the air. That's some tremendously powerful magic, Heath said, talking about Noel's water dragon. However, he then raised his fist. It looks like I'll be able to make an entrance for one, Heath said as he began to freeze everything. It's been about 25 seconds, you seem to love stealing my time. Magna's face darkened. If he didn't do something, all the villagers would freeze and die. I've almost have no magic left, but I gotta fight. Magna thought to himself. Flame and ice. If we're talking magical attributes, I've got the advantage. But this guy's magic is so strong that it doesn't even matter. Magna thought to himself. Sorry Mr. Yami, I'm pretty sure can't wi. I'm not done yet, Asta shouted from behind Heath. He swung his sword at Heath. Only for Heath to stab Asta in the chest with an ice pillar, which sent him flying into the air. Too slow. Heath turned and saw Asta was still standing. I'm not done yet, Asta huffed out. Heath sighed. There's no way you can win this, just give up. I'm not gonna give, because I'm gonna become. Asta then lifted his sword in the air. The Wizard King, Asta yelled out. Noel looked at Asta in confusion. Wizard King, what's he talking about? Noel asked. A large smirk appeared on Magna's face. You're a real man, Asta, Magna said with a smirk. He then walked outside of Noel's water dragon. Wizard King, Heath asked. A ridiculous dream. Unfortunately, you're about to die. A black whip suddenly went flying into the air towards Heath. Heath easily dodged it. Heath said as he saw Izuku standing up. Izuku was breathing heavily. His chest was bleeding from the ice pillar. I need to help them. Suddenly the green and black grimoire appeared in front of Izuku. He grabbed it and opened it. This is, Izuku said in shock. Magna stepped forward. Eat this. All the magic I've got left. Flame magic. Prison death scattershot. A scattershot of flames was sent towards Heath. So this is your final magic. Heath then sent a horde of ice shards at Magna. You're much too wasteful. Heath then created an ice barrier in front of him in order to block Magna's attack. Asta suddenly appeared behind Heath. It's not a waste, Asta said as he swung at some of the fire rays and sent them at Heath. Boom. It was a direct hit. The ice shards were about to hit Magna before water blew them up. Noel had saved Magna. You'd better thank me, you spiky-haired delinquent, Noel said to Magna. Yes. I controlled my magic, Noel thought to herself. I can still move, Heath suddenly said as he used ice to propel him upwards. Suddenly a multitude of black whips grabbed Heath and brought him to the ground. Black whips. Black chain prison. Deku called out with his grimoire in front of him. He had unlocked some form of magic spell with his grimoire. It allowed him to use more black whips than he usually could. Asta suddenly appeared in front of Heath. Wait, Heath said. No way I'm gonna wait, Asta said as brought his sword down and cut into Heath, knocking him out cold. Heath was completely beaten. Asta slashed his sword across Heath's chest. This can't be. Heath thought to himself in despair. I couldn't have been. Not by a boy like him. I wanted to be more use to the master. Heath then fell to the ground. The villagers started cheering. They did it, one the villagers said. Fire wrapped around Heath and each of the concealed wizards, constraining them and not allowing them to move. Magna let out a small smirk. Courtesy of my flame-binding magic, Magna said with a small smirk. You guys won't be moving for a while. Noel looked at Magna in surprise. You're more clever than you look, Noel complimented. Hey, I'm your superior, Magma said. Suddenly water erupted from one of the concealed wizards. Water magic. Torrential transport. Water erupted from his grimoire, pushing him away. He managed to get behind a building and was much too quick for Magna to catch with his low magic. Oh crap! Magna yelled out. I let one get away. Arrrrrg, I blew it. What are you doing? Noelle asked. Follow through properly. The giant water bubble suddenly fell on top of Noelle and Magna. Magna couldn't help but let a laugh out. You've still got a long way to go, Lady Noelle, Magna said. Did you see that? Asta suddenly yelled out. In front of him lay Heath unconscious. I may be a peasant, but I still won. Asta suddenly fell over and fell asleep. Meanwhile, Izuku started walking over to Asta and the others. His grimoire floated above him. Honestly, it was perplexing how he had received a grimoire. The craziest part of the grimoire is what was inside the book. He saw some weird writing different than any other grimoire, and what else he saw was his hero notebook notes. It didn't make any sense on how they had gotten transferred to this world as well. Maybe grimoires are all linked and different per person. That would explain Asta's black grimoire. When he took a look into his grimoire, he saw his hero notes on Kamui wood. And they had notes on a specific move, yet. When he touched the notes, it was as though his body had learned how to use black whips to a whole new level. Was that what magic did? It wasn't realistic, but Izuku wasn't in a realistic world. He took a look inside his grimoire again. There was only 2 pages and it was notes on Kamui woods, and the second one was the weird writing. Under his regular notes, it showed his new move. Black Chain Prison. So as he learned more magic moves, his grimoire would get bigger. That would help Izuku see his progression, and it would. Ow! Izuku called out as the same anti-magic bird from the Magic Night exam pecked his head. Hey Deku! Magna called out to him. Izuku noticed Magna had tied up the enemy wizards with fire. That was a pretty clever way of using fire magic. Izuku walked over to Magna and the others, before the anti-magic bird started pecking his head again. Ow! Will you stop that? Izuku yelled out before noticing a stone in its mouth. What's that rock? Izuku asked out loud. If you want that rock, you can have it, one of the villagers said. It was the village chief's protective charm. You're our saviors. Izuku let out a small blush and smiled. The anti-magic bird then landed on Izuku's head and began to make itself comfortable. You're welcome, Izuku said as he bowed. Noelle was staring at Izuku's head with a major blush on her face. Just look at those spiteful little eyes. Noelle thought to herself. How adorable. You can come over here too, Noelle said to the anti-magic bird. The bird blinked owlishly before yawning and falling asleep. Heath slowly blinked his eyes. He noticed he was tied up. Magna turned towards him. Hey, he called out. You awake, scumbag? I'm gonna rest up a bit more, and as soon as my magic is back I'm taking you all in, Magna stated. You're gonna pay for what you did for the rest of your lives, losers, Magna yelled out. Heath then took notice of the flame ropes around his chest. My magic's been sealed? Heath questioned to himself. The magic knights are gonna make you talk, Magna said with a scowl. Who the heck are you, and what the heck do you want from the village? Magna ordered Heath to answer. No, I won't tell you, Heath stated before ice erupted from his chest. Magna's eyes widened. He's got a magic item inside him, Magna thought in realization. Ice magic. Ice burial. Icicles erupted from him and surrounded Heath in ice. The ice then broke apart, killing Heath and the captured concealed wizards. Izuku's eyes widened in shock. He clenched his fists in anger. It was something that, while uncommon, did happen back in his world. But even so, for someone to value life so little. You idiots! Why did you take your life for? The pocket watch then hit the ground. Underground somewhere, the concealed wizard that got away was on one knee. Heath did what? Anonymous voice asked. I see. The voice continued. And the black bulls have the magic stone. Still, the black bulls are nothing. We can do whatever we want with them, whenever we choose. The anonymous figure then reached towards a wall with his hand. The resurrection is at hand. The wall was covered in what looked glyphs with stones inside them. You guys. Yami called out with a large smile to the gang as they returned to the Black Bull's base. Had a real rough time out there. Whatever. Good job, you idiots, Yami says. Yes sir, Asta and Magna yelled out. Why does Yami look happy about it being rough? Noelle thought to herself. Izuku gave a slight smile. It was a rough experience, but he had completed his first Magic Knight mission. Vanessa had walked in the room with her black bull robe on. The Magic Investigation Department is examining what the criminals left behind, but they haven't gotten any important information. Vanessa stated. That pocket watch he left was valuable, considering that in how they acted, they might be extremists or dissidents from the noble realm. Well, it doesn't matter, Yami suddenly spoke up. In recognition of your actions. Yami then held up a star. The Wizard King has rewarded us a star. Whoa, for real? Magna said in surprise. A star? What's a star for? Izuku asked in confusion. Vanessa then spoke up. The 9 Magic Knight squads compete to see how many stars they can get. It's an honor thing and right now Golden Dawn is at top. Vanessa stated. Right now they have 70. On a wall covered in stars, Vanessa used her magic and removed a star. Izuku looked at the wall in confusion. Great, Yami yelled out. That makes for a nice neat -30. Yami yelled out with happiness. Everyone's sweat dropped at him. Huh, Izuku asked in confusion. You know, if we didn't bust up that town on that mission, that puts us exactly 100 stars behind Golden Dawn, finally. Yami then grabbed out 3 bags and gave them to Izuku, Asta, and Noelle. And here, your wages for the month. Whoa, money, Asta yelled out. Izuku looked inside and noticed quite a few coins inside. He had no idea how the currency here worked, however. It's barely anything, Noelle said as she stared at the bag. Congratulations on your first day. Vanessa congratulated them. This means you'll want to go shopping in the castle town, right? I'm free, I'll take you guys. Izuku looked at her in confusion. Castle town. Whoa, Izuku called out as they walked into the castle town called Kika. Kika is a castle town located in the upper center of the Common Realm. Most people who come here are commoners from the Common Realm. Whoa, is that the Black Bulls? A person said as they passed by. Izuku gave a slight nervous glance. There's a lot of commotion. Izuku quietly said. The castle town was full of buildings made of stones and did not look modern at all. Izuku assumed everything in this world leaned on the more fantasy look than the modern look. It's fine, Vanessa assured. Just having magic knights around deters criminals. Besides, Vanessa then turned to Noelle. We might attract a fine guy or two, she said as she waved several bottles of booze. Healthy recovery herbs, consumable magic item. Once we pick up the major stuff, I'll take you guys somewhere special. Somewhere special? Izuku asked in confusion as Vanessa led them to an alley. Here, over here, Vanessa said as half her body was in a wall. Everyone followed after her and entered the wall, and found a secret new alley. There were several small shops set up and shady-looking individuals all around. It's the black market, Vanessa stated. It's a teensy bit dangerous, but they've got some super effective stuff here. Hey Vanessa, I've got some good stock in. Someone called out to her. Surprise, Vanessa asked Noelle. I know nobles like you would never come into places like this. But you have trouble controlling your magic, right? They sell magic items that can help with your control. Vanessa stated. Noelle only humphed in response. She couldn't lie though, an item to help her would be useful. Izuku looked around as he took in his surroundings. Back in his world it was illegal to deal with the black market, but he supposed the rules here were much different. He had to be careful though. He had no idea what to expect out of the black market. Huh, Asta said as he turned. Things are really jumping over there. That's a casino, amateurs should take it easy. Asta then saw Magna throwing all of the money he got. Well, they should take it easy. Thief. A old grandma yelled out as a wrapped-up gift was stolen from her. Izuku's hero senses immediately went off. After interning with Endeavor, he was able to react extremely quickly to situations like this. Green electricity surrounded Izuku as he used one for all at 8%. Izuku jumped after him. The thief was surprisingly quick, but Izuku was faster. He immediately caught up to him. The thief looked behind him and saw Izuku right behind him. Shit. The thief then grabbed out something from his pocket. It was a small knife, but magic was radiating from it. Magic item. Paralysis knife. The knife was thrown. Izuku planned on dodging it but noticed it was flying towards one of townsmen. Izuku used Black Whip and grabbed the knife and broke it against the ground. He then jumped in front of the thief and tackled him to the ground. "You're under arrest," Izuku said as he pinned the thief to the ground. He quickly tied the thief up. Izuku then handed the wrapped gift back to the old grandma. "Thank you, Magic Knights. Take care, Grandma," Vanessa said as she waved back to the old lady. "Wow, Deku, I knew you were fast." Vanessa then gave Izuku a hug. "I didn't think you were so fast, nice job capturing him." So close, Izuku thought to himself. The grandma walked down the alleyway. "I've never seen that type of magic before. Was that even magic? And I also sense really dark magic in him." The grandma was suddenly replaced by a tall blonde-haired gentleman with a star-like mark on his forehead. "He's a pretty interesting kid," the man said with a slight smile. "This is why I love wandering around in disguise." A small bubble appeared in front of the man. "I finally found you," someone said from the bubble. The bubble was a way of communicating with long distances. "What you are doing, Wizard King?" The man just chuckled. "Wandering around the castle town looking for new magic. That's what," the man now identified as the Wizard King stated. "Do you understand your posit? Every meeting with magic is completely unique. That doesn't. I never know what sort of magic I'll run into, or where. Would you listen to me, you magic geek? And now I think I'll go in search for new magic again. This is no time for nonsense. We have an abnormal situation on our hands. Am I right?" the Wizard King asked once again, interrupting. "Huh," the voice questioned. "Don't worry, I found someone interesting." "Whoa," the Wizard King walked away with the biggest smirk on his face. "Heads up, guys," Yami spoke to the Black Bulls. "A new dungeon was just discovered." "A dungeon?" Every Black Bull except Izuku and Asta yelled out. "A dungeon? What's a dungeon?" Asta. Izuku suddenly pulled a pen from out of nowhere and began to write in his notebook. He quickly flipped to a new page and labeled the page, Dungeon. He patiently waited. "Are you for real?" Magna yelled out at Asta. "You don't know what a dungeon is. Dungeons are like ancient tombs. They hold relics left behind by people way back." Magna yelled out. "Sometimes they've got methods for using powerful ancient magic and super valuable magical items. They're awesome." "Hoa!" Asta yelled out as his eyes comically turned into stars. Izuku furiously wrote all that down. Dungeons were basically a dungeon from an RPG game. This world made less and less sense. Izuku brought a finger to his chin. Would that mean he needed to upgrade his gear? Where would he go to do that? Luck suddenly spoke up. "But the people back then set crazy magic traps, so nobody could use that stuff for evil. They're super fun, dangerous place." Luck yelled out with an excited tone. "Hoa!" Asta yelled out. "That's not fun at all." Izuku thought to himself. Because of the danger, and so the relics aren't stolen for nasty reasons, the Magic Knights always explore them. Vanessa spoke up. Izuku nodded. That made sense. The Magic Knights would most likely confiscate the magic items inside so those with evil intentions wouldn't get their hands on them. Especially this dungeon. Yami spoke up. It showed up near the border of a hostile country. This has to be done perfectly so nothing is stolen. Izuku nodded. "I'll go." Izuku was then interrupted by Asta. "Let me go," Asta yelled out. Yami then sighed. "Sure, get in there, kid. Actually, the Wizard King asked for you." Yami said, pointing at Izuku. "You can go as well, I guess, Asta." "Huh?" Izuku and Asta both asked in utter confusion. The Wizard King. Izuku had heard of the guy but had never actually seen him in person. Izuku was positive he had never met the guy. So why did he personally ask for him? Asta turned towards Izuku. "Say what? The Wizard King personally asked for you." That's, Asta yelled out. "That's so cool. I knew you were someone special," Asta said as he gave Izuku a pat on the back. Izuku gave a nervous laugh in response. If the Wizard King personally wanted Izuku to go, he had no choice but to go. He stood up and gave his most confident smile. "Let's do it." Asta then smirked at Izuku. Personally chosen by the Wizard King. Okay then, for now on you're my rival Izuku. I'm not gonna let you surpass me, Izuku. Asta then began to do hundreds of push-ups. I'll collect hundreds more magic items than you. Izuku just gave a small exasperated sigh in response. Yami puffed out some smoke. Listen up, Noel and Luck, you two will be going with them as well. Yami stated. They nodded at him before quickly departing. Yami let out some smoke as they departed. How do you suppose the Wizard King knew of Deku? Magna asked. Yami sighed. The boss sees stuff we can't see, plus he's weird. Yami said before slightly chuckling. I wonder if Noel's okay. Vanessa said as she leaned up against a couch. Dangerous, important missions are what make newbies surpass their limits and grow. Probably. Yami stated. Well, luck's with them. They should be fine. That guy's ability for detecting mana is off the charts, he's better than a noble. Yami said with a small smirk. If his personality wasn't so completely busted, all of the Magic Knight squads would have been fighting for him. That busted personality is what I'm worried about, Yami thought. They quickly arrived at the dungeon and entered it. Excuse me, could you not step on my foot? Noel yelled out at Asta. I can't help it, it's pitch black. Asta talked back as they traveled through the darkness of the dungeon. That's because you dropped the light. Noel yelled back at Asta. Hey, is this it? Luck called out as they entered a room. Some much-needed light erupted from the room. They entered the room and noticed how big it was. There were several different entrances that most likely led to different parts of the dungeon. Even at the top of the room were several entrances to a different part of the dungeon. Izuku looked up and couldn't even see the top of the room. It was an incredible view, it really felt like an video game dungeon. Woo-ah, Asta yelled out. What's up with this place? It looks like the space got warped by magic. Luck answered. Izuku's eyes widened. Magic could even manipulate space. Magic was insane in this world. The mana floating around here is way stronger than what's outside. Luck stated. Is it? Izuku questioned. He couldn't feel a difference between outside and in here. Wait, are you telling me you can't feel all this mana? Noel yelled out at Izuku. No, Izuku answered. I can't feel anything either. Asta yelled out. Noel face-palmed. Don't tell me, you two don't even know what mana is. Geez, I know what mana is. Asta yelled out. Izuku smiled nervously. What's mana? Izuku asked sheepishly. Noel sighed. Mana is supernatural energy that exists in this world and inside people. Mages activate their spells by expending mana. Noel finished before noticing Izuku had suddenly grabbed out a notebook and was writing things down frantically. Where did you get that notebook? Izuku put the notebook away in one of his pockets. Nowhere. Mana is what royals like you have by the truckload. Asta yelled out. And what I don't at all. The source of magic. Asta then dropped to the ground. That's it. That's mana. Asta then slammed his fist into the ground. Suddenly, right after he slammed his fist on the ground, a magic ward appeared around his hand. A giant ice mountain erupted from the ground heading towards Asta. A trap spell, Noel called out. Asta then grabbed out his black sword and cut the ice mountain in half. That's dangerous, Noel noted. Oh, here it is, Asta. Luck said, pointed to a small circle that looked like it was drawn with chalk. Luck then pushed Asta on it and another magic trap spell erupted from it. Asta quickly cut it in half. What are you doing? Asta and Izuku yelled out at him. Luck let out an innocent smile. Whoa, amazing. Luck then stepped on another trap and let out a giggle. Asta cut the trap in half. And then cut the next trap. And the next one. And the next one. Several minutes later, all of the traps inside the room had been set off. Ahaha, this is great. Luck said with an innocent smile. So thrilling. Izuku, Noel, and Asta all stared at Luck with horror. If we stay with this guy, we'll die. They all thought together. That anti-magic weapon of yours is really something. I'd like to fight you in 2 or 3 years. Luck said with a smile. If you keep that thing out and ready, this dungeon won't give us any problems. Yes sir, Asta answered. Now then, Luck then began to detect mana in the dungeon. He detected mana that wasn't from any of the Black Bulls. I knew it. There are others here. Luck thought to himself. A devilish smile appeared on his face. The strongest looking one is. Lightning suddenly formed around Luck's feet, creating lightning boots. Lightning creation magic. Holy lightning boots. Everyone questioned as they saw Luck jump away from them. Something important just came up. Luck said with a laugh. You guys go ahead and explore the dungeon. Where are you going? Luck was already gone. He had gone through one of the ceiling's entrances and was far too gone. What is he thinking? Noelle asked in shock. That was so cool. Asta yelled out. Izuku was amazed at Luck's control of lightning. He had fought him earlier, but his way of manipulating was so top level. Izuku just didn't understand why he would abandon them though. As Izuku was thinking to himself, vines suddenly erupted towards all three of them. Izuku reacted too slow as the vines grabbed a hold of him. He activated one for all at 20% and began to rip them off his body. Noelle had been caught. Asta immediately grabbed his black sword and freed Noelle, but vines suddenly grabbed a hold of him. Wind creation magic. Giant swords of wind suddenly stabbed into the vines, freeing Asta from their clutches. Wind blade shower. Asta landed with a small thud. Noelle looked in the direction the wind magic had come from. What was that powerful accurate spell? Noelle thought to herself. Who on earth? Oh, come to think of it, Yami said while reading a newspaper. The Golden Dawn is sending a few people into the dungeon too. I wonder if they will get along. Yami asked with a small smile. A big smile appeared on Asta's face as three individuals stood before him. And now, a black-haired individual said as he stood ahead of the other two. I've repaid that debt, Asta, Yuno said with a smirk. Yuno, Asta and Izuku said in surprise. Yuno, one of the individuals said from behind Yuno. Why did you save them? Our mission is merely to capture the dungeon. In other words, we must reach the treasure hall in the center as quickly as possible. We don't have time to talk with them. This man's name was Klaus Lunetz. He is a member of the Golden Dawn. He had silver hair and had glasses on. He must be some form of nobleman, Izuku thought to himself. His hair reminded him of Noelle. Hey, Yuno, Asta called out. What's with the rude four eyes? Senior member, Yuno simply said. Klaus suddenly turned to Asta. 4 eyes, you're the rude one. I'm a noble, don't speak as if we're equals. He yelled out. Izuku nodded. So was silver hair a sign of a noble? Maybe it was just a coincidence that both he and Noelle had the same hair color. My, if it isn't Noelle. The third individual spoke to Noelle in a gentle voice. Her name was Mimosa Vermilion. She was a member of Golden Dawn. She was a brunette with rather large proportions. Good day to you, Mimosa said with a bright smile. I haven't seen you since the royal family dinner party last year. Izuku walked over to Noelle. You know her? He questioned. Yes, sort of, Noelle said with a small sigh. My cousin Mimosa. Why did she have to be here too? Noelle questioned to herself. I heard that the Black Bulls are a barbaric group. Are you all right? Mimosa asked with worry. HMPH. What about you, Mimosa? Can someone as dim-witted as you survive as part of the Golden Dawn? Noelle asked with a smirk. Izuku had bad feeling about where this conversation was going. It reminded him of conversations between Midnight and MT. Lady, which never ended well. Yes, everyone's very kind. Thanks to them, I'm able to use my magic without worry. Mimosa said with a slight giggle. You couldn't control your magic at all, Noelle. How has that gone for you? She is obliviously rude as ever. I really can't stand her. Noelle thought to herself. The other day on a mission, the three of us, Mimosa said with a smile, received a star from Wizard King. Klaus gave a small smirk at them while pushing his glasses up. Asta then began to chuckle evilly. Yeah, we got a star a few days back too. Asta yelled out with pride. Noelle crossed her arms and gave a small smile. Liar. Klaus then poked Asta in the head. As if mere Black Bulls newbies could get a star so easily. It's impudent of them to even give you this mission. The Wizard King asked for us directly. Asta yelled out. Another transparent lie. I'm not lying. Asta then pointed to Izuku. Right, Izuku. The Wizard King asked for you directly. Asta asked. Klaus turned and stared at Izuku. Yeah, Izuku quietly said. Klaus looked down on Izuku. Prosperous. I can't feel any magic coming from you. No way the Wizard King asked for you directly. Klaus said before sighing. Come to think of it. Isn't there supposed to another of you? Don't tell he left you and fled home. Or has he already fallen on a trap spell? Klaus asked with a small chuckle. Izuku, Asta, and Noel felt sweat fell off their face. Where was Luck? Somewhere in the dungeon. Yahoo! Luck was darting down the corridor. Next, turn left. I can't wait to find out how strong these guys are. Luck said with an innocent smile. We can't just say he left us and went off somewhere. The Black Bulls thought together. Klaus then pushed up his glasses. Either way, they're a pack of ne'er-do-wells who abandoned their new members. Klaus said with a slight chuckle. The Black Bulls are a filthy disgrace to the Magic Knights. Klaus said as he looked down upon the Black Bulls. Asta then angrily turned toward Klaus. Just you wait, the Black Bulls are gonna capture this dungeon first. Asta yelled out, you group with the weird masked boss. Izuku grabbed his head in exasperation. Please don't make this a competition. Weird mask, Klaus asked in anger. You scum, are you mocking our sublime Captain Vengeance? In any case your captain is the weird one. Klaus yelled out. Why all those muscles? Why the tank top? What was that? He's macho and completely awesome. Asta said. Izuku and Yuno looked at the scene in annoyance. Talk about wasting time, Yuno thought to himself. Klaus then energetically pushed up his glasses. Fine, you fools, Klaus yelled out. We'll show you guys the difference between the top Magic Knights and you dregs. Mimosa, Klaus called out. Okay, Mimosa said with a smile. Mimosa grabbed out her grimoire and plants erupted from it. Plant creation magic. Magic flower guidepost. The plants formed a map of the entire dungeon. All right, I know the rough layout of this dungeon. Mimosa stated. Yuno, Klaus ordered out. Right, Yuno said as his grimoire appeared. Wind erupted out and carried all three of them into the air. Wind creation magic. Celestial wind arc. Try as best as you can. Klaus said with a slight chuckle. He's carrying 3 people easily. Noel said in amazement. Izuku let out a small smile. Yuno was amazing. Anytime he did anything it was almost always perfect. Asta let out a smirk. Let's see who gets to the treasure hall first. Asta yelled out. And, what are we going to do? Noel asked in shock. We don't have any tracking spells. Izuku looked around. It would be tough to find the treasure room. If anything it would be located in the center of the dungeon, but Izuku assumed the dungeon was structured like a maze. Izuku felt the black anti-magic bird fly off his head. It flew to one of the random entrances, and pointed at it. Nero, Noel asked out loud. Izuku looked at Noel in confusion. Nero, Izuku. Noel then blushed. Well, I decided since that bird is always hanging around, we could give it a name. Izuku let out a smile. It's a great name, Asta. Izuku called out to Asta. I think I found our route. Ha! The fools, as if they could ever beat us. Klaus said as they flew through the dungeon. 2 boys without any magic. What is the Black Bull's captain thinking? Klaus. Yuno spoke up. If I were you, I wouldn't underestimate Asta. Klaus gave a scowl at Yuno. You Forsaken Realm peasant. Klaus thought to himself. You may have the 4-leaf clover, but don't think I've accepted you yet. 1. Klaus let out a small scoff. Ha, hopefully he can get out of this dungeon alive. I'm trying to capture this dungeon as quickly as possible for my country's sake. Klaus stated. Meanwhile at the Clover Kingdom. A message for the Wizard King. Someone yelled out inside the castle of the Clover Kingdom. The Golden Dawn and Black Bull Magic Knights have begun to explore the dungeon, and we have confirmed the invasion of mage troops from the Diamond Kingdom. The Diamond Kingdom is our kingdom's neighbor, a country of invaders that has been striving to expand its territory in recent years. A cloaked mage then spoke up. If the dungeon's ancient magic falls into the hands of country like that, things could get ugly. How strong is the enemy force? Another cloaked mage asked. The messenger gulped nervously. The enemy's army is led by Lotus of the Abyss. Everyone in the room looked shocked. Lotus of the Abyss, are you serious? The Lotus, The Wizard King smiled. Ah, I met him on the battlefield years back. He was tough. He used fascinating magic as well. This is no time for carefree words, Your Majesty. William seems to have sent an interesting boy as well. It's fine, no worries. Our kids are strong. Back at the dungeon, several people wearing robes with diamonds on them groaned and were unconscious. Huh, Luck said as he held a Diamond Kingdom mage up in the air with a lighting claw. You guys are weak. Luck then turned his head to the only remaining member. Wait, aren't you? The man put his hand on his face. Wow, you got me there. Nothing good comes of making the hurdles too high. The man then began to scratch his goatee. Energetic young power is frightening stuff. The man had an open chest robe that showed off his chest hair. He had black hair and stared at Luck with a calculating look. You sure are tough, taking out my underlings that easily. Ah ha ha, well, they were just underlings, you know. You're the chief as long as you're tough, it's no problemo. The man noticed Luck's lightning boots. So you wrap yourself in lightning magic to fight. Pretty practical, and I bet it's got high attack power, fast too. I tell ya, there's young power growing up all over the place. This old man's running scared. Luck then smiled at the man. What sort of magic do you fight with? The man then sat up from the ground. Well, you look like you're ready to fight, but, you clovers are after the dungeon treasure haul too, aren't you? The man then got into a running stance. We don't really need to fight, do we? Let's just compete without the violence. Come on, let's do that. See ya. The man then started to run away. Nope. Luck simply responded as he suddenly appeared behind him with his lightning boot prepared to strike the man's head. He's fast, the man thought to himself. Smoke suddenly erupted from the man as he dodged Luck's kick. He dodged. Luck then noticed the smoke. Smoke. Wow, scary stuff, the man said as he held out his grimoire. I understand why you clovers are mad. We keep invading your country. I'm sorry the Diamond Kingdom's being such a nuisance. We've got it rough too though. We're low on resources. We've got to live, there's no helping it. I've got 3 daughters of my own, you see. Luck suddenly flew towards him at an incredible speed. The man attempted to dodge but his face got cut. As long as I get to fight tough guys, I'm good. Luck said with a smile as he stood on a pillar. The man then sighed. Somewhere in the dungeon. RRRRRRRGH. Asta yelled out as he climbed a wall upside down. Eek. Noelle yelled out. What's wrong with this place? The gravity's gone insane, she said as she floated mid-air. As soon as they had gone the way Nero had shown them, the gravity went all kinds of funky. Izuku was hanging on a floating cube. Is this really the way to go, Nero? Izuku asked. Unsurprisingly, he did not receive an answer. Asta then noticed something running. It was a treasure chest with legs. That's the treasure. No, it's really not. Noelle yelled back. Not listening, Asta chased after the treasure chest and opened it, only to find intestines and a beating heart. Not listening, Asta chased after the treasure chest and opened it, only to find intestines and a beating heart. Izuku, Asta, and Noelle gave a deadpan look at the chest. Asta then bent over. I regret everything I just did, Asta said as he began praying. Back to Luck. Boom. Luck attempted to attack the black-haired man, but he dodged by using smoke once again. Impetuous, aren't you? The man said with a sigh. Quit avoiding me, let's fight, Luck said with a smile. Hey, that rogue, the man called out. I remember now. The Black Bulls. I fought your captain once. When we were young he was pretty hot-blooded too. Luck gave a smile in response. You know the captain. The man then lowered his shirt showing a sword wound. He gave me this giant wound. I wet myself and ran away. Man, that was scary. He had an odd fighting style. He was the only guy younger than me I couldn't beat. Luck gave a big smile in response. Suddenly you're worth fighty. Luck then felt wobbly. Luck questioned. Luck then launched himself at the man attempting to attack him, but the man easily dodged it. Too slow. The man then kicked Luck and hit him away. Luck felt his body getting weaker. Little by little. Welcome to the depths of the abyss. The man said. What is this? Magic. Luck questioned to himself. But I don't remember getting hit with anything like this. Ha ha ha, actually right now. This space is covered in my magic. It's smoke so very thin you can't see it. Weakening smoke magic. Garden of plundering smoke. Luck's smile went away. My body isn't listening to me. Luck thought to himself. Is it a slow-acting spell that lowers physical abilities? If it was an attack you could see, you'd probably dodge it, right? The man said with a smile. I clamped my magic down to the minimum and used it on the sly, so you wouldn't notice. I did it while you were fighting my underlings. They didn't go down in vain, they were sacrifices, to allow me to use this spell. The man then gave a slight smirk. That's really important, wouldn't you say? It's all about teamwork. Meanwhile the Golden Dawn. The Golden Dawn were flying through the dungeon at incredible speed. We're almost there, Mimosa stated as she stared at her map, not long after they arrived at a giant door. That's amazing, Mimosa said as she stared at the giant door. HMPH. Klaus pushed his glasses up. So this is all dungeons are. That wasn't difficult. How do you think we get in? Yuno asked. Mimosa looked around. The Black Bulls aren't here yet. Mimosa noticed. Of course not, they couldn't be faster than we are. Klaus stated. Suddenly ice-like crystals erupted from the ground stabbing Mimosa. Mimosa. Klaus yelled out in shock and worry. He quickly grabbed her out of the crystals. You're alive, right? Klaus asked in worry. Mimosa made a small grunt to answer his question. Mana detection is her specialty, and she didn't notice. Klaus questioned to himself. Mimosa's magic shielding cloak is torn. It wasn't a trap spell. Who are you? Klaus yelled out. A man began to walk towards them. Who's there? The man said in a monotone voice. Who's in my way? Yuno and Klaus glared at the man. Move, he simply said. The man had white hair and a diamond implanted in the middle of his forehead. Trusty friends, the black-haired man stated, are worth their weight in gold. Back to luck. All right, sorry, kid, sit tight and save what strength you've got. Win, win, and keep winning. Luck. A smile appeared on Luck's face. Wait, Luck called out. The man stopped and looked at Luck. Things haven't been this interesting in ages. Lightning suddenly surrounded Luck's hand as he leapt and cut the black-haired man's face. The lightning formed a thick lightning claw. Come on. Luck then looked at the man with a psychotic smile. Let's fight more. The man gave a soft smile. I'd rather not. Snuff out a promising ember, but it looks like this isn't going to be easy. The man said as he rubbed the sear mark Luck had caused him. Lightning surrounded both of Luck's arms, turning his arms into lightning claws. Flashback. Luck. A hand slapped Luck across his face. Why can't you do something this easy? A woman asked. How many times do I have to tell you? Why are you smiling? A young Luck was smiling after getting slapped in the face. Why can't you get angry or cry? Why were you born like that? A lightning ball formed in Luck's lightning claw. Hey. You're kidding, right? A commoner just beat a noble. A young Luck stood above a beaten-down noble. That hasn't happened since our school's magic exchange competition began. Beating a noble, that's unheard of. Ah, man, I was picking on that guy. He's gonna get me. He's always smiling too, so freaky. Stay clear of that guy. He'll work you over good. Young Luck heard everyone as he walked down a hall. End of flashback. Luck shot off the lightning ball from his lightning claw at the black-haired smoke user. Lightning magic. Thunderbolt destruction. Smoke surrounded the black-haired man as he used it to dodge the lightning ball. Luck suddenly appeared in front of him and swung at an incredible speed. The smoke user was barely able to dodge it. That was close. The man began to sweat. I weakened him, but his senses and his speed are even sharper. Another flashback. You beat a noble with magic. The woman who had slapped him said in amazement. Luck. That's fantastic. Young Luck just smiled in response. She then hugged Luck. I had no idea you had that kind of magic. Almost nobody beats nobles. You're something special. End of flashback. Keep on winning. Win, 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 and keep winning. Win, and keep winning. Luck thought to himself. Sorry. The black-haired man said as his grimoire appeared in front of him. I can't afford to lose either. Smoke formed like a cross, covered Luck. Smoke creation magic. Binding cross prison. Solid smoke. Luck questioned. I can't move. This burns up a heck of a lot of magic, so I didn't want to use it. I'm beat, the man said as he scratched the back of his head. You can't zip around now, kid. All right then, I wonder how our new kid's getting along. It's hard communicating with that one. Maybe it's a generation gap thing. Back to the Golden Dawn. The white-haired mage stared intently at Yuno and Klaus. A grimoire suddenly appeared in front of Mimosa. Plants erupted from it and picked up Mimosa. Plant recovery magic. Dream healing flower cradle. I'm really sorry, Mimosa said in regret. I'm the healer and I went down first. Don't worry about it, just focus on healing yourself, Klaus ordered. Klaus stared at the white-haired mage's robe. It had a crest that resembled a diamond. That crest, the Diamond Kingdom. He's one of the invaders, mages. Klaus questioned to himself. You scoundrel. Klaus then pointed at the white-haired man. You'd attack a woman from behind. Is that the act of a warrior? Quote. The man stared at Klaus. I don't understand you. Diamond-like spears shot towards Mimosa. They're all the same, just pebbles by the wayside. A grimoire appeared in front of Klaus. A giant metal wall formed in front of Klaus. Steel creation magic. Full metal fortress. Back me up, Yuno. Yes, sir, Yuno answered swiftly. We'll show this diamond bastard the power of clovers of the Golden Dawn. Meanwhile, the Black Bulls trio. Alright, this way's a lot easier. Asta yelled out. Noelle and Izuku were running right behind Asta. They noticed they were getting close to the end of the corridor. Could it be? Noelle asked. Is the treasure hall really down here? Boom. A loud explosion was heard on the floor above them. Was that? Asta questioned. Could it be luck? Izuku questioned. This magic. Noelle recognized the magic. It's definitely luck. I think he's fighting with someone. For real? Asta questioned. We've gotta go help. I don't know if we really have to. He's only doing what he wants to, you know. Noelle stated. Besides, if there are other people after this dungeon's treasure hall, we need to hurry. Izuku and Asta began to sweat as they had to decide what to do. Meanwhile, the Golden Dawn are fighting. Giant steel spears appeared behind Klaus as he prepared to attack the white-haired enemy mage. Giant diamond-like attacks were blocked by Klaus's steel wall, but it wouldn't last much longer. This guy, Klaus thought to himself in worry. What a powerful attack. He isn't even using a grimoire. Not only that, but his magic doesn't even seem to be weakening. If this goes on, Yuno, Klaus called out. While I'm fighting him, you get to the treasure hall. Yuno gave Klaus a hesitant look. He's tough, Yuno called out. If you fight him without backup, even you will. It doesn't matter. Just go, Klaus yelled out. Frankly, I'd rather not leave this to a peasant like you. Still, this is for our country. Fulfill our duty, Klaus commanded. Yuno closed his eyes before running towards the giant door. Klaus gave a small smirk as Yuno ran towards the door. That's right, you dullard. The white-haired man suddenly leapt towards Klaus at an incredible speed. Oh no, Klaus called out as diamond-like ice flew towards Klaus at an ridiculous speed. He attempted to dodge, but ice had erupted from the ground, trapping one of his legs. He couldn't move. Back to Luck fighting. This isn't good. Luck couldn't move. He was completely trapped by a cross made of solid smoke. Win. I have to keep winning or else. You know what? The black-haired mage called out. It looks like you're dragging some kind of chain. What I want will go away, Luck thought. The smoke mage then stretched his hand towards Luck. Here, I'll set you free. Smoke erupted from his hand before a giant black sword cut through the smoke and the smoke cross that had captured Luck. Asta had arrived. Yuno shot multiple waves of wind at the white-haired mage. The mage used ice and blocked it. Why did you come back? Klaus yelled out. Right now your mission should be. No, Yuno called out. Here's another impetuous one, the black-haired mage said with a sigh. And what are you? Asta and Yuno smiled at the same time. Asta, Izuku, and Noelle stood right in front of Luck. The black-haired man sighed at the sight of them. Well, friends to the rescue, huh? Quite a problem for me. We're your opponents, mister. Asta yelled out. Be careful, Asta, Izuku called out. His magic seems to do something with smoke, which can be solidified. Izuku warned Asta. Being able to make solid smoke is a dangerous power that shouldn't be underestimated. That guy, Luck called out, is my prey. Another flashback. They say she just up and died. She seemed to be under a lot of stress. Her poor child too, he's all alone now. Well, I don't know all about that, he's a weird kid. His mother's dead, and he's still smiling. End of flashback. I'll win and offer those victories to Mom. Luck promised to himself. I'll do this alone. Luck stated, if I don't, Mom won't accept me. Wait, what are you saying? Noelle questioned. Luck immediately jumped towards the black-haired mage. Quote. Fine, do whatever you want. Asta yelled out. Luck attempted to attack the smoke mage, but he used his smoke as a cover and got behind Luck. A giant concentration of smoke appeared on his hand. If Mom doesn't accept me, I'll be all alone. Black Whip suddenly grabbed Luck and moved him away from the smoke. Asta then swung his sword at the smoke, which destroyed the smoke attack. And I'll do what I want, and save you. Asta yelled out. Like we'd abandon you, Izuku said as he pulled Luck towards. We're friends, aren't we? Izuku said with a smile. I think I was trying not to notice. I have them too now. Luck thought to himself. I've made friends I can count on. Luck remembered all of the black bulls. I'm sorry, Mom. An innocent smile formed on Luck's face. I'm not alone. True, Luck called out. Fighting together sounds lots more fun. Asta and Izuku let out a smile in response. Yeah, this is not good. The smoke mage said as his grimoire appeared in front of him. If that's how you're playing, this old guy's gonna have to get serious too. Thick smoke erupted from his grimoire, surrounded the entire room except from where Asta, Luck, Izuku, and Noelle were, in smoke. Smoke creation magic. Prison of the Fallen King. There's no escape now, kids. Asta then let out a smirk. It doesn't matter who we fight. He yelled out. The Black Bulls are gonna win. Why did you come back, fool? Klaus yelled out at Yuno. Even if you're the only one left, get to the treasure hall. This is for the Clover Kingdom. Let's beat this guy, and go together. Yuno called out. No more messing around, Yuno stated. What are you? Klaus looked in shock as a hawk of wind appeared in front of Yuno. Wind creation magic. Swift white hawk wind blade shower. A giant hawk made of wind and multiple wind blades appeared in front of Yuno. Simultaneous spell activation. And at this level of power, Klaus questioned in awe of Yuno's power. Has this kid been hiding his power all this time? The Golden Dawn, Yuno said as wind surrounded him. We'll be the first ones to reach the treasure hall. Slash. No matter how many times Asta cuts the smoke seems to always replace itself. I cut and cut, but there's no end to it. It just comes back, Asta yelled out in frustration. The smoke was growing thicker. The smoke is getting thicker. If this keeps up, we'll suffocate. Noelle stated. This is bad, we have to take him out quick. Luck was staring intently at a certain area of the smoke. I can pretty much tell where he is with my magic sense, but he'll probably avoid most attacks. If we're going to hit him, we'll have to surprise him, but will we do that without him noticing our magic? Luck then noticed Asta. Oh, Izuku was using full cowl at 10%. He was able to knock the smoke away, but it would instantly come back. He would have to go to 20% to do anything about it. The smoke mage hide in the smoke. This spell's weak points are its big magic drain and the fact that I can't see the enemy. But that's no problem, I can feel your magic as clear as. He felt someone using magic. Lightning claws surrounded Luck's hands. A lightning ball formed in each of his hands. Lightning magic. Thunderbolt destruction. Luck sent the thunderbolts directly at where the smoke user was it. It destroyed the smoke that he was hiding behind, but he easily dodged it. Wow, a barrage. He must be getting desperate. You won't be hitting me or clear the smoke like that, he said with a smirk. I've fought many mages. Looks like experience wins the day. Boom. A black sword was slammed into his side. He spit out blood as Asta launched him flying into the ground. The smoke mage flew into the ground. His arm had been completely shattered. One for all, 20%. Izuku called out as he upped the percentage. He then flung his leg at the smoke, blowing it all away. The smoke mage coughed up blood as his smoke was blown away. Even I have never met a guy on the battlefield who didn't have magic. You know, you're right. Luck called out. Teamwork really is important. Klaus looked on in shock. How can this be? Yuno was covered in bruises and was breathing heavily. A giant 20-foot-long diamond sword appeared in front of the white-haired mage. Begone. OWWW. What a thing to do to a poor, old man. The black-haired mage grunted in pain. My left arm's busted for sure. He took out a few ribs too. Yeah, I think I'm done fighting for today. How about that? The Clover Kingdom sure had an odd one on their team. A kid with no magic and huge sword. If they're just gonna capture me, then, death. Smoke suddenly surrounded him. The smoke formed a car. Smoke creation magic. Hustling lazy car. Not. Runnin' away. Huh, what's up with that car? Asta called out. I lost him. Asta called out. I would have liked to finish him, but now's not the time. Luck stated. We've got to get to the treasure hall. You're saying that? Noelle asked in shock. Yeah, let's go. Asta yelled out. Luck suddenly stopped. What is this magic? Luck asked in shock. He was keeping a lid on it up until now. Apparently, there's another strongest guy here. Everyone okay? The smoke mage asked as all of his underlings were riding on the smoke car with him. One of them were healing him. Guess we're in no shape to go treasure hunting. Well, Mars will do something about it for us. I mean, he is the Diamond Kingdom's secret weapon after all. A giant sword made of diamonds and rocks hovered above Yuno. Mineral creation magic. Levitating. Yuno was breathing heavily. What ominous magic. Klaus thought to himself. Even at full power, Yuno can't touch him. Klaus looked at the man named Mars. Those embedded jewels. Klaus said as he looked the jewel embedded in Mars' head. I've heard of those. There's a rumor that the Diamond Kingdom is raising mage warriors with artificially amplified magic. They choose young children with powerful magic and put them in a force competition, embed magic items in them to enhance their powers. And in the end, make them kill each other. The last survivor of that death match was this guy. Klaus clenched his fist in anger. No matter who the opponent is, this isn't acceptable. What is this? I'm a noble, a member of the Golden Dawn. I let my comrade be wounded easily. I'm being shielded by a younger member. A peasant. This could never be all right. A spinning steel lance erupted from the ground. Steel creation magic. Fierce spiral lance. The spinning steel lance was sent flying at Mars. Boom. It hit a clone of Mars that was made of crystals. Mineral creation magic. Talos doll. What? A crystal copy. Mars jumped towards Klaus. He flung a punch at Klaus. Klaus, reacting in time, created a steel wall that blocked the punch. The wall was easily dented but wasn't broken. The giant sword then flung itself on Yuno. Yuno reacted just in time as he leapt into the air to dodge it. While in the air, Yuno sent a large wind slash at Mars. Wind magic. Crescent moon sickle. The wind slashed Mars' chest. Boom. Your magic doesn't work on me, Mars said as crystals formed around his body like a breastplate. Mineral magic. Nemean armor. Another giant sword was launched at Yuno at an incredible speed. Yuno used wind to push the sword at a different directory in order to dodge it. It's useless, just stop, Mars said in a monotone voice. I'm not stopping, Yuno stated. Move. I'm not moving. A giant blade, even bigger than the other two, swung down towards Yuno. Give up. UN0000. Klaus yelled out. I'm not giving up. The sword swung down on Yuno. Boom. The giant sword had been cut in half. Not by Yuno, Klaus, or Mimosa, but by a big black sword. By Asta. Hey, pale dude, Asta called out. Hands off this guy. Yuno's my rival, Asta yelled out. What's going on? Klaus questioned. We're the Golden Dawn, and we couldn't fight his powerful magic. But that common black bulwark just. Luck suddenly appeared in front of Klaus. Mine. Luck called out as he smashed the ice-like rocks that had trapped Klaus's leg. Klaus looked at Luck. He's the who caused trouble at the entrance exam by thrashing his opponent more than necessary. Luck the cherry berserker. What's wrong with me? How could I let the black bulls save me? Noelle ran over to Mimosa. Oh, I wish you hadn't seen this. It's just as you said. I'm slow, Mimosa said with regret. True, you've always been like that, Noelle admitted. So, I'll just have to protect you, Noelle said. Miss Noelle. Izuku stepped forward. Are you the one who hurt them? Izuku asked. And what if I am? Crystal clones erupted from the ground. Mineral creation magic. Talos doll swarm. The weak are the first to go. That's all it is. On the battlefield, it's pointless for the weak to exist. I was born to break people like you. At least a dozen of crystal copies erupted from the ground. What? So many? Klaus asked in shock. Don't worry about the numbers, Izuku called out. Klaus looked at Izuku in surprise. He's the boy the Wizard King directly asked for. Black whips erupted from Izuku's hands, destroying all of the crystal clones. I can handle the crystal copies myself, Izuku said with confidence. Asta, I leave it to you. Asta let out a smirk. Hell yeah, I'll take this guy down. Asta then leapt towards Mars. A crystal copy appeared in front of Mars. Asta swung his sword at the copy, completely destroying it. Mars leapt up into the air with a giant crystal sword behind him. He then flung the giant sword at Asta, only for Asta to cut the entire sword in half. Asta then ran towards Mars, as Mars fell to the ground. Mars landed and set ice-like crystals towards Asta's feet, immobilizing one of his legs. Asta swung at the ice-like crystals and shattered them, freeing his foot. He ran at an incredible speed and slashed Mars' chest. The force of the slash sent Mars flying. He's strong, everyone thought as they watched Asta send Mars flying. Impossible, Klaus spoke up. A mere peasant with weak magic could never. Water then splashed his head. You've been whining for the past several minutes. Just shut up, Noelle yelled out. Asta can negate magic, Izuku spoke up. He negates, Klaus said in shock. A power like that doesn't suit a peasant. Asta pointed at Mars. Hey, what gives? Done in already? Asta asked. A large mountain of crystal suddenly shot out towards Asta. Asta immediately cut it in half. The mountain of crystals then formed around Mars, transforming into a large mecha-like suit of armor. Mineral creation magic. Titan's heavy armor. What are you? Mars questioned. I'm a human, with no magic. But, even so, I'm gonna become the Wizard King. That's why I'm alive, to prove it. Quote. Mars stood still as he remembered words that were once said to him. What do you want to be when you grow up, Mars? I only break things, everything. Mars yelled out. You break everything, huh? The Wizard King protects everything. I can't lose to a guy like you. We were born to protect everyone in this country. A little girl said to Mars. You're in the way. Get lost, you piece of gravel. Asta then slashed through all of his armor. Gravel may be gravel, but me, I'm gravel that shatters diamonds. Asta sent Mars flying into the ground. Now let's get to the treasure room, Asta yelled out. Izuku gave a big surprise as the clones his black whips were holding suddenly disappeared. Way to go, Asta. You were super cool, Izuku praised. Asta blushed and rubbed his nose. Well, of course I was. I'm gonna be the Wizard King after all, Asta proclaimed. Klaus then put steel chains and detained Mars. Are you sure you should be up and moving? Noelle asked Mimosa. I'm mostly recovered, Mimosa said with a smile. I can't believe the Black Bulls saved us. Klaus thought to himself. We were competing to see who could get here first. We won, Klaus yelled out. However, we'll let you enter the treasure hall as well, just this once. Why are so full of yourself, Four Eyes? Thank you very much, you big jerk, Asta yelled out. Izuku let out a smile. He felt Nero land on his head. So, how do we get in? Asta asked. Oh, Asta just cut the door, Luck yelled out. And that's what Asta did. He cut down the door, and everyone immediately went inside. Once inside, they immediately noticed the mountain of treasure everywhere. Asta's eyes turned into stars. He ran into the direction of treasure. Izuku walked around. He didn't plan on taking anything, so he would just help anyone with carrying anything. Nero then grabbed his hair with its head and attempted to start pulling him. Ow, where are you taking me, Nero? Nero was pulling Izuku somewhere. After a while Izuku was trying follow Nero, but Izuku lost track of the bird and screamed Nero name out. But no response. Then Izuku felt pain on his wrist and got on his knee. This is the same pain I felt after Noel incident, but this time worst. Izuku thought. Then the pain stopped and Izuku saw some green light top of him. Izuku looked up and saw it was his grimoire glowing bright. Izuku looked at it shocked, then proceed to stand up. Why is my grimoire glowing so bright? Izuku said. When Izuku got up, his grimoire started moving on its own. Izuku looked at his grimoire and got confused and started thinking if he should follow the grimoire. Izuku was thinking. Then Izuku looked at his grimoire and saw it stop moving. Why did it stop moving? Does it want me to follow it? Izuku thought. Then Izuku started walking towards his grimoire, and the grimoire started moving again. Then that confirmed it and Izuku started following his grimoire. As Izuku was following his grimoire for 3 minutes, then the grimoire stopped and opened a blank page. Izuku got so confused, and then Izuku saw a door being made right in front him. What is going on? Izuku thought in shock. When the door was done being made, Izuku saw purple glowing weird writing like the one on his grimoire. This is the same weird writing in my grimoire, Izuku said. Then Izuku proceeded to open the door and saw a sword with holes stuck on the ground. Then the grimoire went towards the sword, started circling around it. Does it want me to take it out of the ground? Izuku says. As Izuku went inside the mysterious room and began to walk to the sword where his grimoire circling around it. When Izuku was at sword. Well, here goes nothing, Izuku said. Then Izuku pulls the sword out of the ground easily and check it out. This sword is pretty cool, Izuku said. Izuku began to walk to the door where he came in with his grimoire following him on his side. When Izuku got out of the mysterious room and checked behind and the room was gone, it was wall again. Was that a one-time thing? Izuku thought. Then the sword got of Izuku's hand and started going in the grimoire. Izuku looked at his grimoire in shock. I didn't know my grimoire can do that, Izuku said. As Izuku saw his grimoire making new magic spell in the 3rd page. This is the same weird writing in the 1st page in my grimoire, Izuku stated. As Izuku's grimoire disappeared, Izuku heard Asta calling his name. Izuku, there you, I was worried about you. What were you doing here? Asta said. Nothing, Izuku says. Okay then, come on, let's go back to other before they are ahead of us. Asta said. Okay, Izuku says. As Izuku and Asta walk back to the others and arrive couple minutes later to them. Yuno is exploring the treasure hall. He found a scroll with writing he had never seen before. He touched the scroll and the writing disappeared. A flash of light erupted from the scroll. Luck went up a mountain of treasure before sensing a sudden magic spike. Everybody rue. A giant crystal erupted from Mars near the entrance of the treasure hall. The crystal extended and captured Yuno, Luck, and Klaus. Impossible. Klaus couldn't believe it. How did he recover so fast? Mars was standing tall with flames covering his crystal armor. Flame recovery magic. Phoenix robe. Flame magic. But that can't be. Each mage has only one magic attribute. Mages can only use one element. Klaus felt sweat forming on his head. He's ignoring that rule. He has 2 types of magic. Is this the result of the Diamond Kingdom experiments? I'll put out those flames. Noel yelled out. Mars rapidly turned towards Noel and swung his giant crystal fist at her, knocking her away. Miss Noel, Mimosa said in horror. Noel had blood leaking from her chest. She was completely knocked out. Asta angrily ran at Mars. I know what your power is. You shatter all my magic with that sword, but what about magic faster than your sword? Dozens of crystal spears surrounded Mars. Mineral creation magic. Harp. Mars sent the spear flying at Asta at incredible speed. Asta was able to hit some of them, but they were too fast. A few of them hit Asta and sent him flying. His sword was flung away from him. He landed on the ground and saw a black sword he had never seen before. Izuku activated full cowl at 20% and launched himself at Mars. Mars, noticing Izuku, sent dozens of spears at him. Black whips erupted from Izuku's hands, destroying the spears. Quote. Who are you? Mars noticed that Izuku was faster than him. Izuku suddenly appeared right in front of Mars. Mars attempted to attack him with his crystal arm, but Izuku jumped towards the ceiling. He then leapt off the ceiling and began to rapidly spin. Manchester. Smash. Izuku yelled out as he slammed his foot into the mecha-like suit of Mars. Boom. Izuku destroyed the right arm of the crystal armor. Asta. Izuku called out to Asta. Asta turned towards Izuku. Free everyone. I'll take this guy on. When you get the chance, take this guy down. Izuku said with a smile. Asta grabbed the new black sword before going to the others and freeing them from their cages. You, what is your name? Mars asked as his crystal arm suddenly repaired itself. I'm Deku, Izuku said before pointing at Mars. I don't know who you are, but prepare yourself. I'm gonna take you down and arrest you. Mars slowly blinked. If we get strong enough to protect the country, we'll get to go outside. A girl with blonde hair told a younger Mars. I bet you'll be the first one out, Mars. The girl said with a smile. I mean, you're the strongest of all of us. Younger Mars gave a small blush. When that happens, I'll wait until you get out, Fana. Yes, let's go see the outside world together. This is the final test, kill each other. Mars and Fana had to kill each other. I'm sorry Mars, die. So Mars is the survivor, let's fit him up with mage stones. For the combining, why not use Fana's ability? She's the last one he killed. A grimoire appeared in front of Mars. The strong survive, the weak die. Miss Noelle, Mimosa cried out. The dream healing flower cradle won't work in time. Plant recovery magic. Princess healing flower robe. This is my best spell I have, please work. Mimosa said as she remembered her past with Noelle. Mimosa fell to the ground. Ah, ow ow ow. Excuse me. A young Mimosa called out. What are you doing, Mimosa? A young Noelle with braided hair asked. Honestly, you really are slow. Here. Noelle reached her hand out towards Mimosa. Ha ha ha. Thank you Noelle. Mimosa had healed someone with her magic. Wow, that's really something, Mimosa. Who'd have believed you'd learn to use recovery magic this powerful? With your royal magic, you may become a healer who can heal any injury. I can't wait to see how you turn out. And then there's the House of Silva's second girl. She's the same age as Miss Mimosa, but I hear she can't even control her magic. They say she does special training every day. Imagine royals turning out like that. I guess our House of Vermilion really is the true royal family, ha ha. One day Mimosa walked in and saw Noelle using her magic and failing. But she wouldn't give up. She kept on trying. If I were her, I might give up. Mimosa said to herself. All the royals make fun of hard work. They say it's for those born without power. It isn't something royals do. But you can work hard, and I really respect you for it. You must not die, Miss Noelle. Mars grunted in annoyance. The weak are annoying. He flew as fast as he could towards Mimosa and Noelle. I'm fine on my own. I have vast magic, Mars said with a scowl. Those without magic are weak. The weak are not needed. The weak should vanish. Mars thrusted his fists at Mimosa. Mimosa shut her eyes in fear. Boom. She opened her eyes in shock. She hadn't been hit. Someone had taken the hit for her. Standing in front of her was the green-haired Black Bull member. She believed his name was Izuku. Izuku coughed up blood. He took that hit directly on. But it was fine. Mimosa was not hurt. I need to overwhelm him. But if I take another hit, I'm done for. Izuku then turned towards Mimosa. Are you okay? Izuku asked. A blush appeared on Mimosa's face. Yes I am okay. Izuku nodded. Good. Don't worry about anything other than healing Noelle. I'm gonna take this guy down. Izuku said as he upped the percentage of 1 for all on his body. 1 for all. 25%. Dozens of spears were sent at Izuku at an even faster speed. But Izuku was faster. Black whips erupted from his arms. He grabbed all of the spears and flung them right back at him. Grr. Mars blocked the strikes with his crystal body. He's increased the armor on his body. I don't know if I can even. What are doing Broccoli Head? Noelle called out to Izuku. Noelle. Izuku called out in surprise. He didn't expect for her to even be able to move. I'm a royal, and, you're the first commoner I acknowledged. Noelle lifted up her head. That guy's nothing. Hurry up and kick his ass. Izuku. Noelle then covered Izuku's fist in water. Izuku was surprised before realizing he wouldn't be able to hit Mars because of his flame armor. Thanks Noelle, I'll definitely take him down. Izuku then leapt towards Mars. Move, I'm taking them down. Mars yelled out. Not gonna happen. I'm gonna save everyone. I may not have magic, but I do have friends. Izuku said. Asta suddenly jumped into the air and swung his new black skinny sword. A giant sword slash was sent directly at Mars. Boom. It left a crack in the middle of his chest. It was now Izuku's chance. The crack was small but it was big enough for black whips. He flung black whips directly into the small crack and yanked Mars out of the crystal mech suit. He then pulled Mars right in front of him before smashing his fist into Mars' face, sending him flying. Mars was sent flying quite a distance before landing with a thud. Asta looked at his sword in complete awe. His sword had created a sword slash, a slash that was almost like magic. He let out a grin. I don't really get it, but I did it. Asta yelled out. Suddenly blood erupted from Asta's mouth. Asta looked down in shock as a giant crystal shard had stabbed him in the chest. I messed up, Asta said as he fell to the ground. Asta, everyone yelled out in shock. Suddenly crystals formed around Mars once again, they formed his giant crystal mech armor. He then began charging at Asta. Izuku immediately took notice, and ran towards Mars at full speed. Mars flung his arm back, creating several crystal spears and sending them at Izuku. Izuku had no choice but to block it. Mars used that opening and charged towards Asta. You can't, a naive kid like you. Mars yelled out in anger. Can't be allowed to win against me. A gigantic crystal formed above Mars as he lifted his hand into the air. Die. Klaus grunted in frustration. That last attack took out his flame recovery magic. I could finish him off if only. Luck ran towards Mars. Luck began to sweat nervously. I won't make in time. Luck and Klaus thought at the same time. Asta, yelled out as wind erupted from him. There's not a spell in my grimoire that would make in time. Thought in frustration. Not here. I can't let you die here. Yelled out. His four-leaf clover suddenly shone brightly. It felt like time had froze. The sword was about to reach Asta but it moved extremely slow. Turned his head to right and saw a small creature. The creature was a female with wings. She looked like a fairy. The fairy yawned before blowing some wind towards the crystal sword. Boom. The wind instantly destroyed the crystal sword and sent Mars flying into a wall, instantly knocking him out. Everyone looked at in complete shock. Did do that? Klaus questioned. What was that? Klaus then noticed the crystals on the ground were disappearing. This time, he really is down. Klaus yelled out. Asta laid on the ground unconscious when his new sword suddenly shot up into the air and went inside his grimoire. Took a look inside his grimoire, and what he found completely surprised him. Inside his grimoire was that mysterious writing he had seen inside that scroll he had found in the treasure hall. This is the writing from that scroll. Thought in realization. Izuku looked at in complete amazement. He knew was strong, but he was able to beat Mars in one hit. Mars was someone he and Asta struggled to defeat, but beat him so easily. You're amazing. Izuku yelled out at him. Was that when magic as it was a powerful and I'll never seen magic that powerful and Izuku began to mutter. Suddenly cracks appeared on the floors and the walls of the dungeon. The walls broke apart and pieces of it fell towards everyone. Izuku summoned black whips and destroyed the debris. The dungeon, it's collapsing. Said in realization. Wind erupted from and formed a large whirlwind. Wind creation magic. Celestial wind arc. Stood on top of the whirlwind. The whirlwind was a means of transportation. Everybody get on. We're getting out of here. Yelled out. Everyone quickly hurried onto the whirlwind. Mimosa, heal Asta, ordered. I'm on it, Mimosa said as she began to heal Asta. His injuries were grave and needed to be healed immediately. Him, too. Asta suddenly spoke up. You mustn't speak, Mimosa said before Asta interrupted her. Save him, too, Asta said while pointing at Mars. Are you insane? Klaus asked in shock. He tried to kill us. He's an enemy. Izuku looked at Asta in respect. He was almost killed by Mars but still wants to save him. Izuku then used black whips and attempted to grab Mars, but there were too many falling blocks to grab him. Yuno used the whirlwind and shot towards Mars. A giant block fell towards them. The block fell directly towards Mars. It's no use. We can't save him in these conditions. Klaus yelled out. The whirlwind traveled up, the only way to get out of the dungeon. Several blocks of the dungeon fell towards them. Klaus made several steel lances and launched them at the blocks, destroying them. Izuku used black whips and wiped out the remaining debris. We're almost there. Yuno yelled out. Suddenly the whole dungeon collapsed towards them. Blocks much too big for them to dodge came hurtling towards them. Klaus's steel lances wouldn't be able to destroy them either. Izuku quickly realized he would have to destroy them himself. His black whips wasn't strong enough to break through blocks that thick. He had something that could, however. Izuku summoned one for all on just 2 of his fingers. One for all. 100%. Izuku pointed his hand at the falling debris. Delaware smash. Izuku flicked his fingers and it destroyed the debris and gave them their chance to escape. Everyone looked shocked at Izuku's strength. Noel had seen it once before, but the power behind it was just incredible. Izuku held his 2 fingers in pain. His Delaware smash had blown a hole in the top of the dungeon. Yuno increased the force of his whirlwind and made it go even faster. Within a second they made it out of the dungeon. The dungeon completely collapsed. They had just barely made it in time. They landed with a heavy thud. Just barely made it, they all thought in relief. Let's take Asta over there, Yuno said while pointing at a spot to lay Asta down. On the other side of the collapsed dungeon a car of smoke barely got out of the dungeon. The smoke car had all the dungeon treasure on it. Wow, we're lucky they opened the way for us, huh? The black-haired smoke user said with a smile. Yours truly used his special trump card, Hermit's thick smoke, to make us invisible. We were there the whole time, and they didn't catch on. Anyways, it's great you didn't die, the black-haired mage said to Mars who was laying on the ground. Flashback. After Mars had killed his only friend, Fana. Why? Mars yelled out in pain. He suddenly felt someone's hand on his face. Flame magic covered his body as his body began to heal. My wounds, they're healing up, Mars questioned. If I hadn't done that, you couldn't have killed me, Mars. Fana said as she closed her eyes. You're the strongest, so you were the most likely to survive. Go see the outside for me, Mars, Fana said with a smile. End of flashback. As Mars woke up and sat up with a groan. Are you awake, Mars? The smoke user asked. Lotus, Mars said in surprise. Wow, kid, well done. Look at all the treasure we got, thanks to you. The black-haired smoke user now named Lotus said. Mars looked at Lotus in surprise. Lotus, you saved me. You have my thanks. Lotus looked at Mars in surprise before smiling. Well, so you can actually say stuff like that, huh? Asta sat up in pain. His injury had been treated but his body still hurt. Asta, everyone yelled out in surprise. Great job at recovering, Asta, Yuno said in relief. Asta let out a shaky smile. Like I'd die before I became the Wizard King. Yuno let out a smile in response. I'm the one who's going to be the Wizard King, Yuno stated. You too, Klaus called out to Asta and Yuno. Asta very slowly stood up. I'm so. Klaus then hugged the 2 of them. Sorry. I wouldn't acknowledge you because you were peasants. I'm ashamed of myself. You're both excellent magic knights, of the Clover Kingdom. Izuku let out a smile. He was glad to see Asta was being accepted by more people. He was a good person, one of the most honest people Izuku had ever met. He was glad to be friends with them. Izuku let out a slight wince as he moved his broken fingers. Hey Mimosa, Izuku called out to Mimosa. Mimosa looked at Izuku in surprise. Could you heal my fingers? Izuku asked as he put his red busted fingers in front of him. Ah, of course, Mimosa quickly healed him. Izuku nodded his thanks before noticing Noelle standing to the right of him. Her shirt had been torn from the diamond attack, which showed her cleavage. Noelle, your shirt is kinda shredded. Noelle looked down before a blush appeared on her face. Eek. Noelle then slapped Izuku. After Noelle slapped Izuku, Nero came out of nowhere with a stone on its mouth and landed on Izuku's head. Nero, Izuku said. Then Nero dropped the stone on his hand and started pecking at Izuku's hair like she was mad at him for leaving Nero alone. OWWWW. Izuku screamed. A few days had passed. Hey, kid, you woke up, huh? Yami called out to Asta, as Asta plowed through the food before him. Great job again. You always seem to get beat up though. Yami chuckled. Everyone had gathered in the Black Bull's dining room and were feasting on food. A black-haired girl was feasting on everything. Izuku was slowly eating. His fingers were fully healed. Asta was still a bit injured though. Hey kid, Yami said to Izuku. Izuku blinked a few times. It was hard to tell whether Yami was talking to him or Asta. He called both of them kid, after all. You good to walk right? The Knight's headquarters says it wants a report, so head over there. Yami ordered. Izuku blinked in surprise. A smile appeared on Luck's face. The Knight's headquarters. I bet there are some tough guys there. Can I fight them? Luck questioned to himself. You'd start some kind of trouble, so you can't go, Luck. Yami stated. Instead you'll go with Magna on a fighting mission. Luck smiled. Let's team and do our best, Magna. Luck said in a completely different manner. Huh, creepy. Are you really Luck? Magna said in disgust. Me, over here. I'll go then. A petite black-haired girl said in excitement. Her name was Charmy. Yami looked at her in a blank manner. No. How could you go? All you do is eat every day. Yami said. Charmy looked at Yami in shock. Before walking away, Asta stood up. I'll go. You're still injured, so no. Yami said. Deku and Noelle will go. Yami stated. Izuku and Noelle walked down the city. The buildings were much larger than Izuku had seen, even in his world. This must be where most of the nobles live. All the houses are gigantic. Izuku said to Noelle. Are they? Noelle questioned. She had seen much bigger houses. They continued walking before noticing the Golden Dawn members in front of them. Hey Izuku called out. Klaus turned around in surprise. We haven't seen you guys in almost a week, where's Asta? Klaus asked in worry. Oh, he's still healing, so it'll just be us. Izuku stated. Your magic is steel creation, right? Izuku called out to Klaus. Why yeah, what about it? Man, that's amazing. With that kind of magic you can do some incredible things. And your creativity with it is incredible. No wonder you're such an incredible magic knight. Izuku said as he began to fanboy. It wasn't often he got to see a power that was identical to a quirk. And when he did, he couldn't not fanboy about it. Klaus looked at Izuku in complete surprise, before letting out a blush. Well, your power isn't bad either. Klaus said in a quiet tone. Yuno looked at Izuku in surprise. Have your fingers healed? Yuno asked. Yeah, thanks to Mimosa. Izuku then noticed Mimosa. Thank you so much for healing me. Your magic is incredible, Izuku said with a smile. He had only seen one quirk that could heal, and Mimosa had magic that was near its level. Mimosa flinched at Izuku before running away. Huh? Izuku asked in confusion. Why'd she run away? Klaus asked. Maybe she was shocked at how green Deku's hair is. Yuno asked in a joking manner. Yuno, what the heck? My green wavy hair is completely normal. Izuku said in a joking manner. Noelle went over to Mimosa. What's wrong, Mimosa? Noelle asked in worry. Miss Noelle, what should I do? Mimosa asked in worry. A massive blush appeared on Mimosa's face. When I see Mr. Izuku, my chest starts to hurt. Ever since that day, he's all I've been thinking of. Mimosa said with her hands holding her face up. Her blush seemed to only be getting bigger. What's the matter with me? Quote. Noelle looked at Mimosa with a deadpan look. What? Noelle yelled out in complete shock. She couldn't believe what she was hearing. And then I just ran off like that. Do you think he hates me now? Mimosa asked while closing her eyes. Why that guy? That short, mumbling, peasant. But that's all part of his charm. Mimosa said with a giggle. That and his freckles. No no no, he's just a mumbling idiot. Noelle yelled out. Noelle now had a blush on her face. Wait. Why am I so desperate about this? Noelle thought to herself. No no no. That guy means nothing to me. Klaus looked in the direction of Noelle and Mimosa. What are they moaning about? He asked. A question mark appeared above Izuku's head. Klaus walked a little bit ahead. I'm sure it was around here somewhere. Over here. Someone called out. Klaus and Izuku turned towards the voice and saw the Wizard King. Hey there, come on in, young people, the Wizard King said with a smile. Both the Black Bulls and Golden Dawn looked at the Wizard King in complete shock. "Yes, sir. I never dreamed of us meeting you directly," Klaus yelled out in complete awe. Who's this guy? Izuku asked. Klaus rapidly turned towards Izuku. You fool. You are in the presence of the current Wizard King, Lord Julius Novachrono. The Wizard King? Izuku asked in complete shock. This guy was the guy who asked for Izuku directly for the dungeon? Yuno looked at him in complete shock, as they went up into a tower. This is the only thing we got, sir. Yuno said, showing Julius his grimoire which had text he couldn't read. Julius looked at the text. Well done. I'm glad you got this, Julius said with a smile. It's probably the most important relic from that dungeon. You can read it, sir? Yuno asked in surprise. Yes, to some extent. Say, could you show me the spell for me now? Julius asked with stars in his eyes. Please. I'm sorry. I was able to activate it once in the dungeon, I think, but I haven't been able to use since, Yuno stated. Izuku looked at the words. He couldn't understand them, but it was because of those words that Yuno had saved Asta's life. Julius let out a tear comically. I see. Well, that's a shame. Julius then let out a small smile. Slife, the wind spirit of the 4 great attributes. Julius thought to himself. So she's chosen him in this era. Julius then turned towards Yuno. All I can say for now is that this spell will grow with you someday. It will become an extraordinary power, he said with a smile. Take good care of it. Yuno suddenly got right in front of Julius. I have to ask, sir, how does one become the Wizard King? Yuno asked. Izuku also was wondering that. Was it reputation? How strong your magic was? Whether you were a noble or not? Julius then stared at Yuno with serious expression. It's merit. You can't protect people with pride alone. Trust comes after you've built up your reputation. People want just one thing from the Wizard King. Achievements that mark you as the strongest, produce results, build a reputation. Anyone who can't do that couldn't ever stand at the top, Julius stated. Julius then noticed Izuku. His eyes widened a bit. Results. Yuno said to himself. Julius then turned to Izuku. You are Izuku or Deku, right? It's Izuku, sir, but Deku is my nickname. Izuku corrected. You have fascinating magic. Care to tell me what it is? He asked. I actually don't have magic, Izuku said while sheepishly rubbing the back of his head. Julius looked at Izuku in surprise. No magic? I suppose. I don't feel any magic coming from you, but I do sense something different inside you. Klaus looked at Izuku in complete shock. And no magic? Then what were those black whips? Klaus asked. Julius looked at Klaus in surprise. Black whips? It was something handed to me. It's something entirely different from your magic, Izuku said. Something entirely different? Julius questioned. But then he asked Izuku, can I see your grimoire, please? Julius asked. Everyone looked at Izuku and was wondering where is his grimoire and how many leaf does he have. Okay then, Izuku said. As Izuku thinking how to make his grimoire appear because the only time it appeared was when he was in trouble in his first mission or when his wrist started to hurt. Then Izuku got idea and started imagine his grimoire in front him. As Izuku was imaging his grimoire appeared out of nowhere in thin air and everyone looked shocked, even Julius. A grimoire that can appear out of thin air, Julius thought to himself. As Izuku stopped imaging and went to grab his grimoire and give it to the Wizard King. Here you go. Izuku says, giving his grimoire to Julius. When Julius got Izuku grimoire, he turned it around to see the front cover, and what he saw was unexpected. It was a 6-leaf clover that left Julius super shocked. "You have a 6-leaf clover grimoire," Julius yelled out. Everyone then looked at Izuku in shock because they never heard of grimoire with 6-leaf on it. "A 6-leaf grimoire? I never heard such a thing," Klaus shouted. As Julius got out of the shock statement and he proceeded to open the grimoire to the fist page. What he saw was weird writing that was complete different than any other grimoire, and you know one too. And then he checked the second page out and saw writing for his black whips that he can use for battle and that he can understand. Julius turned to the third page, saw the same weird writing that he can't understand like the first page. "Can you do a magic spell?" "Wait, never mind, you don't have magic. Can you bring out an item out off the grimoire please?" Julius asked with stars in his eyes. As Izuku looked at Julius with a sweat drop. "Sure." As Izuku started to imagine for the sword that he got from the dungeon in his hand. The sword came out the grimoire and went to Izuku's hand, and everyone came close to check out Izuku's sword. "Can I hold it?" the Wizard King asked. Izuku then nodded his head and gave the sword to Julius. As Julius was holding the sword for 2 seconds, his hand began to burn. Julius screamed. Julius dropped the sword and the guards surrounded Izuku quickly, and thought that he was trying to kill the Wizard King. "Stop," Julius ordered. "But sir, he hurt you," one of the guards said. "He wasn't trying to hurt me. I think the only one that can hold the sword is him," Julius said, pointing at Izuku. As the guards lowered their spear and apologized to Izuku for thinking he was trying to kill the Wizard King. "I'm sorry, Mr. Julius," Izuku said in terrified and worried tone. Izuku went to pick up the sword and start imaging to put the sword away in his grimoire, and his grimoire disappearing. As Izuku's sword got out of hand and started floating to the grimoire, after the sword went in his grimoire. The grimoire closed and disappeared in thin air. "It was not your fault, calm down, but may I ask where you get that sword?" Julius asked while holding his hand that got burned. As Izuku calmed down, "I got it from the dungeon," Izuku said. "Okay, then take care of that sword," Julius says. "Yes sir," Izuku yelled out. As Julius smiled and then turned around, saw everyone was worried about him. Julius then looked at Mimosa. "You from the Vermilion family?" Julius pointed at Mimosa. Mimosa then looked at the Wizard King. "Yes," Mimosa questioned. "Can you please heal me?" Julius asked. "Yes Mr. Julius," Mimosa said. After Mimosa's done healing the Wizard King hand, she saw a star in his eyes. "That amazing healing magic you got there," Julius said. "Thank you sir," Mimosa said with a smile. Julius then walked toward Izuku, let out a small smile. "You are an interesting guy. Are you as well, aiming to be Wizard King?" Julius asked. Izuku looked at Julius in surprise. The Wizard King, was that something he could be? He wanted to go home. Back to UA, back to his friends, his family, and his home. But, was there even a way for him to get back? As much as Izuku wanted to be optimistic about it, he was on an entirely different world. He may even be in a different dimension. Going back home felt like a pipe dream, yet his current dream he had didn't feel like a pipe dream. The Wizard King, the strongest knight mage who protected the kingdom. The #1 hero, the hero everyone looked up to. A hero who saved everyone and protected them. They weren't so different, were they? "I want to be a hero that saves everyone," Izuku spoke up, surprising everyone in the room. "My goal is to become someone who can save anyone and beat any enemies. If becoming the Wizard King is what it takes, then I'll do it as well." Julius gave a smile in response. He has his own personal goal, huh? Julius thought to himself. Becoming the Wizard King wouldn't be an end goal for him. "A hero?" Klaus asked in surprise. "That's oddly noble." "All right," Julius suddenly spoke up. "As a matter of fact, we're holding a decoration for the Magic Knights who've been awarded an outstanding number of stars today. I hope you'll come and join. That's why we're holding it today, actually." "Huh," everyone said in surprise. They walked down a hallway and Julius suddenly opened a door. Inside the room were 10 individuals with a heavy aura. "Can you give me better results than they have?" Julius asked with a smirk. Several menacing people stood in the room. The Black Bulls and Golden Dawn stood behind them, while Julius stood in front of the menacing people. Izuku sweated nervously. He didn't know why, but the people in here made him nervous. They felt like they were on a different level than Izuku was. Now then, let the distinguished service ceremony begin, Julius stated in a commanding tone. Leopold Vermilion of the Crimson Lion King Knights, with 7 stars earned. I grant you the title of Intermediate Magic Knight, 2nd class. You use the same flame magic as your big brother, the leader of the Crimson Lions, and your power is overwhelming. I guess you'll have to be careful not to go overboard, Julius said to a boy with bright orange hair. Leopold was no older than 18 years old and had bright orange hair. Evil needs no mercy, Leopold stated. Saul Marin of the Blue Rose Knights, with 6 stars earned. I grant you the title of Intermediate Magic Knight, 3rd class. Julius said to a dark-skinned girl with short black hair. You're as dynamic as the guys. Both that and your creative earth magic are amazing, but you're a bit too much of a free spirit. Nebra Silva of the Silver Eagle Knights, with 9 stars earned. I grant you the title of Senior Magic Knight, 3rd class. Nebra Silva is 24 years old, and like most Silva members has silver hair. Her hair is shaped in a rather pointy fashion. She is tall with a rather slender build. The skillful illusions you work with your mist magic are incredible. Just take care not to use them to play with the enemy any more than necessary. You might get yourself bitten, Julius warned. I thank you for the warning, Your Majesty, Nebra said with a slight chuckle. Solid Silva of the Silver Eagle Knights, with 6 stars earned. Grant you the title of Intermediate Magic Knight, 3rd class. Solid Silva, he was a member of the Silva royal family. And as such, he has silver hair in which in rather pointy. The great maneuverability of your magic is just what I'd expect from you, but you'd do better to cooperate with those around you instead of just showing off your powers. I'll keep that in mind, sir, Solid said with a chuckle. Alekdora Sandler of the Golden Dawn Knights, with 11 stars earned. I grant you the title of Senior Magic Knight, 2nd class. Alekdora is a tall and built man with slightly green hair. His hair is pulled to the back with 2 strands left hanging. Your diligence and flexible magic amazes me. It might be a good idea to relax a bit once in a while. You are too kind, Your Majesty, Alekdora yelled out. Shirin Tiam of the Golden Dawn Knights, with 8 stars earned. I grant you the title of Intermediate Magic Knight, 1st class. Shirin is a very built man with brown hair that is braided behind his head. Unlike your eloquent magic, you're a taciturn fellow. It would be better if you'd use your words a bit more. Sir, Shirin said in a deep voice. Hammon Cassius of the Golden Dawn Knights, with 7 stars earned. I grant you the title of Intermediate Magic Knight, 2nd class. Hammon is a chubby man with blonde hair. You'd never expect that magic just from looking at you. I bet the enemy was completely boggled. My thanks, Your Majesty, Hammon said with a wink. Izuku turned towards Klaus. What's up with the titles? Are those rankings? Izuku questioned. Klaus turned to Izuku in surprise. Why, you don't know? Well, yes, they are rankings. There are 3 classes in every rank. 3rd class, 2nd class, and 1st class. Once you get promoted from 1st class you go up a rank. See, Shirin is 1st class, so if he gets promoted again, he'll go from Intermediate Magic Knight to Senior Magic Knight. Izuku nodded in understanding. Julius then clapped his hands together. Well done, all of you. All right, we've got a simple reception set up, so I hope you'll enjoy yourselves, Julius said with a smile. Make sure you get to know each other real well. All of them turned towards the 5 special guests. Izuku and everyone began to sweat nervously. They traveled to a different room of the castle, where trays of food were waiting for them. They quickly began to grab food. Something came up, and I have to excuse myself, Julius suddenly said. Have fun. He then ran away. Klaus looked around and noticed everyone staring at them. RRGH, we're being watched in a big way. Why is the Wizard King entertaining us like this? Klaus asked. Noelle nervously looked downwards with a grim expression on her face. Izuku noticed this but chose not to speak up on it. He then began to dig into his food. He immediately stood up. This is delicious. This is even better than Lunch Rush's food, Izuku suddenly yelled out. He never thought he could taste food better than Lunch Rush's, but this was even more amazing. Izuku felt Nero land on his head. Lunch rush. Klaus questioned. Never had noble food, I take it. A blush appeared on Izuku's face. He immediately sat down. Yeah, sorry about that. I just really like it. Izuku nervously said. He had to try the meat now. If it had an exquisite taste like this. Izuku. Mimosa suddenly called out to Izuku as he went over to the meat platter. May I join you? Izuku let out a smile. He wasn't exactly sure why she had ran off earlier, but it looked like she wasn't afraid of his green hair at least. Or she wanted some of the meat as well. Hi, are you after the meat too? Izuku asked with a slight smile. Pardon. Oh, yes, it looks quite delicious, yes. Mimosa nervously said. Alekdora looked at Izuku in disgust. Vulgar peasant. Why would the Wizard King invite such lowborn scum? I can't sense any magic from him. No doubt that dungeon capture was sheer luck. Look at his peasant freckles, disgusting. It's unnatural for that little rat to be here. What a misfit. Of course Izuku could hear all of it. Of course, it wasn't something Izuku wasn't used to hearing. Throughout most of his life, this kind of stuff was nothing out of the ordinary. He had his goal, and it's just like Kachan had once said. As long as you get to the top, none of that stuff matters. Mimosa and Klaus nervously looked at Izuku. They are really tearing into me, huh? Well, not that it matters, it's something I'm used to. Izuku said, making the worried expression of Mimosa and Klaus disappear. Leopold walked towards Alekdora. Your group has its own peasant though, doesn't it? Leopold asked Alekdora. A peasant celebrated for having a 4-leaf clover grimoire who doesn't realize his proper place. Leopold stated. I would have handled that dungeon capture mission better. Leopold said in complete confidence. Impressive self-confidence, Crimson Brat. Alekdora looked at Leopold with a stone-cold expression. It isn't as though we're expecting much from a peasant like him. We are the ones who embody master vengeances. No, the Golden Dawn's ideal. Izuku looked at Alekdora. He was okay with Alekdora insulting Izuku, but him insulting Yuno. That started to make Izuku angry. Klaus suddenly spoke up. If I could say one. You too, Klaus. Alekdora yelled out in anger. With your skills, aren't you ashamed to be here? Klaus looked downwards in self-pity. Mimosa. Alekdora called out. I hear you were wounded early on in the dungeon and left the front line. You, a Vermilion Royal. Ridiculous. I'm terrible sorry. Mimosa apologized. Izuku looked on as his friends were being insulted. Now hang on. The most useless misfit of the lot is. Solid said with a smirk. You isn't. Solid said as he pointed at Noelle. Right, Noelle. A record-breaking embarrassment who can't even control her own magic properly. Solid said with snakish smirk. Big brother Solid. Noelle looked at him in slight shock. You were practically exiled from the Silvas. Nebra said with a smirk. I'm surprised you had the nerve to return to the noble realm. Big sister Nebra. Izuku clenched his fist in anger. Getting excited over a single success. Did you come specifically to bring shame on the Silva name? Another individual spoke up. He was older than the other two and his pointy silver hair was braided. He was the captain of the Silver Eagles, Nozzle. You do not belong here. Leave this place, you failure. Izuku's entire expression changed. Big brother Nozzle. Noelle was shaking as she was terrified. She turned and began to walk away. Suddenly her hand was grabbed. By Izuku. You don't have to run from these jerks. Izuku said to her. These people pissed him off. Insulting their own sister. Telling her to run away. Telling her to forfeit her dreams, when she was better than these guys, it all pissed Izuku off. Izuku. Noelle said in surprise. Izuku stood in front of all 10 individuals with the menacing presence. Their presence now had no affect on him. You guys are nobles, so I figured you guys must be pretty good people, but you guys aren't different from anyone else. Klaus's mouth dropped as he watched Izuku basically directly challenge them. Insulting people based on where they are from, none of that stuff matters. Izuku then remembered All Might's words to him that changed his life. You can be a hero. If someone has the heart to do it, then they can. In the short time Izuku had been with Noelle, Yuno, Klaus, and Mimosa, he had quickly realized that they were good people. Your social status, whose family you are from, none of that shit matters. Izuku uncharacteristically yelled out. If you think those matter, then just you watch. I'm gonna. A grimoire appeared in front of Alekdora. Sand suddenly enveloped Izuku. Sand binding magic. Sandbox. That's far enough, scoundrel. A gnat like you shouldn't even be permitted to talk. Silence. Suddenly the sand was blown away. Green electricity surrounded Izuku as one for all flowed through his body. I'm not shutting up, Izuku announced. Alekdora looked at Izuku in surprise. Did he break through my sand with physical strength? Listen up, if you really care that much about social status and results, then just watch as I pile up the results. Izuku yelled out. Watch as I pile up results to become the Wizard King, and silence all of you. Izuku yelled out at them. He was tired of hearing these people try to silence everyone. He decided he would just silence them by becoming the Wizard King. Outside of the castle in a nearby forest, a man with a shredded it on a tree branch. There was another individual to the hymn. I know, right? It's just wrong. The shredded one yelled out. How come they had to run me? Me out. I've got more magic than a royal, here. The man yelled out. And hey, magic's everything is this world, ain't it? The shredded one yelled out as he turned towards the other individual. The other individual's face had cracks and blood all over it. His eyes were completely lifeless. URG. He made weird noises. Bunch of lousy jokers, all of 'em. The man with a shredded robe yelled out. Who are you talking to? Someone asked from behind the man with a shredded robe. Myself. Everything is ready, the new individual stated. Right, the man with a shredded robe acknowledged. He then stretched his hand forward. He had a black glove on. I'm gonna show you Magic Knights what kind of power I got. Become Wizard King. Alekdora, Solid, and Nebra asked. Nebra and Solid began to laugh. Don't be ridiculous. They all yelled out as their grimoires appeared in front of them. A water snake erupted towards Izuku along with spiderwebs made of mist. Water binding magic. Sea serpent's coils. Mist binding magic. Mist spider's threads. Izuku activated one for all at 20%. He then swung his leg at the magic coming towards him. Boom. The force of his kick blew the magic apart. As I thought, Alekdora thought to himself. He's just that strong. This kid isn't a normal peasant. However, a giant sand-armored knight suddenly picked Izuku up and engulfed him. Sand creation magic. Sand-armored guard. Izuku couldn't breathe. With an attack range like that, he's nothing to fear. Alekdora thought to himself with a stone-cold expression. Behaving like that at such a festive occasion. Alekdora said to Izuku, you're sure to be given some sort of penalty. Klaus and Yuno looked on in worry. This wasn't looking good. Hey now, Solid said to Alekdora. Why so soft, Golden Dawn? A grimoire then appeared directly above Solid. Any guy who's that high on himself needs to be taught a physical lesson. A giant water bullet appeared slightly above Solid. So that he never makes another mess on the rug. The water bullet was sent flying towards Izuku. Water creation magic. Holy water bullet. Izuku. Noel yelled out in fear. Trapped in this sand night, Izuku couldn't move his arms or legs. It was an amazing confinement. But if he didn't do anything, the water bullet would directly hit him. However, he did have a move that didn't require him to move his arms or legs. Black whips erupted from Izuku's arms, and they shot directly towards the water bullet. They immediately destroyed the water magic and grabbed onto the ceiling, and Izuku used that to pull himself out of the Sand Knight's clutches. Izuku went flying towards the ceiling. He landed on a chandelier and stared at the nobles. He made eye contact with Nozzle, who was the oldest of the Silva siblings and the captain of the Silver Eagles. Apologize to Noel, Izuku said directly to Nozzle. Nozzle turned to Solid. Solid, don't use your magic so willingly against mere peasants. Nozzle said as magic erupted from him. His magic sent shivers down Izuku's spine. His magic presence was similar to Captain Yam's, which meant he was incredibly dangerous. So this was the captain of the Silver Eagles. A peasant who defies the royals. How shall I pass judgment on you? Nozzle said with a stone-cold expression. That's enough. A deep voice yelled out from behind Nozzle. It came from a large man who had bright orange hair. His body was very built and he had a chiseled face. Nozzle turned towards him. All this for one lone boy. Aren't you embarrassed, Silva clan? The large man yelled out. Mr. Fugolian. Mimosa yelled out as she recognized the man. Leopold suddenly ran towards Izuku. It's just like Mimosa told me. You're a pretty interesting guy. Leopold yelled out. All right, rejoice. I Leopold Vermilion declare you as my rival. Leopold yelled out as he pointed at Izuku. Izuku looked at Leopold with a blank impression. Huh? Izuku asked with confusion. Vermilion. Yuno said as he looked at Mimosa. Yes, Fugolian and Leopold are my cousins. Mimosa explained. Guys really are dumb, right sis? Saul said to her captain. Manners, Saul. She scolded Saul. Sorry. Fugolian stared at Nozzle, and Nozzle stared at Fugolian. Lord Julius allowed him to be here. He may be a peasant, but couldn't you give him a little credit? Fugolian asked Nozzle. I never thought I'd hear such words from a royal. The House of Vermilion has grown soft. Nozzle said back at him. What sort of credit is an eagle who soars the sky supposed to give to an insect who crawls on the ground? Fugolian and Nozzle stared intently at each other before their magic began to clash against each other. Wah, what a tremendous clash of mana. Klaus thought in shock. Suddenly the door to the room was slammed open by a cloaked individual. Emergency, he yelled out. The capital is under attack. The capital was in flames, buildings had been destroyed. The man with the shredded robe was laughing. He had long hair with an eye patch that went across his head. Ha 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 ha. Break it, break it, break it, break it. The man yelled out. Citizens of the capital began to run away as zombie-like creatures chased after them. Any country that doesn't see what I'm worth is just asking to get raised, the man yelled out in a crazed trance. Suddenly some of the zombies' chest had a hole blown into them. 3 cloaked magic knights had arrived on the scene. Creepy freaks. Where in the world did you spring from? Invading the noble realm. You don't think much of your lives, do you? Suddenly the zombies with the holes blown in them charged at the magic knights. Wah, what are they? Even if you shoot of their limbs, they keep coming. Stand your ground. The Clover Kingdom is ours and we will protect. No you won't, scum. Get lost, scum. Scum 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 scum. The crazed man yelled out. What is this magic? One of the magic knights asked in fear. Tons of zombies erupted from the ground around the crazed man. Tons of zombies erupted from the ground around the crazed man. The capital is under attack? Shiren's grimoire suddenly appeared in front of him. Stone creation magic. Stone model of the world. The magic made an exact copy of the capital. That's a 3-dimensional model of the noble realm. Klaus said in shock. Even the voices of the people at the scene, and their magic levels. Is he lacing this whole area with mana and simultaneously making it visible? Klaus asked in shock. This is much more advanced than my magic flower guidepost, Mimosa said in shock as well. A force with this much magic appears in 5 places. Simultaneously, without our noticing it, Electora said as he stared at the map. A formidable spatial magic user must have made them materialize in an instant, Fuegolian stated. Even if that's the case, the guard mages of the noble realm work in shifts, constantly keeping a magic barrier in place. No one could enter, Fuegolian thought to himself. Did they analyze the mechanism of the barrier and break it, or did they bribe the guard mages? Either way, they must be phenomenally skilled. How should we assign the members we have? Fuegolian asked. We should protect the castle first, Electora said. Izuku looked at the map, and noticed several civilians were in danger. He knew that he should wait and form a plan of action. But he couldn't just leave those people to fend for themselves. Izuku took another look at the map. Is there an area where they were coming from? And spot where the enemies were hiding. He saw it. A spot on the map, where enemies were gathering in numbers. That must be where they're coming from. I'm going. Izuku suddenly spoke up as he began to run out of the room. Klaus suddenly turned towards Izuku. Going where, Izuku? We don't have a complete grasp of the situation yet. Klaus yelled out. And anyway, you can't sense magic at all, remember? Izuku turned his head. There's a certain spot where the enemies have gathered in numbers, and several civilians are in trouble. Izuku yelled out. I'll create a front line, where you guys figure out a plan to stop them. Izuku then jumped out a window. Hey! Leopold then started laughing. Interesting. Let's go see what you've got. Leopold then chased after Izuku. Guys really are dumb, right sis? Saul said with slight chuckle. Yes, they are. A woman with a helmet that covered her head said. Wait for me, my rival, they heard Leopold yell out. That Leo. He's still very much a child. Fuegolian said with a sigh. I'll have to thoroughly retrain him later. I'm sure you find it irritating to take order from me. Fuegolian yelled out. But listen well, Magic Knights. A flame lion suddenly appeared and Fuegolian jumped onto it. I'll follow Leo and the Black Bull Boy. After I've joined them, we'll head to the North District. Fuegolian yelled out. You Black Bull Girl. Come with me, Fuegolian said to Noelle. Silver Eagles, you take the Central District. The enemy's magic is strongest there. A giant water eagle suddenly appeared and the Silva family jumped onto it. Very well. Nozzle agreed with Fuegoleon's orders. Blue Roses, take the East District. Saul created a giant golem and her captain hopped onto it. I'd rather not take orders from a man, but I suppose there's no helping it, the female captain stated. Golden Dawn, split into 2 teams and head to the West and Northwest districts. We will protect the people of the noble realm. Electora yelled out as he and Yuno hopped on Yuno's whirlwind. A chariot appeared and Shuren, Klaus, and Hammond hopped into it. If we fail to protect the capital, we'll bring shame on the Magic Knights. Whatever you do, don't let the enemy escape. Everyone quickly left the room. It was now completely empty. Well, almost completely empty. Under one of the tables a young petite black-haired erupted from beneath while eating bread. I stuck to Deku and Noelle and got into the noble realm, for the food, but it sounds as if something awful is happening. This looks like a job for Charmy. Charmy yelled out. If I do good work, I may even get the chance to eat even better food. A smell of deliciousness assaulted her nostrils. I smell something delish, Charmy yelled out. I better fuel up, before going to battle. She then ran out of the room. The screams of Magic Knights being killed were heard all around the capital. The crazed man walked towards a little girl. Hey, little girl, he called out. Do you like the Clover Kingdom? I love the Clover Kingdom. So please stop this. The little girl said in fear. Me, I hate it, the crazed man yelled out. So, the town, zombies erupted from the ground. The people. And you, little girl. I'm breaking it all. Suddenly his zombies went sent flying. The crazed man tried to turn around but a black light whip wrapped around his body and flung him into a wall. Izuku had showed up. He quickly grabbed the young girl and jumped onto the building. Are you all right? Izuku asked in worry. He then noticed the zombie-like creatures he had kicked earlier, started to get back up. So somebody shows up and not only is he from the Bulls, he's just a kid. The crazed man yelled as he stepped out of the building. I'm guessing he's the one who created all of those zombies. Izuku thought to himself. He then turned to the little girl. You stay up here until I'm done, all right? Izuku said in his most sincerest tone. The girl nodded very slowly. Izuku activated full cowl at 10%. If you're the one who attacked the capital, then I'm gonna take you down. Izuku stated. The crazed man laughed. You take me down, a clover boy. I'm going to absolutely break you. The man yelled out as several more zombies erupted from the ground. Izuku had to prepare himself. This would be a tough battle. Several citizens ran for their lives as zombies chased after them. The zombies suddenly collapsed to the ground as wounds appeared all over their bodies. The citizens immediately recognized who saved them. It's the Silver Eagles. The Magic Knights are here to save us. Citizens, stand behind us. Nozzle ordered. It's the captain himself. We're safe now. Master Nozzle. Meanwhile all of the other Magic Knights finally appeared on the battlefield. What are these fiends? Klaus asked in shock. These guys are seriously creepy, sis. Saul said as she was creeped out by the zombies. There are so many of them. Mimosa stated. Do they have any weakness? Yuno questioned. These things there's magic in them. But they're not living human beings. Fugolian stated. In that case, we'll just crush them until they can't get back up. They all yelled out. Izuku was taking on what seemed to be more than 20 of these zombie creatures. They seemed to get back up, no matter how much damage he did to them. Their eyes were lifeless and they seemed to be completely controlled by the enemy mage with the eye patch. Give it up, scum. You can't win. The zombies suddenly rushed at Izuku with intent to mow him down. If they aren't alive, Izuku then upped the percentage of one for all. One for all, 20%. Izuku then delivered a rush of blows at the zombies. Even if I hit their heads off, they will still come at me. They must be controlled through a magic crystal of some kind. And that crystal must be located in their chest. Izuku delivered his rush of blows directly in the middle of the zombies' chest, destroying all of them. The zombies fell to the ground before more of them appeared. Behind Izuku stood Leopold. He was just watching the battle unfold. That guy, I can't believe he's able to take that many down with his bare hands. Leopold then began to chuckle. He's just way too interesting. That's exactly what makes him my perfect rival, Leopold said with a smirk. The crazed man had a look of annoyance on his face. My magic runs my own mana through corpses, making them move the way I want. It's wraith magic, he said as he looked at Izuku. That guy's power is able to stop the flow of mana from just the power alone. Izuku rushed towards the crazed man. He had no idea what this guy's plan was, but he knew he had to stop him now. Number 4, Jimmy. The crazed man suddenly called out. Suddenly a large lanky zombie appeared in front of the crazed man. He was covered in bandages. The only part of his body that wasn't covered was his eyes. He towered over Izuku. That brat's your prey this time around, Jimmy. Magical orbs surrounded Jimmy. Izuku could tell just from looking at them. They were dangerous. It would be best if he didn't get hit by any of them. Quote. Exclamation mark quote. Izuku suddenly felt pain on his left arm. One of the orbs had snuck up behind him and hit him. His arm wouldn't stop bleeding. Jimmy just got you with his special made curse shell. It's loaded with curse power. The crazed man yelled with glee. Even scratches won't stop bleeding now. I'd be real careful if I were you. The orbs then launched themselves at Izuku. Izuku immediately jumped back. He couldn't even punch those things or he would start bleeding even more. Black energy erupted from Izuku's hands as he called forth black whips. He used black whips to destroy the orbs. Jimmy only created more curses orbs in response. Oh, so you can use those black things for more than defense. For a brat with such weak magic, you are real annoying. Jimmy still got lots of curse magic left, but first. The crazed man then turned towards the little girl on the building. Jimmy, kill the little brat in the back. She's an eyesore. All of the cursed orbs suddenly went flying towards the little girl. See crap. My black whips won't reach in time. Izuku then leapt towards the girl as he increased the percentage of one for all. One for all, 25%. Izuku called out as he was barely able to reach the girl before the orbs. Izuku then aimed 2 fingers at the incoming orbs. Delaware smash. Izuku yelled out as he broke his fingers in order to destroy the orbs. And destroy them it did. Izuku looked at the crazed man in anger. Who are you aiming at? That's right. You knights protect the people, huh? The crazed man said with a chuckle. Aim for that brat, Jimmy. Several orbs went flying towards the little girl. Izuku stood between her and the orbs. He used black whips to knock the orbs away, but there was too many of them and some began to hit Izuku. Blood erupted from Izuku's leg as one of them had hit his leg. The girl looked in horror as Izuku was injured because of her. The crazed man only laughed in response. Huh, why did you get hit? 'Cause you decided to protect the girl. Hurry up and abandon her. You don't get anything out of protecting some stupid little girl, you idiot. The man laughed. I'll protect her, Izuku simply said in determination. The man looked at Izuku in bafflement. Well then sit there and take these attacks, you idiot. Noelle saw Izuku fighting. He was fighting by himself and looked in danger. She had to help him or else. You don't belong here. Leave this place, failure. Noelle flinched when she remembered her older brother's words. How could someone like me? Suddenly multiple zombies had surrounded her and charged towards. Boom. Flames suddenly dusted all of the zombies. Fugolian emerged from the flames. He slowly walked towards Noelle. Thank you. Fugolian suddenly karate chopped the top of her head. Focus, he yelled out. Noelle grabbed her head in pain. Black Bull's girl. Don't tell me you've let the things your siblings say frighten you. There is no time for such things on the battlefield. Fugolian yelled out. One wrong decision means one lost life. You are standing here as a member of the Magic Knights. If you join the Knights of your own free will, then steel yourself and get stronger. Fugolian then pointed his finger at Noelle. Being weak is nothing to be ashamed of. Staying weak is, Fugolian stated. Noelle stared at Fugolian in shock before biting her lower lip. He's right. Everyone in the Black Bulls is trying to prove that. Asta, Izuku, we can all get stronger. Weak guys die while they're still weak. The crazed man yelled as he suddenly increased the speed of the powerful orbs. Izuku was struggling to keep up. The wound on his leg was starting to act up. He wasn't able to move well because of it. Izuku began to wobble. 2 orbs were about to hit Izuku. Boom. Water creation. Sea Dragon's lair. Water had destroyed the 2 orbs. A water barrier surrounded the little girl. Izuku had instantly recognized who the water magic belonged to. Noelle, Izuku said in surprise. What are you doing, Broccoli Head? Honestly, it's just too painful to watch. I'll save you, so you'd better be grateful. Noelle yelled out. Yeah, you have my thanks. Izuku then charged at the crazed man. You little brats, he yelled out in anger. The number of zombies suddenly tripled. Don't get cocky. Flames suddenly erupted and destroyed all of the zombies. I'll back you up, rival. Leopold suddenly yelled out. Get that monster good, show me your power. Izuku dashed even faster towards the crazed man. Yeah, I'll take him down. Black whips erupted from Izuku's arms. Idiot, the crazed man yelled out. It'll just turn out like last time. Dozens of orbs went flying at Izuku. Black whips did not attack the orbs but instead began wrap around Izuku's body. They curled and twisted until they were covering every inch of his body. Black whip's technique. Black armor. The orbs crashed into Izuku, but they did no damage to Izuku. Izuku dashed forwards and cocked both of his arms back. He then delivered a rush of powerful blows right at Jimmy's chest. The punches connected and slammed Jimmy into the ground a couple of yards away. Izuku let out a heavy breath. The black whip armor made him tired extremely quick. Was it a move that required immense stamina? Black whips slowly disappeared off his body. Either way, it brought him closer to taking out this crazed villain. The crazed man looked at the situation in complete bafflement. Don't you dare let a dumb attack like that one take you down, Jimmy. Quit griping, he yelled in shock. Izuku stared at the crazed man. Prepare yourself, you're next. Boom. Head chef, what are you doing? Let's hurry and evacuate. Currently the head chef of the castle had decided instead of running away, to continue making food. You fools, as if a chef could abandon his cooking right in the middle and run. The head chef yelled out. Deliver the ultimate dish under any circumstances. That's what the best do. Yes, but all the knights are gone. There's nobody here now. What? Leaving without eating my main course? What do they think they're doing? Well, it's a national emergency, sir. I'm telling you, we need to run. Suddenly Charmy jumped in front of them. That main course or whatever it is, please let me eat it. Charmy yelled out. Wah, who's the shrimp? The head chef asked. He then noticed Charmy's robe. That's a Magic Knight's robe, meaning, she must be one of the big shots who got invited to the ceremony. And besides, that's a Magic Knight's robe, meaning, she must be one of the big shots who got invited to the ceremony. And besides, those glaring eyes of hers are practically on fire. She's somebody special, the head chef thought to himself. All right lady, you got it, just you wait, I'll make you the best main course you've ever seen. A big smile appeared on Charmy's face. Yes SS. Charmy threw her arms up in celebration. No, really, let's get out here. A random chef said in despair. HMPH, that just about does it. Klaus said as they had eliminated all of the zombies in the area. I need to get stronger so things like this don't give me trouble. Yuno thought to himself. That was really gross. Mimosa said with a sigh. What incredible power. A random citizen yelled out. Long live the Magic Knights. Nozzle looked around in surprise. That's odd. What was the enemy thinking, unleashing creatures this weak? Where is their main force? Nozzle questioned to himself. It looks as though they've all entered the marked areas. Yuno's grimoire began to glow. Yuno looked at it in surprise. A feint, Nozzle realized. He looked at the castle. So were they really after the king? Suddenly black mist appeared below all of the Magic Knights. Well done, Magic Knights. The black mist enveloped all of them. Spatial magic. Blackout. The citizens looked in shock as the Magic Knights had disappeared. The Magic Knights disappeared. They questioned. The Magic Knights suddenly appeared outside the capital. We seem to be several hundred kilometers away from the capital, at the very least. All of the Magic Knights that were in the main area of the capital had been sent several kilometers away from the capital. All those amazing Magic Knights fell for a trap like that one. How amazingly stupid, a feminine voice yelled out. I was planning to play with those who escaped, but I guess it was pointless. The voice came from a woman who looked to be near her 30s. She had a large fuzzy hat and a fuzzy dress. Wah, who is that? A citizen asked. The woman then licked her lips. Now, then. While I've got the chance, why don't I help myself to some nice young mana? Mana erupted from several young women and began to flow into the older woman. The older woman then laughed in the young women's faces. You think you're more beautiful than me just cause you're younger. She yelled out in resentment. She then saw a young gentleman. Tell me, am I beautiful? She asked as she fluttered her eyes. Monster. He screamed out in terror. Her eyes then become dark. You're the one who's wrong. Suddenly a gust of wind split the older woman from the young gentleman. Standing above was Yuno, with his normal stoic expression on. Oh, you're just my type. The woman yelled in glee. Wanna do something fun later? Get away from those people, old hag. Yuno yelled out to her. The woman's face went from infatuation to a haunting scowl. Die. Her grimoire appeared right in front of her as magical orbs surrounded her. The magical orbs immediately were sent flying at Yuno. Who are you calling an old lady? Yuno pushed himself forward in order to dodge all of the attacks. Those are curse bullets with all sorts of curses inside. You won't know what you'll get until they hit you. Yuno continuously dodged the attacks. What are you people? Why did you attack? Yuno questioned her. He had no idea who these people could be, attacking the capital with all forms of curse magic. It made no sense. My, you think you can fight and talk? Sure, you're handsome so I'll tell. The woman answered. We're here to eliminate a certain someone. That's why. Well, who do you think it is? The woman said in a joking manner. Not that I'm going to tell you. She then flung even more magic attacks at Yuno. At the castle, where is the Wizard King? A pompous voice asked. I am the ruler of this land. In the case of an emergency, the nation's strongest mage should be protecting me. The voice belonged to a man unseen. Running off in a time like this, where are you, William? A young man asked. Yuno continuously dodged the magic bullets. But he was getting slower and more tired. The attacks just keep coming. She has huge magic reserves. Suddenly 3 magic bullets hit him square in the chest. My, you're getting clumsier and clumsier. What hit this time, I wonder? Yuno could barely stand. His eyes were blurry. His body was going numb. His ears were failing. This was her magic. Ash curse magic. Cheerful ash destruction. The woman suddenly stated. Bit by bit, while trembling with terror, you'll regret calling me old. Yuno began to falter. The 4-leaf clover raised their expectations, and I was admitted to the Golden Dawn. The strongest group there is right now. What exactly was I trying to do? So, maybe he got a 4-leaf clover, but that peasant is pushing his luck. HMPH. His abilities are nothing compared to the rest of the Golden Dawn. Just wait, he'll go under soon enough. It didn't matter what other people said. I was only honing my skills to keep from losing. An image of Mars showed up in Yuno's head. But I couldn't win. What defeated that guy was a power I was given by chance and can't control. Not only that, but that power won't listen to me at all. It's how I escaped from that spatial magic too, because that power which I really can't call my own, reacted. It's not like we're expecting much from a peasant like him. No, that's not it. That isn't the thing that really frustrated me. Yuno shot out a gust of wind that missed the woman by a small margin. Kyahaha. And just what are you aiming, huh? You've got to properly aim, like this. Several more magic bullets hit Yuno in the chest. You know, if you beg for your life very nicely, I don't mind forgiving you. Just say, I'm so sorry miss. And I'll forgive you. Yuno gritted his teeth. I can't see anything. I can't feel at all. Yuno could also see black. Suddenly light appeared in the darkness in the shape of a sparrow. Light slowly began to return to Yuno's eyes. This is the flow of mana. Yuno questioned. Go on, hurry and beg for your life. If you don't, I'll kill you right now. The woman yelled out. I want to know all sorts of things about you. Can you hear me? Come on, hurry, tell me. The woman yelled out as more magic bullets appeared around her. Ah, shut up, I don't care about you. An image of Asta appeared in Yuno's head. I don't want to lose to Asta. Yuno's grimoire suddenly opened a new page. I'm not done yet, Yuno yelled out. The mana around the area began to gather around Yuno. The woman looked in shock as she realized what was happening. He was controlling mana. A small fairy-like girl stood in front of Yuno as magic gathered around them. The woman then noticed the grimoire Yuno had. That grimoire, the legendary four-leaf clover. I'll tell you just one thing about me, Yuno suddenly said. I'm a really bad loser. Wind spirit magic. Sylph's breath, a gust of wind at least the size of a large building launched itself at the woman, sending her flying. S0000 yummy. Charmy yelled out with a comical blush on her face as she stuffed her face with food. You are a phenomenal eater, shrimp. The head chef yelled out. Go on, eat it all. Yes sir, Charmy yelled out. Suddenly the wall behind Charmy exploded as the woman, who was dressed like a witch, flew into the room. Instead of her beautiful features she had wrinkles and looked very old. A witch. We're under attack, a random chef yelled out. This is why I told you, we needed to run. The now old woman was breathing heavily. Not enough mana, the old woman thought to herself. I have to steal some, or else. Give it to me, the old woman said as she stared at Charmy. Give it to me. Charmy looked at the old woman in confusion. Give it to her. Suddenly Charmy realized what the old woman wants. She wants my food, Charmy said in realization. Nah. No. Give it to me, the old woman yelled out as magic erupted from her. Outside the building, Yuno was flying toward the building. The feel of this mana. I knew it. That woman's still alive, Yuno said in realization. Give it to me. Suddenly Charmy's face darkened. I said no. A grimoire appeared in front of Charmy. Sweat formed on the old witch's head as she looked in complete confusion as a giant sheep appeared behind Charmy. Cotton creation magic. Strike of the sleeping sheep. The sheep delivered a powerful punch and sent the witch flying out of the building. The cooks are stared in amazement. Gee, that was awesome, a cook yelled out. A smirk appeared on the head chef's face. How do you like that? The passion in my cooking powered up that shrimp's magic. I will follow you for the rest of my life, head chef. Charmy then wiped her eyes as the giant sheep disappeared. I don't care who they are, nobody touches my food. Charmy looked up and saw her plate of food falling out of the hole she had just created. Her face turned to despair as she ran to grab it. FO000000D. The plate of food suddenly stopped falling and began to rise in the air. Yuno had caught the plate of food with his wind magic. Was that tremendous magic from her? He then noticed the black bull robe. A black bull, makes sense. There you go. Yuno handed the plate of food to Charmy. Charmy blushed at Yuno. My food-saving prince has arrived. Charmy thought in her head. Gee, thank you very much. Yuno just stared at her with a blank expression. No prob, he simply said. Yuno then began to wobble. I guess that spell puts quite strain on me. I'll have to get better at using it. Yuno then fell forward. Look out, Charmy said in alarm as her grimoire opened up and created a large fluffy sheep for Yuno to fall on. Well, her to fall on too, as Yuno had fallen on top of Charmy. Izuku dodged another strike from this next corpse, or whatever you could call it. Number 2. Alfred. Even with those whips of yours, you can't hurt Alfred if you can't touch him. Izuku was breathing heavily. Izuku, Noelle called out, if I can lend him my strength like before. Suddenly a creature covered in stitches and stood over 7 feet tall appeared in front of Leopold and Noelle. Muddy water surrounded him. That guy's your opponent, the crazed man yelled out. Izuku could barely move. Getting hit by just one curse was detrimental, but he's been hit by multiple. To get out of this situation would take more brain than brawn. Using corpses to fight. This guy doesn't think of people as people. I definitely can't lose to him. Izuku glared at his opponent. He couldn't move his arms or legs. In order to win he needed to. Hey, what's with that look? The crazed man called out. Being brave ain't gonna get you out of this, kid. Alfred, finish him. Magic erupted from Alfred. More curse magic. Black whips erupted from Izuku's arms as he prepared to protect himself. Boom. Suddenly Alfred turned to ash as flames engulfed him. Everyone looked on in confusion as Fugolian walked in front of Izuku. My apologies for interrupting your fight. Fugolian put a hand on Izuku's shoulder. I thought it would be a shame to let a man like you die here. Forgive me. Izuku recognized this guy. He was one of the Magic Knight captains. Izuku, wasn't it? You said something about becoming Wizard King. Now I don't know if that was something in the heat of the moment. Say what? The crazed man interrupted. Become the Wizard King. Like a nobody like you could do that. In that case, Fugolian gave a small smirk at Izuku. You and I are rivals as well. Flames erupted from Fugolian. Leave the rest to me. Fugolian then turned to the crazed man. What is it you people want? Your actions are too scattered for an invasion and too organized for indiscriminate terrorism. Who are you? Fugolian asked. The crazed man gave a crazed smirk in response. 6 years ago, I was the top choice for a Magic Knight squad. The name's Raids. What? Fugolian questioned. A former Magic Knight. You don't remember, do you? I wasn't important enough for you people to bother with. Fugolian then began to realize who he was. With all that talent, why would you? They expelled me. Raids yelled out. They said my wraith magic was dangerous, forbidden. Since I was a commoner, nobody had my back. They exiled me from both the Magic Knights and the country. Even though my talents were better than the nobles, better than anyone. Raids yelled out. Wasn't magic supposed to be everything? So that's why I'm avenging myself against those Magic Knights in the country. With this power. That's why I'm doing this. Raids screamed out. Although there is one other reason. Fugolian scowled at Raids. For a childish reason like that, you fool. Don't toy with me, Fugolian yelled out. Childish. That's the thing about reasons, they're always simple, you know. Raids yelled out as another corpse appeared behind him. This one was covered in what looked like a typical mag robe. Leo. Fugolian yelled out. Leopold turned to Fugolian. Big bro, do you need help? He asked. A smirk appeared on Leopold's face. Definitely not. A smirk appeared on Fugolian's face. That's what I like to hear. If you understand what you need to do, then get it done quick. Way to ask the impossible. Raids yelled out. The affinity between their attributes is lousy. Well, it's not like you'd be able to save him anyway. Suddenly a flame lion appeared behind Fugolian. Sorry, I won't be able to control the intensity of this flame. Flame creation magic. Leorzenas. The flame lion shot out a giant beam of heat at Raids and his new corpse. A giant magical barrier protected Raids from the flames. Raids let out a smirk. Number 1, Carl. When he was alive, this guy was a defense magic expert. I added my curse magic to that and made him even tougher. Raids smirked. Izuku looked on in worry. The curse magic was still affecting his body, he could move but not by much. Izuku. Fugolian called out. Watch closely. What are acting all calm for? Raids called out. This guy does more than just defend. Several magic projectiles launched at Fugolian. Fugolian's grimoire appeared in front of him as a flame barrier protected him from the projectiles. Trying to match barrier spells with Carl, huh? The barrier surrounded Carl and Raids. Raids then began to launch several more projectiles at Fugolian. How's this? Wadea, think of this iron defense plus super barrage. Raids yelled out. I certainly can't touch you, Fugolian said while still being calm. Ha 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 ha. If Raids could see how calm Fugolian was, he definitely didn't show it. Is that all you got, Mr. Captain of the Crimson Lions? A small fireball appeared in front Fugolian before firing a narrow but powerful ray of fire. Boom. The ray broke through the barrier and went straight through Carl's chest, making the corpse disappear. Raids' eyes widened in utter shock. Flame magic. Sol Linea. Fugolian then let out a small smile. In the instant you attack, for just a moment the mana of the barrier thins in places. I aimed for that, Fugolian explained. I met with difficult magic every day. Listen well, Fugolian called out to the kids. Because you are magic knights, you will find yourselves constantly pitted against power enemies and magic. When it happens, if you gauge the ability calmly and maintain a bold fighting spirit, you will never lose. Is that clear? Leopold let out a smirk as he heard his older brother's speech. That's my big brother for ya. Magic erupted from Leopold and Noel. Yes, sir. Izuku looked at Fuegolian in amazement. He saw the weakness in that one instant, and improved the morale of his allies. So this is a magic knight captain. He was super cool. No way. You took out my best just like that? Raids asked in disbelief. You. Raids. Was it? Fuegolian called out to him. Even if you possess phenomenal abilities and polish them to their fullest. Without a just spirit, they're nothing but violence. There is no one who will acknowledge something like that, Fuegolian yelled out. Raids couldn't process any of this. Why? He questioned to himself. I've got phenomenal power, more than anyone. I researched my own magic as much as possible, honed it and prepared, planned for today. For years. Boom. Raids turned towards the noise and saw his other corpse fall to the ground. We took advantage of the gaps in the enemy's mana and evaporated it with intense firepower, Leopold explained. That's the spirit. Well done. Fuegolian congratulated them. That's what qualifies you to lead this country as royals. Yes sir. Both Noel and Leopold said as they saluted to Fuegolian. Moments later Noel blushed as she noticed she did the salute. It can't be. I've got as much magic as a royal, Several lion paws made of fire suddenly trapped Raids. Flame-binding magic. Leo Palma. Let go of me, you piece of. There are many things I want to ask you. At the very least, one more spatial magic user has invaded the capital. Where are they? Did they run already? Even if your objective was revenge. What was your group's objective? Fuegolian asked. Our real objective. Is you, Fuegolian Vermilion. What? Darkness magic appeared directly below Fuegolian before swallowing him whole. Fuegolian had found himself in a very bright room with runes everywhere. What is this place? Fuegolian then heard a footstep behind him. Sweat formed on his head. Raids began to laugh uncontrollably. You freak. Leopold yelled out. Where did you send my brother? Izuku looked around. There had to be another one of them close by. They wouldn't be able to do an accuracy-dependent move without being close by, but where would they hid? Izuku looked at the only reasonable spot. The bundle of corpses. Black whips erupted from his hands as he swung them with immense force, hitting the corpses into the air. One of the corpses suddenly used spatial magic to teleport on the top of a building. Good job seeing through that. The corpse's voice was husky and very rough. I figured if I disguised myself with magic, magic could find me out. So I went to the trouble of wearing this filthy disguise, and yet, he stared at Izuku. I didn't think we had a madman here. The man tore off the corpse mask, revealing a pale white face with darkened eyes. But, it appears to be over now. The spatial magic opened up and Fuegolian fell out. All of the magic knights' faces went white. Fuegolian was laid completely out, covered in a puddle of his own blood, and he was missing an arm. Fuegolian, Leopold screamed out in terror. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. His unbeatable brother, his big brother. Leopold let out a war cry before running toward Fuegoleon. Izuku looked at the scene in disbelief. He was defeated. Fuegoleon was incredibly strong and they just. Noel's face paled. His arm. Noel then noticed his grimoire was still whole. If the grimoire's still whole, then he still alive. Noel knelt next to Fuegoleon. We have to stop the bleeding. If only Mimosa was here. Noel then noticed the corner of Fuegoleon's grimoire beginning to disappear. The grimoire's starting to disappear. Leopold, help me. Noel called out to Leopold, but Leopold made no response. He only stared at the almost lifeless body of Fuegoleon in disbelief. Suddenly raids appeared right in Leopold's face. Remember when you mouthed off to me a minute ago? Raids then launched Leopold flying into a wall with a magic blast. Leopold. Noel yelled out in worry. You were able to overcome adversity. What you lacked was a just heart. A just heart, huh? Raids said in a mocking tone. I always do just what my heart tells me to. Go yap your head off in the afterlife. Fuegoleon Vermilion. The spatial magic user raised his hand slightly. We've done what we came to do. Let's go, Raids. Before any other magic knights appear. Izuku staggered. He slowly began to stand and walk towards Raids. Your name was Izuku, right? Well, I'll kill you and make you into one of my toys real soon, look forward to it. Then Raids felt something off from Izuku. Raids felt sinister mana coming off Izuku slowly. Izuku then vanished on Raid's eyes. Raid eyes widen. Black whips surrounded one of Izuku's fingers, and Izuku appeared right behind Raids. Air Force. Black shot. Izuku flicked his finger at 20%, the black whip launching from his finger wrapping around Raids' right arm. Izuku then pulled Raids towards him before delivering an immense punch right to his face and sent him flying to building. The punch launched Raids back with a satisfying crunch. Raids sat on the ground questioning what had just happened. He felt something drip down his face. Blood. OWWWWW. WHADDAYA think you're doing trash. Not good, the spatial magic user said as he raised his hand once again. Izuku didn't respond and walked to Raids slowly. Raids felt Izuku's sinister mana getting stronger. Stop, Raids yelled out. Izuku didn't listen to him and still walking towards him. Raids then stand up and rushed towards him. Raids dashed at Izuku and fired a magic blast straight at his chest. Izuku, instead of dodging it, took the hit directly and grabbed his wrist. Then Izuku spoke. I'm going make sure that you will never hurt innocent people again, Izuku said. I'm gonna be the guy who's gonna show everyone a bright future. Whether that means becoming the Wizard King or the #1 hero, it doesn't matter to me. Because I'm gonna save everyone. Then Izuku's sinister mana burst and half of the Clover Kingdom felt the sinister mana. As everyone drops to their knees except for the Magic Knight captions who are barely trying to stand due to Izuku mana. What is this sinister mana? Is this coming from Izuku? Noel and Leopold thought scared. Raids for once looked at Izuku in fear. Then Raids notices a black mark on Izuku's forehead and his eyes dark purple. Voltos. Do something. Raids yelled out. If I could, I'd be doing it. The spatial magic user said with a slight scoff. These mana of his are stronger than him and I can barely move. A spatial magic hole appeared in above of Voltos. It seems we'll have to take care of the boy first. Noel noticing he was storing up magic. She then noticed a spatial magic hole appeared behind Izuku. Is planning to attack through his spatial magic. Noel realized a little too late. Izuku, look out. A spiral of fire suddenly launched at Voltos, making Voltos dodge. What good does it do if get scared and, if I lose my cool? Stay calm at all times, right Fuegoleon? Leopold said as he nervously scowled. Voltos gave a small sigh. What should I do? We can't afford to lose Raids yet. Raids scowled at Leopold. You little, how pitiful, came a monotone voice. Izuku turned and found himself surrounded by several cloaked wizards. Their magic aura giving them a chilling presence except for Izuku. Leopold looked at them in shock. Reinforcements. 5 of them. We received a report from our master and came, but one of the cloaked wizards began. Against people like these. .7 pitiful. Izuku groaned in pain. The curses were still affecting his body was bleeding like crazy. He wouldn't be conscious much longer. A nervous smirk suddenly appeared on Raids' face. Looks like the tables just turned. Black whips suddenly erupted from Izuku's body. I may be barely able to move. The black whips covered the spots in which he was bleeding. The spots in which the curses were affecting him the most. This should be able to stop the bleeding, Izuku said with a serious look. On top of a building, Nero watched the scene with the same expression the bird always made. Izuku found himself completely surrounded. I'll take you all down, Izuku yelled out. Izuku then let go of Raid's wrist and punched him on his face, and he went flying through a building, knocking him out. Did the sight of our numbers drive him insane? One of the cloaked wizards asked. It doesn't matter, he's about to die anyway. They all launched a magic blast, directly at Izuku. Then suddenly someone spoke on Izuku's mind. Hey kid, call out your grimoire and use my sacred treasure. Who are you? Izuku thought in surprise. You don't need to know who I'm now, just do as I tell you and say full counter. Izuku then listened to the mysterious voices. Izuku's grimoire appeared in thin air and opened to the third page, and the sword came out. The cloaked wizards and Leopold were shocked. They have seen a grimoire appeared in thin air. This sword is a sacred treasure, Izuku thought, then said, full counter. As Izuku deflected the magic back 5x speed due to the mark on Izuku's head and hit the cloaked wizards. The cloaked wizards were impressed. Your struggles are pointless, one the cloaked wizard said, trying to act tough. It him. The one master was talking about. Black whips erupted around Izuku wildly. I need to stay calm, and calmly kick their butts. Izuku's arms hurt all over and his eyes were starting to get blurry. He didn't know much longer he could keep this up because he was overusing his quirks. Several fireballs suddenly erupted and attacked the cloaked wizards. Flame magic. Exploding flames. Leopold glared at the cloaked wizards. You think I'm going to let you people throw your weight around, after what you did to my brother? Let me join my rival. Sure, thanks. Izuku and Leopold went wild in attacking the enemy attacks. No attack could stop them. They say beasts are more formidable when wounded. These boys are dangerous. The cloaked wizards increased the power of their magic spells. You weren't our targets, but we'll kill you here and now. They fired off their magic blasts before a giant water barrier protected Izuku and Leopold from the attacks. Water creation magic. Sea Dragon's lair. Noelle had protected them. Don't think you can kill my friends so easily, Noelle yelled out at them. Well, that's quite a nice barrier spell, one of the cloaked wizards yelled out. From your appearance, you're a member of the royal Silva family. In that case, I'll oppose you with grimoire magic. I wouldn't want to be rude. Tree roots suddenly erupted from the ground and swallowed the water barrier. The creation tree. Magic draining roots. Noelle looked in shock as the tree roots had completely swallowed her magic. Izuku and Leopold launched themselves at the enemy wizard. Your instincts are admirable. Wind creation magic. Tornado needles. Piercing wind needles shot out in an instant and stabbed Izuku and Leopold. It was so quick, they were only able to react after they felt the pain of their body being punctured. Izuku and Leopold both fell to the ground with a thud. Leopold fell to the ground with a thud and Izuku was still standing up looking at him with his dark purple eyes. How is his mana still so powerful? I could feel it still when they cast a mana protection on all us. I need to finish him and the kid next to him. Now then, let's finish them off, shall we? More wind needles formed before launching at Izuku and Leopold. Stop, Noelle yelled out. Boom. Something had blocked the wind needles. It was a just ball of mercury. Noelle instantly recognized this magic. How dare you send us all the way out there? Alekdora yelled out. Valtos looked at them in shock. Impossible. You covered that distance this quickly. We really didn't want to, but we worked together to get back. Call it compound magic if you will. Alekdora said with a slight sigh. Saul gave a slight sigh. Well, I guess men aren't totally useless. Saul stated. I acknowledge their abilities, no more. Charlotte said with her eyes still closed. So this is where center of the sinister mana is coming from. Lucky we got used to it in 11 minutes. Charlotte thought. I'm never cooperating again, Saul had said in disgust. We really don't play with others well, you know. Nebra said with a slight chuckle. Nozzle stared at them with a cold stare. However, our 9 Magic Knight squads exist to protect the peace of the One Clover Kingdom. Nozzle stated. Voltos jumped off the building. It'll cost us if we keep fighting. Let's retreat. A grimoire appeared in front of Nozzle. What's the rush? Nozzle asked with a cold tone. Several mercury rain-like balls formed in the air. Mercury magic. Rain of silver. A grimoire appeared in front of one of the cloaked wizards. Gel magic. Sticky salamander. A giant salamander made of goo erupted from the grimoire. Dark magic item. Special properties alpha absorbed. The cloaked wizard injected the salamander with a giant need. The mercury attack was absorbed into the salamander. Nozzle looked at it in confusion before noticing the needle. As that, a magic item. The salamander then stepped on Izuku, absorbing him into its body. Izuku. The magic knights yelled out in worry. Malign. The cloaked wizard said in glee. Remember this, magic knights. One of the other cloaked wizards began. We are the eye of the midnight sun. The ones who will destroy the Clover Kingdom. Spatial magic appeared beneath them before they all disappeared. In an instant they were gone, alone with Izuku. Izuku. They took Izuku. We have to save him. Noelle yelled out. Noelle, I'm sorry we can't. Klaus interrupted. There's no way we can locate their destination. Yes, but, no. Nozzle suddenly spoke up. Right now, our top priority is the capital's defenses. There's no guarantee that those were the only enemies. We don't have the time or magic to spend on someone like him. Noelle could only stare in response. She suddenly turned around and called for Mimosa. Mimosa, help Captain Fugolian. Mimosa immediately began healing Fugolian. Mimosa looked at Fugolian in shock. She couldn't believe Fugolian had lost. Someone like Fugolian ended up like this. She then noticed Leopold. Even Leopold. Izuku is gone. Please, please be all right. She prayed to herself. With my magic, first aid is the best I can do. He needs to be taken to the medical ward for more advanced healing magic, or else. What could have done this to a magic knight captain? Sol questioned. PFT. Solid suddenly called out. Some captain. That's just pathetic. The Vermilion clan sure ain't what it used to be. Makes me embarrassed to be a royal. Noelle looked at Solid in shock. How could you say that, Solid? We are magic knights. Nozzle suddenly called out. Unless we win, our existence is pointless. Noelle wanted to refuse Nozzle's statement. Nozzle, Noelle said, disappointment evident in her tone. He's right, Solid yelled out. This is gonna trash the reputation of the Crimson Lion Kings too. Before Solid could continue, however, Nozzle turned and glared at him. However, Solid, as we were not even present at the fight, we are less than he is. Nozzle said with a cold gaze. Strengthen the defenses so that the damage spreads no farther. He ordered. Solid looked at Nozzle in confusion. Right, was his dignified response. He's right, Alekdora suddenly yelled out. They spread around magic that blocks transmission spells, and the chain of command is in chaos. Thanks to that, reinforcements from outside the noble realm failed to arrive. We can't let our guard down yet. Noelle's face was full of worry. Izuku. The cloaked wizards walked towards a hidden castle, hidden by a forest. Raids. We ended up with a huge headache because you stepped out of line. Don't get carried away just because the master has taken a liking to you. I want to fight a captain alone. You said, I want to lay waste to the capital. Conceited fool. The cloaked wizard scolded Raids. Simply achieving the objective wouldn't have taken half this much work. Shut up, was Raids' comeback. My toys are what took damage. That's no skin off your noses. Boot. It sounds like Catherine was defeated and is still out cold in the capital, the salamander wizard said. Like I care about that hag. Raids yelled out. We got what we went in for, so it's all good. By the way, Sally. One of the cloaked wizards said to the salamander wizard. We can't take that boy with us. Kill him. Huh, no way. Didn't you feel that sinister magic coming from him? Yes, and those whips, they were like magic, but there were not, so no way I'm going to kill him. This is a type of magic on a whole different level. I'm gonna use him in my research. Izuku slowly groaned as he opened his green eyes. He slowly looked in his surroundings. Where am I? He questioned to himself. He was in some sort of gel bubble, he was levitating in the air inside it. Only those acknowledged by our master can go there. Don't cause unneeded trouble, kill him before the meeting time. Izuku then got a clue of where he was. He had been captured, and he was surrounded. He had to think of a way to get out of this mess. Izuku looked at his hand and still had the sword on his hand. Yeah, let me kill him. I'm gonna make him into a toy. Raids, you be quiet. The cloaked wizard closest to Izuku looked up and noticed he was awake. Ah, Izuku prepared himself for attack. The cloaked wizard took off his hood revealing a young woman with black hair and glasses. She had a curvy figure, but what got Izuku's attention were her eyes. He had seen those eyes. Her eyes were same as a certain blood-loving villain. You're awake, she called out. You ask them too. You want me to investigate every last inch of you in your grimoire and run all sorts of experiments on you, right? You want to be useful to my research, right? Right. Izuku could only back up as far as he could from this girl. She was bad news. He was in super bad situation and she was not making this any easier. Come on please. I'll ask too, so come on please. The group had walked into the hidden castle and were walking down several stairs. Give, I am to me, she begged. Suddenly the group stopped. Hi there, I've been waiting for you. Julius Novacrona. In other words, the Wizard King stood directly in front of the group. Wah, everyone looked in shock. How was the capital? Julius asked with a not so sincere smile. The cloaked wizards were nervous and sweating like crazy. Why here? Why is this man here? The cloaked wizards grabbed out their grimoires and prepared to attack. Die. Suddenly Julius appeared in between two of the cloaked wizards. He's fast. Two magic orbs formed in Julius's hands and before the cloaked wizards could react, fired them. The cloaked wizards disappeared without a trace. What? Impossible. Where did they go? I killed them. Julius stated rather calmly. It would have been a bit too hard with numbers like these. Restraining you, I mean. Julius said as he stared at them with a blank expression. Tree roots erupted towards Julius. Julius shot a magic beam through the roots and killed another cloaked wizard. Sally and Raids looked at the scene in shock. What just happened? Raids asked in shock. You just came from attacking the capital, didn't you? Julius gave them a cold stare. You can't possibly have gone to kill, without preparing to be killed. Right. Valtos was feeling nervous. What power? So this is the Wizard King. This is bad, my magic is already drained. That said, Julius suddenly spoke up. You seem pretty skilled, I'll probably have trouble here. He then gave them an innocent smile. What do you say? I'll just let one of you live. Do you want to surrender? It's first come, first serve. What do you think? Dawn, T-Cell US short. Sally and the last remaining cloaked wizard yelled out as their grimoire appeared before them. Sally began firing several gel projectiles, while the cloaked wizard fired off his super fast wind needles. However, Julius dodged it all with ease. In fact, he was moving so fast, it looked as though there were multiple Julius's. How is he moving like that? My eyes can't keep up. I guess there's no helping it. Julius spoke up. I might be able to handle numbers like these. Suddenly white magic enveloped the wizards as a ball of magic trapped them. Time-binding magic. Chronostasis. What the heck is this? I can't move. Nice, I got all of you. Were you more worn out than I thought? Julius said with a slight smile. See how it feels to live, in one unending moment. Izuku watched this entire scene unfold in bewilderment. Julius has beaten all those opponents that Izuku had lost to quite easily. The gel bubble suddenly popped, letting Deku fall onto the ground. Oh, hello, Izuku. We seem to be linked by fate somehow. Izuku feel uneasy around this man. But he knew this man. Julius was someone on his side. This is only a small fraction of what you'll have to surpass. Julius said with a slight smirk. Need a hand. Julius extended his hand to Izuku. For whatever reason, Izuku felt like he had to stand up by himself. This was the Wizard King, the strongest magic knight, a man who was looked up to by many. He felt like he shouldn't show any weakness around him. Izuku slowly pushed himself up. It took all of his strength to just stand. Izuku's body wobbled back and forth, but he was able to stand up. Julius gave a small smirk at Izuku. I guess you didn't need help. Julius then turned to the capture wizards. You four had some pretty interesting magic. I was surprised. Now then, there are some things I want to ask you. Julius then pointed his hand at a giant stone that was behind him. The stone had several unknown runes marked on it, along with 4 jewels inside the runes. What are these jewels on this stone slab? I've never seen the characters or the pattern before. What were you trying to do with it? Julius asked with his cold smile. Well, even if I ask you now, you can't do a thing inside that spell. We'll have this talk later. At leisure, in the Clover Kingdom. Julius suddenly turned around. He felt a sudden intrusion of mana. Something's coming. Bright light shined in the room. Bright enough that it blinded everyone. Julius was barely to make a figure out. The figure raised his hand before magic erupted from him. Izuku had to shield his eyes from the light. And with the speed the light appeared, the light suddenly disappeared. They were gone. The enemy wizards. He got us. He's taken his companions away. Light magic faster than mine. Must have been the enemy boss. He seems interesting. I mean tough. But the last cloaked wizard hadn't been taken. We managed to keep one. Izuku looked on in almost a daze. Why didn't the boss take all of them? Did he deem this specific cloaked wizard unnecessary? Suddenly an image of a young wizard appeared in front of Julius. I finally got through. Where are you, Wizard King? Hello there, Marks. Sorry about that, things got a bit busy and I blocked the communication spell. Julius answered. But you're always doing that. Something really awful happened here. The capital was attacked, correct? And you repelled them safely, correct? Yes, but, never mind that, just come to the medical ward. Marks yelled out in worry. Julius had a worried expression on his face. In the capital, several medical wizards surrounded Fugolian as they healed him. We've strengthened the magic barrier, we should be all right now. Fugolian, Leo, Mimosa prayed out in worry. Alekdora felt it, a powerful and familiar magic approaching. This magic, Suddenly Julius landed right behind everyone. The captured wizard still captured, and Izuku was being carried like a toddler. Yo, good work, everyone, Julius said with a smile. The Wizard King. They then noticed the captured cloaked wizard. And an enemy. Then everyone noticed Izuku being carried like a toddler in Julius's hands. And Izuku. Hey guys, how's it going? Was Izuku's dignified introduction. You're okay? They questioned. The Wizard King saved me, man, I thought I was a goner for sure. Izuku said as he sheepishly rubbed the back of his head. You're always reckless. That's why it happened. Noel scolded Izuku. Did that teach you anything, broccoli head? Noel silently sighed in relief. Izuku. Klaus yelled out. I'm so glad you came back alive. Klaus said as he wiped a tear out of his eye. I was sure you were dead. I'm so glad. Izuku smiled at Klaus. Klaus in a lot of ways reminded Izuku of Iida, a strict person but a very kind and good person. Yeah, sorry for making you worry. Izuku gave his biggest smile at Klaus. Izuku, came the worried cry of Mimosa as she trampled Klaus out of the way. Before giving the closest hug Izuku had ever gotten in the Clover Kingdom, his mom was still champion of the closest and tightest hugs. I was really worried, Mimosa said with tears in her eyes. Too close. Izuku blushed thought as he couldn't move. Nero suddenly swooped in and began pecking his head repeatedly. I see, Julius said with a sigh. One strong as Fugolian, and they don't even know when he'll wake up. I'm afraid I miscalculated there. No. It was due to our inexperience. Charlotte spoke up. Wizard King, we confirmed that the pendant Fugolian war seems to be gone. Who on earth are they? Julius frowned. From what they say. They seem to be a terrorist group with a grudge against the kingdom, but things look a bit more complicated than that. Julius began to think to himself. The jewels embedded in that slab, was Fugolian's pendant on one of those? There were still several open spaces. What will happen when all the jewels are in one place? They might have gone after Fugolian because he had that jewel, but the greater possibility is that his strength and ideology would have kept them from their goals. I've been investigating several dissidents in secret. This time, for the first time, I picked up their tracks and was searching for them, but if they're planning something extraordinary, maybe I shouldn't have left the capital. Julius then suddenly spoke up. We'll get the details from the captive later. In any case, people look to the Magic Knights for one thing, the peace of the kingdom. In order to preserve that, we must keep fighting with everything we have. Nozzle started to walk away. If you'll excuse me. Nozzle, Solid called out. Izuku looked at Nozzle with a mixed expression. Julius let out a small smile. The three Silva siblings walked away from the scene. Nozzle was scowling. Not at anyone specifically, but he was scowling at himself. Pitiful. What an appalling spectacle. Nozzle thought to himself. Never let this happen again, Nozzle. And several images of Nozzle and Fugolian growing up together played in Nozzle's head. I will find the scum who did this to you, and bury them myself. Julius let out a small smirk. Has the enemy awakened not a sleeping lion, but a hawk? Either way, I'd rather not end up feeling this useless again. The chubby Magic Knight knows as Hammond spoke up. You said it. Saul spoke up. We will get stronger as well. The Magic Knights yelled out. I'm the one. Who's going to get the strongest? A familiar voice yelled out. Mimosa turned to the medical building and saw Leopold leaning on the door. Leopold, you need to rest, Mimosa called out. Leopold ignored her and stared at Izuku. Izuku, I'm glad we both pulled through. You're my rival. We've faced death together and survived, and so, I expect you to get stronger too. And, big brother, what's that mark on your forehead? A younger Leopold called out to a younger Fugolian. It's a mark handed down in the Vermilion family, the sign of a personal oath. It's only worn by those prepared to conquer themselves and become king. Whoa, that's really cool. Master Fugolian has become a truly splendid individual. He might just be the one to obtain both thrones of the king and the wizard king, and become the true king. Younger Leopold looked at his older brother in awe. My brother is truly amazing. I'll work hard too, so I'll be fit to be his younger brother. It's not like I want to be like him. A small fire formed on Leopold's thumb. This is the mark of my oath. Leopold then presses the fire on his forehead, burning himself. I'll become a man who surpasses even Fugolian. Leopold had resolved himself. I'll be the one to become the wizard king. Leopold yelled out. The burn mark on his forehead now resembled the one his older brother had. Izuku gave a competitive smile in return. Yeah, let's see who can become the wizard king first, Leo. Izuku said with a big smile as he outstretched his arm. Leopold then smirked. Yeah, Leo then fist bumped Izuku. When Noelle saw Izuku smiling, she remembered about sinister mana coming from Izuku and the mark in his forehead. What was that? Noelle thought while looking at Izuku. The Wizard King concluded that the attack on the capital had been the work of anti-Clover Kingdom terrorists, and declared his intent to continue resolutely opposing them. The Wizard King knew one thing, a fact that he was completely sure of. There was a traitor among the capital's mages. Ow! They hurt. My wounds hurt. Raids cried out in frustration. Izuku, that green-haired punk. I swear I will slaughter him. I'll muster the ultimate corpse army. Army. So his name is Izuku, huh? The crazed black-haired girl said. Don't kill him, Raids. I want to tinker with him while he's still alive. Besides, I healed your wounds. They shouldn't hurt now. Shut up. They ache all right. I saw the brat first. Keep your mitts off him, Sally. I can't hear you. I hope we meet again, Izuku. Until then, I'll use the little samples I got when you were in the gel and research. An unknown figure gazed at an orange stone. I couldn't save Jork and Catherine. The figure stated. Valtos turned towards the figure. Those two have big egos, but they worship you. They won't leak any of our information. I'm not worried about that. As long as they are alive, we'll rescue them without fail. The figure lifted up his sleeve and his arm had aged where it almost all bones. I thought I had dodged it. Time that accelerates the flow of time, how terrifying. Still, we'll build up our strength and we will bring him down. In order to get our revenge on the Clover Kingdom, and establish a new country that's ours alone. At the capital, the Magic Knights were having no success at getting information from the captured enemies. It's no good, there's a protection spell on them. I can't search for information. Catherine smirked in response. Even if there weren't, we'd never talk. The Master is the light in the darkness, our God. When all others abandoned us, the Master did not. We could never repay that with betrayal. The Wizard King stared at them in response before walking away. All we've found out is that their leader has terrifying unifying power, along with fearsome magic power. I bet he was also the one who defeated Fugolian. When he wakes up, we may learn something. Continue searching for clues. Asta was not in a good mood. He had taken a well-needed nap after training for 3 hours straight. He slept through the entire capital attack. He felt so embarrassed and he needed to make sure his friends were okay. He immediately looked for his friends, before running into Izuku, Noelle, and Charmy. Izuku moved as soon as he saw him. Asta, we need help. Izuku called out. We're lost. Asta let out a small chuckle. My foolish friend, you are lost you say. Allow me to successfully let you back home. Asta said full of confidence. Literally 10 minutes later, we lost. Asta yelled out frustrated. The capital's huge. Izuku only nodded in agreement. Hey, Asta yelled out as he waved to people walking down a street ahead of them. Izuku turned and saw Yuno, Klaus, and Mimosa. It seemed everyone had healed up from the capital attack. Klaus said as he pushed up his glasses. If it isn't Izuku and company. Yuno. Asta suddenly called out. I heard you took down an enemy. Look, it was nothing, you jerk. Hey, Yuno. Give a proper greeting, jerk face. Don't get snobby just cause you took down one. Courtesy makes the world go round, you know. Yuno's grimoire appeared in response. Quote. A giant bird of wind suddenly erupted and went flying towards Asta. Asta's face went to complete shock. He immediately took action and his anti-magic blade appeared in front of him. He swung with his might, cutting the magic in half. Was that too much? Yuno asked with a blank face. What do you think you're doing, Yuno? Klaus asked in bewilderment. Is he an idiot? Asta asked with shock. Was he trying to kill us or something? Just as Asta was about to cuss Yuno out, the wind began to letters. Later Shortsta, is what it formed. Why, you little, get over here and fight me, jerk. Don't blast me with magic just to show me some magical letters. Don't you dare ignore me and leave. Ignoring me is as rude as it gets. Klaus was impressed at Yuno's control. Yuno, his magic is much stronger. And in such short time, what on earth happened? Klaus thought to himself. Asta let out a smile. Hey, if you're gonna get stronger then I'm gonna get stronger even faster. Asta said with a smirk. Woo, that mission wiped me out. Erupted a voice from the Black Bull's headquarters. The voice came from none other than Magna. But check this out, they recognized our deeds with a star. I'm gonna keep right on showing the other Black Bulls how it's done, suckers. Magna smirked. Luck smiled. That's right, Magna, let's sprint ahead with our combo move, crackling Magna Typhoon. I'm never doing that move again. Magna cried out. Welcome back, Magna and Luck. Asta waved at them. Were you at the capital, Asta? Magna asked. Asta let out a small frown. No. If I was, maybe, but maybe Fugolian wouldn't have. Yami put his hand on Asta's head. Kid, you're not at fault here. Plus who do you think you're worrying about, punk? Yami said with his normal expression. The hot-blooded king of the hardnoses won't die that easy. He'll probably just level up and come right back. Asta nodded. Yeah, you're right, Asta said, but was feeling a bit different on the inside. I need to get strong so I can protect others like Fugolian. Asta thought as he clenched his fists. Izuku also clenched his fists. He was right there. He could have helped Fugolian, but he was too weak. His quirk One for All was created for the sole purpose of saving people in danger. He had to level himself up and quick. There was still the other enemy wizard who at least as fast as the Wizard King. He needed to take him down as quick as possible. He had to level himself up right now. Let's head to a mixer. Finral suddenly said to Asta and Izuku. Was Asta's and Izuku's dignified response. Finral, Izuku, Asta, and Luck all sat at a table in silence. On the other side of the table sat 4 girls. They all stared at each other in silence before Finral spoke up. "Well, let's get introductions started," Finral said with a smile. "I'll go first. 21 years old, from Tuta. I'm the Black Bull's spatial magic user. Finral stated with a charming smile as he handed them flowers. "They're fresh-picked moon blossoms. Please accept them as a token of our friendship," Finral stated. "Ooh, that's amazing. Good," Finral thought to himself. "I've got them hooked. This time I will get a girlfriend. And in order for that happen I need the others to give all they got. Go on, introduce yourselves." Finral nudged the other Black Bulls. "So, I just have to say what I like, right?" Luck thought to himself. "Luck, age 18, from Iban. I belong to the Black Bulls. I like fighting tough enemy in bloody mortal combat," Luck stated with a smile. "A man should talk about what his dream, right?" Asta thought to himself. I'm Asta. I'm 15. I'm from Hage. I'm a Black Bull. My dream is to become the Wizard King," Asta yelled out in excitement. The ladies stared at Asta and Luck. These two seem kinda dicey, they thought to themselves. Everyone was staring at Izuku before noticing he was doing an air chair exercise. Deku?" Finral asked. He then pointed at his seat. Thought about relaxing. Izuku was also writing in a notebook about possible moves he could try out. He didn't have time to rest, he needed to be working anytime he could. "Deku!" Finral suddenly yelled out, freaking Izuku out and making him fall in his chair. "Introduce yourself please." "Oh," was Izuku's response. "My name is Izuku, or you can call me Deku, 15 years old, I'm from Hage as well," was all that Izuku said. Silence enveloped the table. The girls put on fake smiles. "I heard that they were supposed to be magic knights, but Black Bulls. They're the bottom of the barrel. Hage, he not just a peasant, he's a super ultra peasant. There's no way he'll become the Wizard King, geez, he's just a kid." Izuku began to tune out of the conversation. Not that he didn't want to date, but he didn't have time to. He needed to find a way home, and in order to find a way home, he needed to make sure everyone here was safe, and to that he couldn't try stagnant. He had to get stronger, he had to become the strongest. He needed to return home and put a stop to Shigaraki and All for One. He wanted to see his mother, and his friends. Meanwhile Noelle was watching the table from afar, in a maid outfit. Serving the guests, her own version of incognito. She had a small blush on her face. "Hearing about this mixer worried me so much I disguised myself as an employee and came to check." Noelle thought to herself with a sigh. I can't believe this. A mixer. This is exactly what's wrong with those lowborn imbeciles. Still, it doesn't look like it going well. That's a relief. Noelle then noticed all of them were talking and getting along except for Izuku. None of the girls seemed to be talking to him, as he pretty much wasn't talking to any of them. That made Noelle sigh with relief. She immediately noticed she did that. Don't get me wrong, Noelle thought to herself. It's not like I care about that green plant head. It doesn't matter who he ends up with or what they do together. "Hey, sister, gimme a beer," a drunk customer suddenly called out. Noelle immediately turned towards him. "Pour it yourself, insect." The mon's face just paled in response. The table's conversion continued on, with everyone seeming to get more and more along. Izuku was so out of the conversion he had seemingly grabbed a dumbbell from out of nowhere and was now starting to do reps with it. Suddenly a middle-aged drunk walked over to their table. Well, y'all look like having fun, Magic KN Knights," the man said in between hiccups. He turned towards Asta and raised an eyebrow. What's with this kid? Are y'all really a Magic Knight? If a shrimp like this can make it in, maybe I'll join the Magic Knights myself." Asta just rubbed his head sheepishly. I'm pretty surprised I made it in too," Asta said with a small smile. Izuku was watching the situation on edge. "Taking a real pretty lady like this, that's real classy," the man said as he stared at the lady Asta was talking with. "Bet you're desperate to catch yourself a Magic Knight, ain't ya, missy?" The lady was starting to look very uncomfortable. Izuku suddenly stood up. Sir, I'm gonna have to ask you to leave, Izuku stated. Huh, the man stared at Izuku. Who the hell are you, the store security? A little twerp like you. Hee hee. The man suddenly lunged for the lady before a black whip grabbed his arm. You little ass. Asta suddenly got up and grabbed the man and flipped him across the table. Don't assume things, you asshole, Asta stated as everyone got up and left the restaurant. Izuku noticed the lady, who he had learned name was Rebecca, was talking to Asta in a corridor. Izuku let out a smile. Asta was pretty cool. Hey, I'm gonna go train for a bit. I'll see you guys later, Izuku yelled out as he ran away. Izuku found himself alone in a forest outside the capital. It was snowing, but he didn't mind. Green electricity erupted from his body. His body could only handle 20% without injuring itself. He needed to increase that as far as he could. As he was sat on the ground, he lost consciousness and the world that he had seen just a few times come forth. The vestige world. The world that contained all of the previous one for all users. Izuku Midoriya. A calm but strong voice called his name. It came from Nana Shimura. She was All Might's teacher. It is time to let it all out. Izuku looked up at her. Danger is approaching. You must get stronger and fast, she said with a slight scowl. What? Danger? Izuku called out. But before Izuku could get an answer, the world around him began to shake violently and began to crumble. Deku. A familiar voice called out. Izuku woke up and immediately stood up. Standing beside him was Asta, Ghosh, and an old woman he hadn't seen before. Asta, Ghosh, what's going on? Izuku asked before Ghosh suddenly grabbed a hold of Izuku's collar. Are you with them? The ones who took my sister? Ghosh angrily asked. Asta grabbed Ghosh's hand off of Izuku. No, Ghosh. Listen up, Izuku. Some freaks kidnapped Ghosh's little sister and also Rebecca's little brother. What are you doing here? Asta questioned. Izuku started to get up. I was training here before I fell asleep. Where are the enemies who took them? Izuku asked. I'm following the biggest mana trace. You're lucky we found you, but all I care about is finding my little sister. Izuku stood all the way up. All right then. Let's find them. Ghosh was on his broom with Asta holding on from beneath. The old lady had her own magic broom. Izuku was running across the ground using Black Whip to grab trees and propel him forwards. Then they noticed a small cave and a young kid on his knees near it. That kinda looks like Rebecca's brother. Take us down a little bit, Mr. Ghosh, Asta called out. Not my problem, Ghosh stated. Marie's the only one I care about. If you want down, then jump. Asta gritted his teeth in frustration before letting go and fell face first into the ground. Asta, the old lady called out. Ghosh, you are unbelievable. She went towards Asta. Izuku stopped right near the boy. Marco, Asta called out. This is awful, the old lady stated. He's covered in scrapes and bruises and he's getting frostbite. Asta waved at Marco, but there was no response. It's no use. He's under a spell, and his mind isn't here. Asta then tapped Marco's head with the sword and immediately the boy awakened. A grimoire appeared in front of the old lady. Flames surrounded Marco and began to heal him. Flame recovery magic. Sacred healing light. It's so warm, Marco said as he began to warm up. What in the world happened? Marco looked up puzzled. I dunno, Marco, Asta called out. We have to go save your big sis and the others. Can you wait in that cave by yourself? Marco had a look of fear in his eyes when he looked at Asta. No, I'm scared. Asta, stay with me, Marco begged. What are ya talking about? You're a guy too, right? Asta questioned. Well, guess there's no helping it. I'll let you borrow my Black Bull's robe, just this once. If you wear that, you'll be fine. It's got magic knight courage in it, Asta said with a smile. We'll be back, so just wait for us, all right? Uh-huh, Marco said with a sparkle in his eyes. Asta took another look at Marco. And you better give that back, it's just a loan, okay? Asta turned towards the cave and looked at Izuku. Izuku nodded in response before they both rushed in. A young girl let out a cry of pain. The girl was tied to a chair that was draining her mana. Gway, ha 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 ha. Good, that's real good. A somewhat large man cried out. He had glasses and had large lips. His hair was split down the middle. Squeeze out more magic, kid. The girl suddenly fell unconscious. And she's done. All right. Next maybe the star attraction. The man asked with a slight smile. He looked towards a young girl. Marie, Gauche's little sister. No, don't, Marie cried out. A young man, whose hair was white and overall had a timid-looking body, was starting to escort her towards the chair. You mustn't disobey my brother, the white-haired man said. Marie I, came the cry of Gauche as he flew towards them. Gauche, Marie called out. Gauche took a look at Marie. Phew, you're okay. Across her cheek was a bruise, most likely from a slap. Gauche's eyes widened in anger. What did you scum do to Marie? A mirror appeared in front of Gauche before firing a beam of mana right at the two brothers. Ah, it's an enemy, brother. The timid one called out. That robe, he's a magic knight. The other brother growled. RRGH, how'd they get here so fast? Do something, Nej, use your magic too, the older brother commanded. The timid one, now known as Nej, summoned his grimoire. Oh. Okay. Nej's face remained timid. Snow erupted from his hands towards Gauche. Snow magic. Snow cry. Another mirror appeared far away from Gauche before Gauche suddenly appeared next to the new mirror. That quick movement allowed him to easily dodge the attack. My attacks are missing. Oh no. Nej turned the pages in his grimoire and used a different spell. Snow magic flew towards the ground and snow golems rose for the ground. Snow creation magic. Snow magic. The snow golems rushed towards Gauche. Go my friends. Gauche scowled in response. Uppity little jerk. Several mirrors appeared all over. Gauche then fired a beam of mana through one, making the beam of mana go through all of them. Mirror magic. Reflect refrain. The beam got shot from several angles, eliminating all of the snow golems. Time for a massacre, Gauche said with a menacing aura. Ah, my friends. This man is strong and scary, Nej said as he began to cower. Gauche's overwhelming magic aura was so large the man could feel it from here. What is with this guy's magic? What should I do, brother? Nej asked in worry. Shut up, slowpoke. Use your own brain for a change. RAAAAAAH. Asta and gang charged through from the entrance. Asta suddenly jumped right next to the older brother, Izuku not far behind. The scene they saw made their eyes narrow. Bodies of children alive but unconscious. The old lady tried to feel their magic. The older brother looked on in worry. Lousy friggin', we haven't drained the magic yet, he thought to himself. And actually, these children, their magic's been extracted. They may never be able to use magic again. Asta's eyes hardened. How could you do something so horrible? Asta questioned. The older brother simply ignored him. Damn it. Reinforcements. He then took a look at Asta's mana. Huh. Gwei hey ha ha ha. What's with you? You've got no magic. Zip. Zilch. Nada. A 2-bit punk who's not even a magic knight. I'll take you Mysel. Asta suddenly appeared in front of him and swung his sword and sent the older brother flying with one hit. The man was completely surprised. He landed with a heavy thud. Blood erupting from his mouth. Izuku let out a smile. Asta's gotten so much stronger since I first met him. Asta, Izuku called out. Asta turned around. We'll watch the kids, so go ahead and go all out. Izuku said with a thumbs up. Asta just let out a smirk in response. Ah, came Nej's cry from afar. His snow golems had been blasted away once again. Done already? Gauche questioned with murderous intent. Then die. Wussy loser. Quadruple A. Stay back. His grimoire flipped a bunch of pages. Snow erupted and surrounded Gauche before barricaded him in. Snow binding spell. Snow lime rock. I did it. I sealed the mirror too. Suddenly a beam of mana hit him in the back, knocking him down. Standing behind Nej was another Gauche. Why is there another one? Nej questioned as he fell to the ground. Gauche and Gauche number 2 suddenly walked towards each other. Real double. They both called out. My real double is a spell that summons another me out of the mirror world. I'd already activated it, right before you caught me. Gauche thought to himself. Izuku looked at Gauche in amazement. His magic was so powerful. Though Gauche did have his little sister complex. Gauche was pretty amazing. What's Nej doing? The older brother called out in anger. That guy's completely useless. Blasted. Asta suddenly grabbed the man by the collar, lifting him up against the wall. Asta's expression was full of anger. Why? Did you something so nasty? Asta questioned as his grip tightened. Do you even know how much it hurts to lose your magic? Do you? What do I care, moron? It doesn't matter to me if other guys die or lose their magic. Asta gritted his teeth in his fist before cocking his fist back. The older brother gritted his teeth and closed his eyes in fear as Asta slammed his fist towards his face. Only to hit wall behind him, shattering the wall of rock. This pain isn't enough to make up for what you did. You're gonna pay for it properly, starting now, Asta declared. Izuku then wrapped the older brother's arms together with Black Whip. Asta started bonking all the kids on the head, removing the magic that was controlling them. The kids began to hug each other and began to thank Asta. Izuku let out a smile. Kids should be allowed to enjoy themselves, not a single one should have had to deal with a kidnapping. Quadruple A, came Nej's cry as Gauche kicked him. Gauche, stop that, he can't fight anymore. He hurt Marie, the only way to atone for that is death. Gauche, I'm okay, Sister Therasa healed my injuries too, so please forgive him. Marie pleaded. No I can't. I'm eliminating anyone who might hurt you. Never mind that. The old woman now named as Therasa yelled at Gauche. We need to ask them how to return these kids' magic back to them. You too, why did you do this? Children are the very future of this country. They're the 3-leaf sprouts that grace the nation. Nej started crying. I just wanted friends. That's all. It hurts. Big brother Baro, what should I do? Useless, whiny, noisy little punk. Baro thought to himself, I just thought of this as an easy way to make money. Why's this crap happening to me? I just wanted to be happy. It's her. It's her fault. She tricked me. Geez, hurry up and get here, you moron. Hurry and tell us how to put the magic back. Asta yelled out. A splitting headache suddenly hit Izuku. Danger. Izuku turned behind him. W. A spatial portal opened up from behind everyone. Izuku's eyes widened as he recognized who it was. You're here, huh? If you can travel with spatial magic, you sure took your sweet time. Baro yelled out. They shut down our magic collecting. Help us. Gosh, you're so whiny and loud. I've give you a pat on the back this time, though. Her crazed eyes and messy hair could only belong to her. Well, maybe one other girl obsessed with blood. Izuku. Sally yelled out. I can't believe we meet again so soon. Sally then noticed Asta. Oh, and the boy with the anti-magic, magic. A 2-for-1 bargain. Asta, be careful, this girl is crazy. Izuku yelled out. Asta nodded. She fits the description of crazy. Asta said as he brought his sword in front of him. Wow, you two are so man. Gauche glared at Sally with a murderous look. Reinforcements. Then die. A mana beam shot towards Sally. Sally's grimoire suddenly appeared in front of her. A giant salamander made of gel suddenly appeared in front of her and absorbed the mana beam. Gel magic. Sticky salamander. Would you not interrupt our moving reunion? While I'm at it. Sally then licked her lips. Maybe I'll dissect everybody. Asta turned to Izuku. 100% crazy. Asta prepared himself. The salamander stared at them as with a look that was almost as crazy as Sally's. Sally then held up a pendant. What's this? I came because you called me with magic transmission item, but you haven't collected much magic, have you? Well, not that it matters anymore, ha ha. These guys got in our way. Get rid of them. Therasa began to sweat. The eye of the midnight sun. The terrorists who attacked the capital. Therasa asked. So they're involved in this? Asta's eyes widened in realization. This was the group who hurt Fugolian. The salamander suddenly leapt towards all of them. Here I come. She leapt directly towards Asta. Incoming. Gauche's grimoire appeared in front of him. What about this one? Mirror magic. Reflect refrain. Several mana beams hit the salamander from every angle possible. It had no effect. She warped all of it. Gauche realized. That's some fiend magic, but it gets refracted inside Mr. Salomon, so there's no point. If it was more powerful magic, maybe things could be different. A gel blob was launched at Asta. Asta tried to slash it, but it changed shape into 4 smaller blobs and went around Asta's blade. The blob was about to touch Asta, but a black whip grabbed Asta's arm and pulled him away. Izuku had immediately reacted and pulled him away. Don't get touched by any of it. Sure enough, right where Asta had been standing, Sally had landed covered in gel. Ah, Izuku, I wanted to learn more about Mr. Dark Magic. Sally pouted. Oh well, I'll have time to explore every inch of him after I. A cross of fire launched itself into the gel salamander. Flame magic. Brilliant flame cross. The magic came from none other than the Rasa. The salamander was completely melted. Oh wow. You melted Mr. Salaman. Granny. Asta called out. You're really tough. I may be old, but I'm a former magic knight. Teresa. The crimson she-leopard. That's me. Huh. Was Asta's and Izuku's reaction. She's all pumped up. Wait, former. Did you know Captain Fugolian? Izuku asked. Fuego. Oh yes, Fugi, yes. When I served at the palace I was his teacher. He was a little snot-nosed brat, but he grew up well. Sally looked at the situation. I'm very outnumbered here. This doesn't look good. Hey you. Baro called out. I'll back you up with my awesome mud magic, so just fix my body up, will you? You can do that, right? There is a way, but are ya sure? Yeah, anything's fine. Just hurry up and heal me. And give me my money. Do it and I'll help you. Baro said before thinking to himself. Yeah right. Once I'm healed I'm getting the hell away from here. I'll do it, but are you sure? Yeah, really sure. I said it's fine, just shut up and do it. Okie dokie. In that case. Sally landed right near him and suddenly injected his neck with a weird needle. Huh. Baro looked in confusion. Immaculate pain suddenly erupted from his body. Gugya. He let out a painful scream. Baro. Nej called out in worry. What is that? Asta asked. Mud suddenly erupted from Baro's mouth. Izuku immediately activated Black Whip and grabbed everyone and pulled them away. Mud erupted from his body. Baro's normal body was nowhere to seen. In place of his human body, a mud behemoth stood. What is that? Teresa questioned in shock. The behemoth did not stop growing. It would tower over most buildings. It was quite literally a behemoth. It let out an angry roar. Whoopsie. Sally called out. I messed up a little. He can move now and his magic's recharged, but his personality wandered off somewhere. The children cried out in fear. Protect the children. Teresa yelled out. Gauche grabbed Marie and immediately flew off. Let's go, Marie. Gauche and Marie flew out of the cave. Gauche. Asta called out, but it was too late. Gauche was already gone. Izuku used Black Whips to grab all of the children and had them all huddle up in one group. He tried to go towards the entrance, but the mud behemoth slammed his fists at Izuku, making Izuku have to go the other way. Izuku, the Rasa, and Asta were all huddled up in just one corner. Along with all the children, the behemoth launched several debris of rocks at the group. Fire erupted from Teresa, taking out most of the debris. What's going on? Teresa yelled out. We can't handle something that big. We have to get the children away. Flame creation magic. Guiding light leopard. A fire leopard appeared before Teresa. All right. Ride on that and escape, a few at a time. Teresa stated. We'll need to buy them some time to get away. Until then we have to hold this position. The mud behemoth suddenly looked at Nej. Die. The behemoth roared out. Everybody die. It slammed its fists at Nej. Big brother Baro. What happened to you? Don't you know me? Nej closed his eyes as the fist came upon him. Asta dashed in front of Nej and cut the fist in half. Huh. Why did you save me? Asta gave Nej a side look. You haven't taken any responsibility for this yet. Until you do, I'm not letting you die. Asta then turned to the mud behemoth. And, hey, did you just try to kill your younger brother? How big of an idiot are you? Asta then dashed towards it. It looks like my sword works on you, so I'll just keep right on. Suddenly the behemoth's hand regrew and attempted to hit Asta. Asta narrowly dodged it. The dark magic item I just injected him with eats the subject's life energy and produces an explosion of magic power. Sally let out a crazed smile. If he's like that, even with anti-magic, you won't be able to take him down that easy. Asta continued slashing, but the behemoth endlessly regrew everything back. There's no end to it. Asta was starting to get tired. You're wide open, Asta. Suddenly a black whip grabbed Sally and pulled her towards Izuku. Izuku then slammed his fist into Sally at 10%. If I can take her down at least, that will give Asta time to breathe. Sally had seemingly dodged the attack. She was able to morph her into gel. Grabbing her seemed almost impossible. Sally appeared above Izuku before a flame of fire hit her. Teresa stood behind Izuku. Sister Teresa. Izuku called out. Protect the children, I'm gonna take her down, Izuku said as he activated full cowl at 20%. Gauche, go back. Marie pleaded. No, I'm taking you back to town, Marie. But the others. Please go back. Nope. Gauche said with a stoic expression. My magic doesn't work on that woman, and now there's an insanely powerful monster too. If I fought that, I would be putting you in danger. As long as you're okay, Marie, I don't care about anyone else. That's right, other people are just. Gauche remembered how his life was before being a Black Bulls. The House of Adlai is a distinguished noble family, the envy of everyone. Father and mother died in an accident. I was named their successor in their will. Now get out. Young Gauche and Marie were kicked out, their noble status meaningless. Marie. A young Gauche swore to himself. I'll protect you, Marie. Robbing, mugging, no matter what I have to do. You're everything to me, Marie, only you. You're all I need, Marie. What do I care about other people? Current Gauche asked. Tears welled up in Marie's eyes. She clenched her fist. Hiya. Marie punched Gauche right in the jaw. I can't stand seeing you this uncool, Gauche, Marie cried out. I hate it. You're right. Lots of people did lots of mean things to us. But Sister Teresa and the other children from the church are different. They're good people. Marie exclaimed. Everyone's lives are connected, you know. We're who we are. Because they're here. Besides, the Magic Knights are supposed to protect everyone, aren't they? I really like that you're a Magic Knight. Marie exclaimed. Please stay the cool big brother I'm proud of. Marie. Gauche said, surprised. Oh. A voice called out to them. A young kid in a black bull robe. Marco. Marie called out. Marco, you're okay, I'm so glad. Sister Teresa and Asta saved me, and a green-haired guy. That's just like them. Marie turned to Gauche. I'll wait here with Marco, so Gauche please. Go save everyone. Marie pleaded. Gauche turned to Marco. Hey kid, that robe. Asta loaned it to me, he said it would make me brave. I'll protect Marie. You can count on me? Gauche gave Marco a murderous glare. You better believe you will, you little punk. If anything happens to Marie, I'll kick your little. Gauche. Marie cried out. Gauche flew back towards the cave. Asta, Asta, Asta. Everybody and their cousin. What's so great about that guy anyway? The captain and the other brigade members think he's really something else. Anyways, I bet he and the green-haired punk both gave up and ran off. When you get to it, everybody values themselves over other people. Izuku, Asta, and Teresa all stood in front of the children. And in front of them was the mud behemoth and Sally. Geez, you're stubborn. Quit protecting those guys and let me catch you, Asta. Quit protecting. I'm a Magic Knight. No way. Not even if it kills me. A small smirk came on Gauche's face. Is this guy an actual idiot? And until I become the Wizard King, I ain't gonna die. Asta cut a giant fist that came at him. But the behemoth's leg came towards Asta. Asta was in midair, he would not be able to dodge it. Gauche suddenly appeared and kicked Asta out of the way. Mr. Gauche, Asta said in relief. You almost died right after yelling some dumb stuff, Gauche said with a scowl. What were you doing? Asta questioned, running away. No, idiot. I wasn't running away, I just getting Marie to safety. So the idiot finally came, did he? Teresa said with a slight huff. It doesn't matter whether you join in or not, it's useless. Sally stated as the mud behemoth charged at Gauche. I'll take you on by myself. Gauche stated. I'll fight. For the sake of Marie's love, and so she can call me cool. Two Gauches suddenly appeared. Real double. Suddenly several mana beams penetrated the mud behemoth. Double. Reflect refrain. The behemoth was shot from multiple angles, destroying its body, However, it immediately regenerated and charged at Gauche. This monster. Magic keeps bubbling from it and it regenerates right away. If I pull any punches, I won't be able to take it down. My magic doesn't work on that woman anyway. I haven't been this incompatible with an opponent since the captain. Gauche put his hand on his covered eye. Should I use my trump card? No. No matter how strong my mirror magic gets, it won't help. Suddenly the behemoth's fist appeared right in front of Gauche, hitting him and knocking him into the ground with a heavy thud. His body was heavily injured. Another fist came raining towards him. TCH. Guess I really shouldn't have came back, only for Asta to appear in front of Gauche. I thought you came to help, Asta yelled at Gauche. We're a team, right? Don't be charging in by yourself. Asta turned to Gauche. I'll protect you. You protect me. If we do that, we'll be able to fight forever. Asta yelled out. An epic strategy, if I do say so myself, bahaha. Gauche let out a small laugh. What a ridiculous strategy. This guy really is an idiot. Come to think of it, that guy was an idiot too. A younger Gauche was tired and in prison clothes. Aren't you done fighting yet? You can't run anymore? Captain Yami of the Black Bulls asked him. My sister is waiting for me. Oh yeah? Well, if your sister matters that much, work for my brigade and support her. Wah. What are you talking about? I'm an escaped convict. Yeah? So what? Anyway, I don't trust other people. My sister's the only one I think of. That's fine. Yami said with a smile. You just protect what you want to protect. Someday, that'll help somebody out. Captain. Did you know this would happen? I guess there's no choice. If you guys die, it'll make Marie sad. I'll protect you. Teresa looked at Gauche in surprise. She didn't expect a form of maturity from him of all people. Suddenly Asta's grimoire appeared in front of him and black skinny sword erupted into Asta's hands. Asta's eyes widened. He recognized this sword from that one time. Asta swung the sword with all his might and a giant black slash erupted from the blade, cutting the behemoth. However, the behemoth immediately regenerated what Asta had cut. Even that isn't gonna work. Asta cried out. Wow! What was that? What was that? A flying anti-magic slash attack. How did you launch it? How did you? Izuku used this distraction to jump towards the creature. Black whip erupted from his hands as they latched onto Sally. Again with the bondage, Izuku? Sally said in annoyance as she started to turn into gel. I'll be honest, Izuku, I'm starting to find Asta more interesting than you. Before Sally could slip away, Izuku flung himself from Sally towards the behemoth. Black whips then surrounded his arms. The behemoth seemed to regenerate if the attack was too weak or if there were too few of attacks. The black whips hold his hands together tightly. In that case, I'll just deliver a non-stop rush of blows. With black whip around his arms like this, he would be able to handle one for all at a higher percent without his body falling apart. Black whips. Enhanced durability. Izuku activated one for all. One for all. 30%. Izuku cocked his fists back before delivering a rush of blows. Each punch destroying a large portion of the behemoth. The behemoth was forced back. Izuku had to destroy it before he fell to the ground. Blood began to spurt from his fists, but he ignored it. He had to take this down now. All that was left was its head. Izuku cocked his fist for the final blow, but the behemoth suddenly shot out a mudball from its head. The mudball turned into a giant fist and shot behind Izuku. Its arm suddenly twisted before thrusting itself at Izuku. Immediately black whips changed from his arm to grabbing a nearby tree and pulling him away. The split second of Izuku not attacking was all the time the behemoth needed to regenerate its entire body back. Izuku hit the tree with a big thud. He pulled his head out of the ground and bit his lip in frustration. He was so close, but he wasn't strong to defeat it. Asta looked at Izuku in amazement. Whoa! Izuku's gotten a lot stronger since he last saw him. But even as strong as he is, the behemoth just won't die. Gauche began to worry. He couldn't come close to mirroring the same amount of strength that Izuku just showed, but thanks to Izuku, Gauche just came up with an idea. The only way to take it down is with strikes fast enough it doesn't have time to regenerate. The most effective strike was Asta's slash, but he can't launch those fast enough. Gauche then came to a realization. I've always used my magic to create copies of myself. What if I used it on somebody else? Because Gauche had always preferred to act alone and didn't trust people. He'd never thought of using his own magic to support someone else. However, due to his past failures and his reluctant acknowledgement of Asta, he began to rapidly visualize and develop a magic theory. The result? He created a spell that was fundamentally similar, yet completely different, and engraved a new page in his grimoire. But this spell, I can't activate it with the power I've got now. Gauche noticed Izuku was standing up. Yo broccoli head and you old hag, buy me a little time, would ya? Izuku nodded and Teresa looked surprised at Gauche. Honestly, you work old hags too hard, I'll only last a minute, so hurry. The behemoth began to charge directly at Teresa. Gauche grabbed his bangs in frustration. There's no way around it. I kept it hidden, but I really will have to use this. Gauche lifted up his bangs. Asta. Asta looked at him. Yes, sir. Look at me. Instead of a regular eye, his covered eye was a glass eyeball that looked exactly like a mirror. The behemoth suddenly launched itself into the air and planned to land right on Asta and Gauche. Teresa's eyes widened. How are we supposed to stop that? Green electricity suddenly shot into the air. Izuku had flung himself towards the behemoth. Izuku had to stop its descent. If it landed, it would wipe out this entire environment. There was pain in his head. It felt like electricity was puncturing his head. He had to ignore it. Black whips erupted from both his hands. Izuku was currently above the behemoth. It wasn't long before the behemoth hit the ground. Izuku shot out as many black whips he could, wrapping them the behemoth's body. He used all of his strength and slowed its momentum. He couldn't stop it, but he could slow it down. He then flung himself onto the ground right in front of Asta. The black whips detached from the behemoth and surrounded Izuku's body. Black whips. Black armor. Then Izuku put his hands above him in a catching motion. Gauche realized what he was planning. Gauche had just a few more seconds before he had enough mana for his spell. Green hair. Are you insane? Are you planning on catching that monster? Gauche asked in complete shock. Red veins showed up throughout Izuku's body. Yeah, I'm a lot of things. Gauche. Izuku then gritted his teeth. But I'm not someone who's gonna let you die. Boom. Izuku's hands and the behemoth's body collided. Izuku had expanded black whips at the last second and used them like a fishing net. Izuku's body was pushed into the ground, but the behemoth was suspended in the air. Asta then began to run towards the monster. Gauche let out a smirk. It was ready. Mirror magic. Mirror brigade. Numerous amount of Astas erupted from the mirror and swung the skinny black sword with all his might. Hundreds of slashes launched themselves at the behemoth, slicing them into small bits. Mirror slash. The behemoth was completely destroyed. The mud monster was finally beaten. To be continued. I hope you guys enjoyed this video. Please make sure to like and subscribe to the channel, and now we will see you in the next video.